The Struggle for Mastery in Europe 1848-1918. By A. J. P. Taylor, Fellow of Magdalen College. Preface. President and Fellows of Magdalen College, Oxford, for their unfailing tolerance as well as for a year of sabbatical absence, which I attempted to put to good use. My manuscript has been scrutinized at different stages, much to its advantage, by Mr. Nicholas Henderson, Mr. Alan Bullock, and my wife, and the proofs have benefited from meticulous examination by my colleague Mr. C. E. Stevens. Miss Mary Potter rendered me a great service by drawing the maps. I also acknowledge with gratitude permission to use details for the following maps: Central Asia from Everyman's Literary and Historical Atlas of Asta, published by J. M. Dent and Sons Limited, by permission of John Bartholomew and Son Limited; Far East and Portuguese Africa from the Diplomacy of Imperialism by W. L. Langer, by permission of Alfred A. Knopf Incorporated; and Persia from British Documents on the Origins of the War 1898-1914, Volume 4, by permission of the Controller of H.M. Stationery Office. Contents. Introduction, The Great Powers of Europe. The Balance of Power 19. Alternatives to it. Universal Empire 19. Moral Law XX. Extra-European Expansion XXI. Last Age of the Balance XXII. Changes in Population XXIV. Changes in Military Resources XXVI. Changes in Economic Strength XXIX. Changes in Political Stability XXXIL. Fear of Revolution XXIL. I. The Diplomacy of Revolution, 1848. The System of Metternich I. Treaties of Mönchengladbach II. The Radical Program 3. Lamartine's Circular 4. Fall of Metternich 7. Russia and the Revolution 8. France and Poland 10. The Schleswig Question 12. Great Britain and Schleswig 13. Armistice of Malm 614. Germany and the Powers 15. The Italian Question. British Policy 17. French Policy 19. Anglo-French Mediation 21. Victory of Austria 22. The Diplomacy of Reaction, 1849-50. The New Realists 24. Outlook of Louis Napoleon 25. Preparations for Austro-Prussian Conflict 26. Second Austro-Sardinian War 27. Overthrow of the Roman Republic 29. Russian intervention in Hungary 30. The Hungarian refugees 33. Frederick William IY and Germany 35. The interim 36. Prussian and Austrian appeals to Russia 37. French approach to Prussia 39. 8 Contents Austro-Prussian conflict 40. The Agreement of Olomouc 42. Austro-Prussian alliance 43. Apparent triumph of Russia 44. 3 The end of the Holy Alliance, 1852-3 1851, Year of Peace 46 French threat to Belgium 47 Recognition of Napoleon 348 French claim to the Holy Places 49 Nicholas I and Seymour 50 The Men's Hikoe Mission 51 The Vienna Note 55 Nicholas I at Olomouc 57 Outbreak of war between Russia and Turkey 58 Orlov's mission to Vienna 59 Outbreak of Crimean War 60 Its causes 61 4. The Crimean War, 1854-6 Bowles Policy 62 Prussian Neutrality 63 Austro-Prussian Alliance 64 The 4.65 Invasion of the Crimea 67 Alliance of Austria with the Western Powers 70 Sardinian Alliance with the Western Powers 72 Continuance of Prussian Neutrality 73 Peace Conference at Vienna 75 Its failure 76 Capture of Sebastopol 77 Austrian Ultimatum to Russia 80 Signature of Peace Preliminaries 81 v. The Congress of Paris and its consequences, 1856-8 The Congress of Paris 83 Tripartite Guarantee to Turkey 87 Cavour at Paris 88 Plans of Napoleon 390 Dispute over Belgrade 92 Anglo-French breach with Naples 94 Dispute over Danubian Principalities 95 Napoleon III and Alexander II at Stuttgart 96-6 The Italian War and the Disruption of the Settlement of Vienna 1858-61 Napoleon III and Italy 99 The Orsini Plot IOI Meeting of Cavour and Napoleon III at Plombières 103 Franco-Russian Negotiations, 104 Franco-Russian Treaty 106 The New Era in Prussia 107 Conservative Government in Great Britain 108 Franco-Sardinian Alliance 108 Cowley Mission to Vienna 109 Proposed European Congress 110 Austrian Ultimatum to Sardinia 3 The Italian War 112 Proposed European Mediation 113 Agreement of Villafranca 114 Russian Policy after the War 116 The Annexation of Savoy 118 Garibaldi's Expedition to Sicily 119 Reconciliation between Prussia and Austria 121 Reconciliation between France and Russia 122 The Warsaw Meeting 123 Unification of Italy 124-7 The Polish Crisis, and the End of the Franco-Russian Entente 1861-3 Illusory calm of 1861 126 Breach between Prussia and Austria 127 Policy of Bernstorff 129 Bismarck in power 131 His approach to France 132 The revolt in Poland 133 The Alvensleben Convention 134 Drouin's plans against Prussia 135 Repudiation of Alvensleben Convention 136 Plans for intervention in Poland 137 End of Franco-Russian Entente 138 Failure to restore Holy Alliance 139 Napoleon's abortive plan for a European Congress 141 8 Bismarck's Wars, the defeat of Austria 1864-6 European disunion 142 New crisis in Schleswig 143 Austro-Prussian alliance 145 War against Denmark 146 British attempts to protect Denmark 147 Failure of Anglo-French cooperation 148 London Conference 151 Its breakdown 152 British inaction 153 Peace with Denmark 154 Franco-Italian Convention over Rome 155 Mensdorff Austrian Foreign Minister 156 Treaty of Gastein 157 Bismarck and Napoleon III at Biarritz 158 Napoleon III and Venetia 159 Alliance between Prussia and Italy 161 Austrian proposal for disarmament 162 The Gabelens Mission 163 Proposed European Congress 164 Treaty between France and Austria 165 Austro-Prussian War 166 French mediation 167 Peace of Prague 168 The New Order in Germany equals 169-9 The Isolation of France 1866-70 Prussian annexations in Germany 171 Napoleon's acquiescence 173 French demands for compensation 174 Russian acquiescence 175 Proposals for a Franco-Prussian alliance 176 Insurrection in Crete 178 Attempt at Franco-Russian Entente 180 Crisis over Luxembourg 181 Alexander IT in Paris 184 Meeting of Francis Joseph and Napoleon III at Salzburg 185 Mentana 187 Proposals for an Austro-French alliance 188 End of the Cretan question IG Proposed Triple Alliance of Austria-Hungary, France, and Italy 192 causes of its failure 195 Fleury's mission to St. Petersburg 197 French proposal for disarmament 199 x the end of French primacy, 1870-5 lack of intent in war of 1870 201 Bismarck's passivity 202 Prince Leopold as candidate to the Spanish throne 203 Franco-Prussian War 205 British neutrality 206 Russian neutrality 207 Austro-Hungarian neutrality 208 Italian occupation of Rome 209 Battle of Sedan 210 French efforts to secure European mediation. Tear in St. Petersburg. Denunciation by Russia of clauses neutralizing the Black Sea. The London Conference Peace of Frankfurt. The League of the Three Emperors. Its equivocations. France after defeat. Policy of Tear. Policy of Decazes. War inside crisis. 11. The Great Eastern Crisis, 1875-8. The Powers and the Eastern Question. Panslavism. Conflicts in Austro-Hungarian policy. Rising in Bosnia. The Andrestsasi. Note. The Berlin Memorandum. The Reichstag Agreement. Alexander II resolved on war. Russian approaches to Germany and France. The Constantinople Conference. The Budapest Conventions. Russo-Turkish War. Plevna and its consequences. Peace of San Stefano. Ignatieff in Vienna. Shvalov and Salisbury. The Congress of Berlin. The New Balance of Power. 12. Bismarck's alliances, 1879-82. The generation of peace. British policy in the Near East. Russia's fears. The Austro-German alliance. Bismarck and Great Britain. New Russian approaches. Gladstone in power. The League of the Three Emperors. Italian policy. The question of Tunis. The Triple Alliance. Austrian alliance with Serbia. Austro-German alliance with Romania. Bismarck's system of alliances. 13. The breakdown of the Liberal Alliance and its consequences, 1882-5. French quiescence after 1877. 281 Revival of the Liberal Alliance. 284 The Egyptian question. 286 Anglo-French control in Egypt. 287 British intervention in Egypt. 289 French resentment. 290 Bismarck's attitude to G1. His entente with France. 292 His colonial policy. 293 Meeting of the Three Emperors at Skierniewice. 296 The Continental Liaison. 297 Fall of Jules Ferry. 298 The Penjay Crisis = 300 End of the Franco-German Entente. 301 Causes of British security. 303 14 The Triumph of Diplomacy, the Bulgarian Crisis, 1885-7 Union of Bulgaria and Eastern Rumelia. 304 Abdication of Prince Alexander. 306 Bolangism in France. 307 New military law in Germany. 308 Anglo-Italian Agreement. SII Renewal of the Triple Alliance. 312 Anglo-Austrian Agreement. 318 Failure of the Drummond-Wolff Mission. 314 The Reinsurance Treaty. 316 Election of Ferdinand in Bulgaria. 319 The Second Mediterranean Agreement. 321 End of the Bulgarian Crisis. 323 Causes of the peaceful outcome. 324 15 The making of the Franco-Russian alliance. 1888-94 Bismarck and William II. 325 The new course in Germany. 328 The Heligoland Treaty. 329 French pressure on Italy. 331 Rumors of a quadruple alliance. 333 The Franco-Russian Entente. 334 French dissatisfaction with it. 337 The Franco-Russian Military Convention. 338 Schlieffen's strategy. 340 Gladstone and Rosebery. 341 The Siam Crisis. 343 The Franco-Russian Alliance. 345 16 The Abortive Continental League, 1894-7 British Isolation. 346 The Spencer Programme. 348 The Anglo-Congolese Treaty. 351 Failure of the Anglo-French Entente. 352 Failure of the Anglo-Russian Entente. 354 The Sino-Japanese War. 355 European intervention against Japan. 356 Lobanov and Constantinople. 358 British failure to pass the Straits. 361 Hanatas and the Near East 362 German plans for a Continental League 363 The Kruger Telegram 365 British advance in the Sudan 367 Last alarm at the Straits 369 The Austro-Russian Entente 370 A Continental League of Negations 370 17 The Era of World Policy, 1897–1902 Bülow and German Policy 372 German Occupation of Kyoto 373 Russia's Answer 375 Chamberlain's Proposal for Alliance with Germany 376 The Anglo-German Agreement over the Portuguese Colonies 378 The Fashoda Crisis 380 The Baghdad Railway 383 Delcas and the Russian Alliance 385 The Boer War 387 Proposals for European Mediation 388 The Boxer Rising 391 The Anglo-German Agreement over China 393 Lansdowne's Proposal for Alliance with Germany 395 Japanese Policy 399 The Anglo-Japanese Alliance 400 Chapter 18 The Last Years of British Isolation, The Making of the Anglo-French Entente 1902–5 The Franco-Russian Declaration on China 403 The Question of Morocco 404 French agreements with Italy 406 Failure of French negotiations with Spain 407 British failure to revive the Mediterranean Entente 409 Negotiations over the Baghdad Railway 411 New crisis in the Far East 412 Reconciliation of Great Britain and France 413 The Anglo-French Entente 415 Bazobrozov and the Koreans 417 The Russo-Japanese War 419 German self-confidence 420 The Dogger Bank Affair 422 Failure of the Russo-German alliance 423 Climax of British security and isolation 425 The formation of the Prépi Entente 1905–9 German power in 1905 427 Visit of William II to Tangier 428 Rivière and Delcas 430 Fall of Delcasme 431 Franco-German Agreement over Morocco 432 The Treaty of Bjerk 6 432 French Appeal to Great Britain 435 Grey and the Liberal Government 436 The Anglo-French Military Conversations 437 Conference of Algeciras 439 Significance of the First Moroccan Crisis 440 The Anglo-Russian Entente 442 Anglo-German Naval Rivalry 447 Izvolsky's Projects 449 Arenthal's Projects 450 The Meeting at Buklov 451 The annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina 451 German support for Austria-Hungary 453 Franco-German agreement over Morocco 454 Defeat of Russia in the Bosnian crisis 455 Siguhar pp trexx The Years of Anglo-German Hostility, 1909–12 Shadow of General War 457 Alarm of German naval acceleration 458. Bielo and the German Navy 459. Bethmann as German Chancellor 460. Anglo-German negotiations 461. Russian policy after the Bosnian crisis 462. Sazonov at Potsdam 463. Kale Locks and Germany 465. French occupation of Fez 466. The Panther at Agadir 467. Russian failure to support France 468. British policy in Morocco 469. Lloyd George's Mansion House speech Anglo-German crisis 471 End of the Morocco question 472 Italian attack on Turkey 474 The Kurakovkite 475 The Haldane mission 477 French alarm 479 Exchange of letters between Great Britain and France 480 Motives of British policy 482 Qerderar XXI The Balkan Wars and after 1912-14 Russia and the decline of Turkey 483 The Balkan League 485 Resolution of Poincare 486 His assurances to Russia 488 Impotence of Austria-Hungary 489 The First Balkan War 490 Austro-Hungarian support for Albania 492 Russian opposition to Bulgaria 493 The London Conference 494 Establishment of Albania 495 German Army Law 496 The Second Balkan War 497 Treaty of Bucharest 498 Lessons of the Balkan Wars 500 Anglo-German Treaty over the Portuguese colonies 502 The Question of Turkey in Asia 594 The Baghdad Railway 505 German Protectorate of Turkey 506 The Lyman von Sanders Affair 508 Estrangement between Germany and Russia 509 XXII The Outbreak of War in Europe 1914 Grey and the Triple Entente 511 Anglo-Russian Naval Talks 512 Improvement in Anglo-German relations 513. German support for Austria-Hungary 514. Their attitude to Romania 515. Decay of the Triple Entente 518. German lack of policy 519. Assassination of Francis Ferdinand 520 Austro-Hungarian Resolution 521 German encouragement of it 522 Austro-Hungarian Declaration of War on Serbia 523 Russian mobilization 524 German declarations of war on France and Russia 524 British hesitations 525 British Declaration of War on Germany 526 Causes of the War 527 The German military plans 528 Effects of war not foreseen 529 Failure to achieve quick victories 530 XXIII The Diplomacy of War 1914-18 The Search for Allies 532 Russia and Romania 533 Entry of Turkey into the war 534 The Search for War Aims 535 Russian claims to Constantinople 540 Agreement thereto of Great Britain and France 541 Competition for Italy 544 The Treaty of London 546 Entry of Italy into the war 547 Alliance of Bulgaria with the Central Powers 548 The campaigns of 1916 550 Entry of Romania into the war 551 The search for a compromise peace 552 The Central Powers and Poland 553 American attitude to the war 554 German peace offer 555 Definition of Allied war aims 556 Entry of the United States into the war 557 Collapse of Russia 558 Austro-Hungarian offer of peace 560 The peace resolution in the Reichstag 564 Papal attempt at peace 565 The Treaty of Brest Litovsk 566 The 14 points 567 End of the balance of power 568 Introduction The great powers of Europe. The only law and life was nasty, brutish, and short. Though individuals never lived in this state of nature, the great powers of Europe have always done so. Sovereign states have distinguished European civilization, at any rate since the end of the 15th century. Each individual state in Europe acknowledged no superior and recognized no moral code other than that voluntarily accepted by its own conscience. In theory, each state could justify itself only by being able to resist with force the forcible encroachments of others, and, if Hobbes saw true, the history of Europe should be one of uninterrupted war. In fact, Europe has known almost as much peace as war, and it has owed these periods of peace to the balance of power. No one state has ever been strong enough to eat up all the rest, and the mutual jealousy of the great powers has preserved even the small states, which could not have preserved themselves. The relations of the great powers have determined the history of Europe. This book deals with them in the last age when Europe was the center of the world. Men have not always acquiesced in the perpetual quadrille of the balance of power. They have often wished that the music would stop and that they could sit out a dance without maintaining the ceaseless watch on each other. They have sought for some universal authority which would overshadow the individual states and deprive them of sovereignty. The simplest solution for anarchy, as Hobbes held, is that one power should subdue all the rest. This solution has proposed itself in Europe again and again. Philip II of Spain and Louis XIV perhaps grasped at the hegemony of Europe, the great Napoleon certainly did so. In 1848, when this book opens, Napoleon's bid for mastery lay only 30 years behind, and it was generally supposed that France would renew the attempt. The establishment of the Second Empire seemed to justify this fear, but in fact Napoleon III had nothing imperial except the name, and the balance of power survived his challenge almost unscathed. If the state of nature which Hobbes imagined, violence was. The French bid ended in 1870. A new balance followed, and only after 30 years of peace did it begin to appear that Germany had stepped into France's place, as the potential conqueror of Europe. The First World War was, on the part of Germany's enemies, a war to preserve or to restore the balance of power, but, though Germany was defeated, the European balance was not restored. If the war had been confined to Europe, Germany would have won. She was defeated only by the entry into the War of the United States. This book ends logically when Europe ceased to be sufficient unto herself and when her destinies came to depend on forces in the outer world. It would, however, be wrong to represent international history as simply the record of the balance of power, interrupted by challenges from a single conqueror. Men have tried to supersede the sovereign state as much by a universal moral law as by an overwhelming armed force. They have sought an ideology to substitute for the worship of Leviathan. In the 16th century it was the Roman Catholicism of the Counter-Reformation, at the end of the 18th century the ideas of the French Revolution and the rights of man. Those who resisted Napoleon did not merely preach the sovereignty of states, they answered the rights of man with a conservatism of tradition and respect. Monarchical solidarity was as much a creed as radicalism, and in 1848 men did not expect new maneuvers of the balance of power. They looked forward to a greater war of religion, with the Holy Alliance on one side and the Revolution on the other. This did not happen. Ideologies were a minor theme in the 70 years between 1848 and 1918, and the balance of power worked with calculation almost as pure as in the days before the French Revolution. It seemed to be the political equivalent of the laws of economics, both self-operating. If every man followed his own interest, all would be prosperous, and if every state followed its own interest, all would be peaceful and secure. Only those who rejected laissez-faire rejected the balance of power, religious idealists at one extreme, international socialists at the other. The First World War discredited the laws both of economics and of politics. The self-operating laws had failed to operate. The international socialist meetings at Zimmerwald and Kienthal announced a new morality, in which sovereign states would cease to exist, and when the Bolsheviks seized power in Russia, this morality took on practical form. But even liberals ceased to respect the laws on which the liberal order in Europe had been built. Just as they tempered the rigor of their economic system by measures of social security and the welfare state, so they hoped to temper sovereignty by some international authority, based on consent not on conquest or on a universal ideology. Europeans ceased to believe in an anarchy where everyone would behave well out of sheer good nature, and they dreamt instead of a painless revolution, in which men would surrender their independence and sovereignty without noticing that they had done so. Lenin and Wilson were the symbols of these new outlooks. The Communist International and the League of Nations both announced the end of the balance of power. The only question was whether it would be violently overthrown by revolution or would fade away imperceptibly. Here too there is a logical end for this book, the moment in 1918 when the Bolsheviks appealed for a revolutionary peace over the heads of the established governments and when Wilson proclaimed his 14 points. The European balance of power is the theme, and the book ends when this theme is dwarfed. The European balance worked untrammeled in the 70 years between the fall of Metternich and its several repudiations by Lenin and Wilson. Yet Europe did not owe its peace solely to the balance of power. Though Europe overshadowed the world and possessed the only creative civilization, many Europeans looked outside it. Even Spain and France had been distracted by overseas ambitions in their days of European conquest. In the 19th century both Great Britain and Russia would have preferred to turn their backs on Europe and often did so. The prizes for Great Britain were in India and Africa and in the trade of all the world, for Russia in Central Asia, and later, in the Far East. France looked to North Africa, and Italy later imitated her. Germany owed her victories in the middle of the century partly to her freedom from these distractions. She had no interest even in the fate of the Turkish Empire. But, as she grew greater, she too aspired to world power, and her pursuit of this interfered with, perhaps thwarted, her conquest of Europe. Only the Austrian Empire had no concerns outside Europe. This was a sign of weakness, not a source of strength. The relations of Europe with the outer world are not in themselves the matter of this book. They intrude only when they affect the relations of the great powers with each other and temper the workings of their balance. It would have surprised the men of 1848 to learn that the international history of the two following generations would be concerned mainly with the balance of power, not with a war of creeds or a bid for universal mastery. The revolutions of 1848 signalized the end of respect and established order, both at home and in foreign affairs, yet the existing system survived the revolutions and even transformed their nationalist impulse into a new prop for the balance of power. The men of the 19th century regarded their era as one of turmoil and upheaval, yet it was astonishingly stable in international affairs, if compared not only with 20th century chaos, but with the centuries that preceded it. We talk of the Ancien regime as though there reigned then a divine stability. In fact, powers ran up and down the scale with dizzy rapidity. Of the powers indisputably ranked among the great at the Congress of Westphalia in 1648, 3 Sweden, Holland, Spain ceased to be great and 1 Poland ceased to exist. Before the close of the 18th century, their place was taken by Russia and Prussia, 2 states hardly within notice 100 years before. There was no such whirligig of fortune during the 19th century, despite its supposedly revolutionary character. The great powers who launched the First World War in 1914 were 1814. Prussia had changed her name to Germany. Apart from this, Metternich and Castlereagh, Talleyrand and Alexander I would have recognized the European landmarks. French was still the language of diplomacy, though its hold was weakening. Prussian, Italian and Austrian diplomatists ceased to correspond with their own foreign ministers in French during the 1860s. But the Russians continued to write in it until the 20th century, and Benkendorf, ambassador at London, used it until his death in 1917. It was used almost exclusively at international gatherings, and even at private international meetings. Sir Edward Grey was the first British Foreign Secretary to address ambassadors in English, and they replied in French usually without the aid of an interpreter. All the ambassadors, except the French of the Third Republic, came from the aristocracy, and even the French had much the same culture. It would be difficult to mistake Paul Cambon or even Barrère, the excommunard, for a proletarian. All moved in the same aristocratic society, their task to pick up the casual phrase and interpret it in terms of great policy. Though they carried on the mysteries of secret diplomacy, there were few real secrets in the diplomatic world, and all diplomatists were honest, according to their moral code. No ambassador said no when the true answer should have been yes, but he might evade the question or, even, if he was clever enough, give a misleading impression. In fact, the world of diplomacy was much like the world of business, in which respect for the sanctity of contract does not prevent the most startling reversals of fortune. Many diplomatists were ambitious, some vain or stupid, but they had something like a common aim to preserve the peace of Europe without endangering the interests or security of their country. Though the great powers remained the same, they had their ups and downs. France gained territory in 1860 and lost more in 1871, Austria lost more in 1859 and 1866 than she gained in 1878, Russia recovered in 1878 what she had lost in 1856. All, except Austria-Hungary, gained much territory outside Europe in the 30 years after the Congress of Berlin. These changes are chronicled in the course of the narrative. But there were also slower, less perceptible changes which were preparing the way for a fundamental upheaval in the balance of power, changes in population, in economic resources, in political structure. This introduction attempts to draw the underlying pattern, in front of which policy moved. The great powers were, as their name implies, organizations for power, that is, in the last resort for war. They might have other objects, the welfare of their inhabitants or the grandeur of their rulers. But the basic test for them as great powers was their ability to wage war. It would be too simple to say that a great power is one that can contemplate war against any other power confidently. After 1871, France could not hope to defeat Germany alone, and the same was true of Austria-Hungary against Russia, or was thought to be. Both countries were conscious that they could remain in the ranks of the great only if diplomacy brought allies to the aid of their armies. But this was a matter of degree. Even the greatest of powers shrank from fighting alone against a coalition, and the weakest among them could make a respectable showing in a general conflict among the great powers. At any rate, the difference between the great powers was much less than that between any of them and the strongest of the smaller states. The test of a great power is then the test of strength for war. In 1848, and indeed for long thereafter, this test was a simple one. Despite the development of artillery, infantry determined the outcome of battle, and ration strength was the basic estimate. Of course, the estimates were often mythical. In 1848, France was supposed to have a regular army of 350,000 men, but she was hard put to it to find 70,000 men for the expeditionary corps which she proposed to send to Italy. The Russian army was estimated at more than 600,000, but little more than half of these saw service in the Crimea. All the armies, except the Prussian, had a long-term service, virtually for life. Hence, population counted for less than the number of men actually trained. The Prussian army was regarded as little better than a militia. Its victories of 1866 and 1870 revolutionized military thought. After 1871, every continental power adopted the Prussian system of universal military service for 3 years. And strength corresponded more nearly to the figures of population. The change was not precise. Only Germany and France operated the system fully. Training was inadequate in Austria-Hungary and in Italy, and in Russia the military machine could never cope with the millions of potential conscripts. Still, the size of armies took a tremendous leap forward. This had a profound effect on the standing of Great Britain in Europe. In the old days her regular army of highly paid volunteers could make a respectable showing, compared even to a continental army. After 1871 it was dwarfed. She had sent to the Crimea an army that was sometimes a half, and never less than a third, of the French forces. In 1914 she could put into the field only 1/20th of the French army. It needed a world war to make Great Britain again the military power that she had been until the middle of the 19th century. Apart from this, the balance of power was directly affected by the changes in population which took place during the period. The most startling change was in the position of France. For centuries she had been the most populous country in Europe. In 1850 she still outstripped every great power except Russia. She would almost have done so, even if Germany had been united. By 1910 she was the least populous power except Italy, and Italy was fast catching her up. She had 14% of Europe's population in 1850, less than 10% 50 years later. Against this, Prussia was only 5% of Europe in 1850, United Germany 15% in 1910. These figures counted psychologically. Men began to think statistically in the later 19th century, and France's dwindling manpower helped to increase the loss of confidence, which had perhaps caused it. The figures indeed were more depressing than the reality. France, with her lower birth rate, had a more balanced population and, in particular, proportionately more men of military age than Germany. As a result, she was able to put almost as many men into the field during the First World War as Germany did and sustained almost as many casualties. The most telling effect came from projecting the curves of population into the future, for men had already begun to assume that a statistical curve would prolong itself implacably, an assumption rarely borne out by events. Then indeed the future of France seemed doubtful. But, while the French compared their future with Germany's, the Germans looked at another curve, Russia's. Where most of Europe felt overshadowed by Germany, she saw the more distant Russian shadow, and many Germans thought of anticipating the Russian danger almost as genuinely as others thought of combining against the weight of Germany. It is possible to ascertain the populations of the great powers, though the Russian figures are conjectures before 1897, it is more difficult to say what use they made of these populations. No general staff had a precise idea how many men could be recalled for effective service in wartime, and in fact the pressure of war made them enroll millions of men, whom they had previously regarded as long past military age. Before 1914, military authorities everywhere expected war to be decided by the first great battles, and therefore concentrated on the number of men actually under arms. This led them to exaggerate the power of Russia, who alone had more than 1 million serving soldiers, and to depreciate Great Britain, who could not put a mass army into the field. The proportion of men actually serving does not seem to have changed much for any of the great powers except France between 1850 and 1914. Great Britain and Germany always had about 1%, Austria about 0,85%. Russia began with slightly less than 1% and ended with slightly more. Only France screwed herself up to nearly 2% when she restored the 3-year service in 1913. But these figures do not mean much, as the World War was to show. Quite apart from the reservists, who were beyond calculation, the armed forces had to perform different purposes. The German and Austro-Hungarian armies were designed almost exclusively for a European war, except for the Austro-Hungarian troops occupying Bosnia and Herzegovina. The French needed a large force in Morocco, the Russians in the Far East, the British had more men in India than at home and, as well, were the only power to maintain a naval force of more than 100,000. It is perhaps more rewarding to consider what the great powers spent on their armed forces. Here, too, some warnings are necessary. Navies were more expensive than armies, and a volunteer army more expensive than an army of conscripts. Hence, the paradoxical appearance that for most of the period Great Britain was the most militaristic of the great powers. Again, we cannot tell which power got best value for money, probably Germany the most, Russia certainly the least. As an index of greatness, the total defense estimates are alone important, but I include the separate estimates of Army and Navy as a matter of interest, if only for the curious fact that Great Britain spent more on her army than on her navy until almost the close of the 19th century. Some conclusions can be drawn from these figures. Austria-Hungary was slipping out of the ranks of the great powers, Italy hardly climbed into them. The British had abandoned the attempt to be a military power on the continental scale. On the other hand, they kept ahead of the German navy in the 20th century more decisively than they had done of the French 20 or 30 years before. After 1890, Germany was clearly the greatest military power on the continent. Only Russia could keep up with her, and that inefficiently. France had tried to compete with the German army and the British navy at the same time. The strain was too much for her and she, too, was slipping behind. In fact, by 1914, Russia, Great Britain, and Germany stood out as great powers above the rest, and Russia had more undeveloped reserves than the other two. Everyone agreed that Europe's bill for armaments was rising. This can be shown even more strikingly by estimating the expenditure per head. These figures tell the same story. Austria-Hungary and Italy were out of the running. France, for long the most militaristic power, was falling behind. Great Britain and Germany were keeping up with each other, and Russia's enormous population cloaked her relative backwardness. A rather different picture appears if we attempt to estimate the proportion of national income devoted to armaments. Here we have no figures before 1914, except for Great Britain, and even these are not much more than guesses. Great Britain found it easiest to be a great power, Russia the most difficult, Austria-Hungary found it difficult even to be in the second rank. Germany and France were about level, but Germany's national income was going up, France's was stationary. All these are calculations about immediate readiness for war. They assume decisive battles and a short war. Instead, the First World War tested the fundamental strength of the great powers, and we must try to form some estimate of their economic resources. Manpower alone was no sufficient guide, otherwise Russia would never have needed an ally. Europe was reshaped between 1848 and 1914 by the impact of the Industrial Revolution. This revolution rested on coal, it showed its most revolutionary form in steel. Together these hint at the reality of power which we cannot otherwise measure. In 1850 Great Britain was the only industrial power of any importance, France the only continental country where industry counted for anything. By 1870 Germany had outstripped France in coal production, though France still held her own in iron and steel. The Franco-Prussian War was, from the economic point of view, a war between equals. In Bismarck's time, between 1871 and 1890, the Germans came to overshadow France, they caught up with Great Britain in the last decade of the century, and their heavy industry surpassed hers in the 20th. Even the small lead which the British maintained in coal is not as significant as it might seem. The British exported a large quantity of their coal, the Germans used their coal at home. Austria-Hungary was not negligible economically. After 1867 she kept up much on the French level. Russia remained backward until about 1890. Then she developed more rapidly than any other power, and by 1914 she had already reached the level of France. But in economics, unlike politics, we cannot confine our figures to Europe. Until 1880, the United States counted for little. Then she had the greatest of all industrial revolutions. By 1914 she was not merely an economic power on the European level, she was a rival continent. Her coal production equaled that of Great Britain and Germany put together, her iron and steel production surpassed that of all Europe. This was the writing on the wall. Economically Europe no longer had a monopoly, she was not even the center of the world. The rise of Russia and the United States can be shown even more strikingly if we examine not the actual production, but the rate of development. In the critical years between 1885 and 1913 British industrial production increased at the annual rate of 2 to 11%, German at 4.5%. The American rate was 5:2%, the Russian 5 to 72%. In 1860 Great Britain had 25% of the world's industrial production, in 1913 less than 10%. Germany had raised her share from 15% to 17% between 1890 and 1900, but she slipped back again to 15% by 1913. And this for a simple reason. The United States had less than 20% of world manufacturing power before 1880, more than 35% in 1913. In 1870 German production was go% of that of the United States, in 1948%, in 1913 less than 40%. We must now translate these economic figures into political terms. In 1850 Prussia and Austria, the powers of Central Europe, had still some reason, though not much, to fear the domination of France. They would be supported against it by Xil introduction. Great Britain, and this support was decisive. The Russian bogey, though still apprehended, was in reality out of date. It rested solely on manpower and could not be effective, once coal and railways came into their own. Between 1850 and 1870 economic forces worked in line with political tendencies. The balance of power was strengthened, and the Bismarckian system after 1871 corresponded to the reality of a number of great powers in Europe. After 1890 this balance began to crumble. Germany towered above all the other continental states, and the balance was hardly redressed when British power was thrown into the scale against her. But this situation, too, was precarious. The United States could challenge Germany, even if she dominated the continent of Europe, and at the end Russia was developing more rapidly than any other country in the world. The Germans had an opportunity, but it was not one that would last. There was thus some sense in most of the calculations that the statesmen of Europe stumbled on in their process of muddle and improvised decision. There was least sense in the early fear of Russia, hence the Crimean War spluttered to very little. It did not achieve much more than would have been achieved without war. But there was sense in Palmerston's calculation that the growth of Germany strengthened the balance of power, and in Bismarck's that the balance now made Germany secure. There was also sense in the French calculation after 1890 that they needed allies if they were to maintain themselves against Germany, and in the German calculation after 1905 that they must strike soon if they were to achieve the domination of Europe. The British were right to suppose after 1905 that their weight was needed to hold Germany in check, but also right in their belief that, if the struggle could be postponed, the growth of Russia might prevent it altogether. All except a few Englishmen made the blunder of ignoring the United States. They failed to realize that, if they quarreled, America might step in to knock their heads together and would be strong enough to do so. This error brought European history in its old sense to an end. The error can be understood. The statesmen of Europe looked at political appearances more than at economic realities. The United States seemed to them not merely in another continent, but on another planet. For that matter, political questions weighed more with them even in European affairs. This, too, was reasonable. It was academic to ask, what are the economic resources of a power? The decisive question was, how far can they be mobilized for war? Great Britain might be the leading economic power for most of the period, but before 1914 no one, not even British statesmen, supposed that the British people could be brought to tolerate universal military service and a mass army. The security which the Navy provided was too effective an argument against them. Again, the fear of France which still existed in 1848 rested much more on the supposed revolutionary spirit of her people than on her economic resources. The Second Empire showed that this spirit hardly counted, and after 1870 a revolution in France was expected to turn against the government, not into a new war of conquest. Only in 1912 did French statesmen shake off the fear that war would bring a new commune. Fear of revolution acted as a brake on the other great powers. The rulers of Russia, Prussia, and Austria were, before 1848, theoretically omnipotent, but only the Tsar would have risked action, and he with some anxiety. The Austrian Empire nearly succumbed to revolution in 1848, and fear in regard to Hungary crippled her in the wars of 1859 and 1866. Russia was in a revolutionary situation after each of her wars in 1856, in 1878, and in 1905. On the last occasion, the rulers of Russia drew the obstinate conclusion that, where an unsuccessful war had caused revolution, a successful war would ward it off. Habsburg statesmen made much the same calculation in the years before 1914. But the decisive change was in Germany. As far as the balance of power was concerned, Bismarck's political achievement was even more important than Germany's economic growth. He mastered the German Revolution. When he came to power in 1862, the King of Prussia was on the point of abdicating. Within 10 years Prussia fought 2 successful wars. Bismarck himself continued to believe in the social peril all his life. His proposals for action against it in 1890 gave the occasion for his fall. In fact, he had won the game. The German socialists fitted into the imperial system. As early as 1892 Babel, the German socialist leader, declared, present-day social democracy is a sort of preparatory school for militarism. The rulers of Germany in William II's reign were never anxious that they would be opposed by their people. If they took an aggressive course, they sometimes feared the discontent that might arise if they did not. In the last resort, the First World War was brought about by the coincidence of two opposite beliefs. The rulers of Austria-Hungary believed that there would be revolution if they did not launch a war. The rulers of Germany were confident that there would not be a revolution if they did. Both beliefs would have astonished Metternich. Of course, Imperial Germany was not alone in shaking off the fear of revolution. She merely carried the process farther than others. There is nothing stranger or more puzzling than the decline of revolutionary spirit in the most revolutionary decades of European history. Marx and Engels were more profound judges than their contemporaries, and they expected the revolutions of 1848 to be followed by other and more violent explosions. They turned out to be altogether wrong. In the first years of the 20th century, violent revolution seemed more remote from every great European country than it had ever been. When Sir Edward Grey looked forward to a future of intolerable woe on August 4, 1914, he exclaimed, "There will be Labour governments everywhere after this." He could not imagine anything more subversive than to have Ramsay MacDonald and Jean Georges as Prime Ministers of Great Britain and France. Similarly, when Victor Adler objected to Berchtold, Foreign Minister of Austria-Hungary, that war would provoke revolution in Russia, even if not in the Habsburg monarchy, he replied, "And who will lead this revolution? Perhaps Mr. Braunstein sitting over there at the Café Central." The statesmen of 1914 enjoyed freedom from fear, so far as revolution went. This made it easier for them to contemplate war as an instrument of policy. But they had more positive obstacles to overcome. It was not enough to know that their people would not oppose them in case of war, they had to ask whether the people would support them, and how effectively. Every year war demanded greater organization and greater initiative. The armies of 1848 were still very much armies of the Ancien regime held together by brutal discipline, conducting * under another name. Braunstein became much more famous than Berchtold. Introduction XXXV. Impersonal parade ground maneuvers. The battles in the Crimea and in northern Italy were, as the phrase goes, soldiers' battles, men thrown at each other in the mass without skill or guidance. In such wars the more backward power had an advantage. Russian public opinion remained unstirred by blunders and disease in the Crimea far worse than those which brought down Aberdeen's government in England, and at Solferino Francis Joseph could look calmly at carnage which shook the nerve of Napoleon III, the demagogue dictator. Constitutional government and economic advance were expected to make peoples less ready to go to war and probably less fitted for it, and so they did until after the Prussian victories of 1866 and 1870. These owed as much to the railway timetable as to new tactics, and Bismarck used universal suffrage to reinforce German militarism, not to end it. In this, as in so many other ways, the generation after the Congress of Berlin marked the age of transition. Russia, the old-fashioned absolutist power, grew increasingly ineffective, until she sustained great disaster in the war against Japan. So far as she recovered thereafter, it was by enlisting the new forces of industry and even of public opinion. Nationalism and mass education, which had been expected to bring peace, were turned everywhere to the advantage of state power. Where Germany led the way, Great Britain and France followed, though more slowly. Economically, Germany was more fitted to go to war with her Western neighbors in 1914 than ever before, but politically her period of greatest advantage had been 10 or 20 years earlier. Even in 1914 the Germans counted on anti-militarism or even civil war in both France and Great Britain. Events proved them wrong. The national unity of the two democratic countries during the First World War was as great as that which Germany had possessed since Bismarck's time. In fact, the Union Sacrée, which the French miraculously established, enabled them to resist Germany more effectively in 1914 than they had done in 1870, when their economic resources were much more equal. Earlier, revolution at home, or the fear of it, had caused defeat in war. Now no country, not even Austria-Hungary or Russia, experienced revolution until after catastrophic defeat. We come back to the starting point. The 70 years between 1848 and 1918 were the last age of the European balance of power, a balance reinforced by political and economic developments which had been expected to destroy it. The first 23 years were a period of turmoil, when the old order seemed to be crumbling. It ended with the Lesser Revision. The new national states of Germany and Italy were fitted into the system of the balance of power, and Europe combined vast change with international peace for more than a generation. Then the balance grew top-heavy and was challenged anew. But the First World War had none of the traditional outcomes. The balance was not restored, a single great power did not dominate the continent, there was not even universal revolution. The intervention of the United States overthrew all rational calculations. Henceforward, what had been the center of the world became merely the European question. St. Petersburg. The Diplomacy of Revolution. 1848. Principle and design, not of treaties. At the end of the 19th century all the great powers except Great Britain were involved in formal alliances, and in the 20th century Great Britain and even the United States have been drawn into the complicated structure of guarantees and pacts of mutual assistance. The system of Metternich, though more stable and even more rigid, had no general alliances and few particular treaties. The treaty structure of Europe was simply the territorial settlement of the Congress of Vienna. Any general guarantee perished with the last Congress at Verona in 1822. Though the Quadruple Alliance was still nominally in existence, this provided only against a return of the Bonaparte family to France, and even this did not work when the question became actual in 1852. The great powers had pledged themselves in 1815 to respect and to defend the neutrality of Switzerland, but as Switzerland ceased to be a key point of the European order, there was never a Swiss question except briefly in 1847. Apart from this, the only obligation involving all the great powers was the guarantee of Belgian neutrality, defined in the Treaty of London of 1839, and the only general arrangement among the powers was the Straits Convention of 1841, which closed the straits to foreign warships in time of peace. Individual great powers had, of course, treaties of alliance or protection with smaller states, such as Austria had with the two Sicilies and Great Britain with Portugal. As well, Austria and Prussia were saddled with obligations of a quasi-international character as members of the German Confederation. But, for the most part, when statesmen spoke, the stability which was attacked in 1848 was a system of their allies. They meant only powers with whom they were on friendly terms or, at most, the powers with whom they had been in alliance during the Napoleonic Wars. The nearest thing to a formal alliance was the association of the three conservative monarchies Russia, Prussia, and Austria, or, as they were strangely called, the three northern courts. More loosely still, this was the Holy Alliance, though it had nothing but the name in common with the Declaration of High Christian Principles devised by Tsar Alexander I in 1815. The Holy Alliance was conservative in a double sense. It was a status quo alliance, opposed to changes of frontier, and it was a political alliance, opposed to constitutional concessions within states. Though the statesmen of the Holy Alliance justified their opposition to liberalism by reference to its potential threat to international stability, the two attitudes were inextricable, and it would be just as reasonable to ascribe their maintenance of the status quo to the belief that revision of treaties would open the door to liberalism. So far as the Holy Alliance possessed definition, its terms were laid down by the three agreements, loosely called the Treaty of Mönchengladbach, which were drafted by Metternich in 1833. The first of these bound Russia and Austria to maintain the status quo in Turkey and to act in common if a new state of things there became necessary. By the second, Russia and Austria gave each other a mutual guarantee of their Polish lands and promised mutual aid in case of rebellion. The third, in which Prussia was also associated, declared that the three powers would oppose the doctrine of non-intervention if an appeal for help against liberalism came from an independent sovereign. In less formal terms, Russia was partly distracted from her Near Eastern ambitions by a parade of conservative principle, partly bought off from them by the prospect of security in Poland. Since Prussia had no Balkan interests, she could be bound to the others only by conservative solidarity. Curiously enough, she was held to be less involved even in the partitions of Poland, perhaps even a little suspected of sympathy with Polish nationalism. The agreements of Mönchengladbach indicated the chief weaknesses which Metternich and his associates saw in their conservative system: the Near East, Poland, and the Revolution, especially under the guise of French aggression. In the Near East there was no deliberate clash of Russian and Austrian interests, only the fear that the two might clash by mistake, unless constantly reminded of their other dangers. Conflict was avoided by monarchical solidarity, not by mutual threats. There was no concentration of troops in southern Russia, preparing for an invasion of Turkey, and no Austrian troops in Galicia or Transylvania, prepared for her defense. The garrisons in Eastern Europe, Russians in Warsaw, Prussians in Posen, Austrians in Krakow, were for use against a Polish rising, not against each other. In any case, the armies of the three despotic monarchies all looked west against France. The bulk of the Austrian army was in northern Italy, based on the fortresses of the Quadrilateral, the bulk of the Prussian army on the Rhine, based on the German federal fortresses. 2. A new war of France against Europe was the only one for which strategists planned in the generation between the Congress of Vienna and the revolutions of 1848. The radicals who railed against the Holy Alliance had the same outlook. They ignored the Balkan Christians and regarded the Eastern question, if they thought of it at all, only as a convenient means by which a wedge might be driven between Russia and the two other conservative powers. Their chief grievances were Poland and Austrian rule in northern Italy, their great heroes the Polish and Italian exiles. German radicals complained of the disunity of Germany, but this complaint was no part of the general radical program. The French in particular, who were expected to lead the radical revision, had no clear-cut German policy, though they were resolute enough about Poland and Italy. The French, indeed, combined principle and profit. They assumed that a new Europe, based on national states, would be as much under the leadership of Paris as the Congress system was under the leadership of Vienna. United Germany would destroy this calculation. Therefore they ignored the German problem until it was thrust under their noses by events, and they were seconded by others, Poles and Italians, who would have found a united Germany equally embarrassing, as indeed it turned out to be for all concerned. The revolutions of 1848 took no one by surprise. Metternich had announced long ago that he was upholding a moldering structure, and the revolutionary leaders were everywhere regarded, particularly by themselves, as the future rulers of Europe. The first muttering of the storm had been the abortive Polish Revolution in Galicia in 1846. The following year every state in Italy seemed on the brink of revolution, and Metternich's last great combination, strangely enough, was not the Holy Alliance, but a conservative partnership in Italy with Guizot, the French foreign minister. No one noticed the discontent of the Germans in the two Elbe duchies, Schleswig and Holstein, which were under the sovereignty of the King of Denmark, yet this announced the rise of German nationalism, which was to eclipse all others. Revolution broke out in Sicily in January 1848, it reached the European stage with the revolution in Paris on February 24. These were domestic events. The Greater Revolution of 1848 was against international stability, against the system of the Congress of Vienna. The two symbols of this revolution were Lamartine's Manifesto to Europe of 4 March and the fall of Metternich on March 13. Lamartine, romantic poet and historian of the Gironde, had been the dominant figure in the Paris Revolution of February 24. He was the only member of the provisional government with grandeur of vision, and inevitably took charge of foreign affairs. Since his republicanism had been previously, in his own phrase, purely philosophic, he appointed Bastide, a veteran Republican, under-secretary. to act as his guarantor to the radicals. Lamartine, and his colleagues in the provisional government, were conscious, perhaps too conscious, of their precarious position. Their aim was to avert a more radical revolution, and they tried to stave it off by harmless radical gestures. Such had been the abolition of the death penalty. Such was Lamartine's declaration of revolutionary foreign policy. To satisfy radical opinion in France, he repudiated the treaties of 1815, to reassure the statesmen of Europe he announced that France would continue to recognize them. The treaties of 1815 have no legal existence in the eyes of the French Republic, nevertheless the territorial provisions of these treaties are a fact which the Republic admits as basis and starting point in its relations with other nations. The only threat of war was in case of interference with Switzerland or with the independent states of Italy. Not content with these cautious phrases, Lamartine apologized beforehand for the manifesto to the British ambassador and even sent a private message to the Duke of Wellington: "The provisional government will make a forceful declaration to the nations of Europe, but the Duke of Wellington will understand its real sense." 3 Still, despite these apologies, Lamartine's circular was a dramatic act, the first official announcement by the government of a great power that the Vienna settlement had no moral validity. Without meaning to do so, Lamartine had put international relations on a de facto basis. The old world of the Holy Alliance had a last moment of life after the Paris Revolution before being itself swept away. Metternich to the end thought of the revolution as something external and remarked cheerfully, "The situation is just what it was in 1792. He wished to repeat the blunder of 1792, that is, to demand from France a declaration of respect for the existing treaties. Though Frederick William IV and Tsar Nicholas talked of a united resistance to the spread of revolution, they were not to be drawn into any plan of action. Certainly, if there were to be a revolutionary war, the Russians would prefer it to be fought on the Rhine, not in Poland. In the former case, Russia would provide merely an auxiliary corps; in the latter case she would fight alone, as in 1812, and might well have to raise the masses with the promise of social revolution. On the other hand, the Russians knew that Austria could contribute nothing and doubted whether Prussia could contribute much. The entry of a Russian army into Germany might well touch off the revolution. Therefore the Tsar encouraged the conservatism of others without pledging himself to the conservative cause. Russian self-interest, not abstract principle, was his guiding motive. As for Frederick William, his mind was already in a high ferment of contradictions. He wished to act in unison with Russia, but also in unison with Great Britain, and if the two would not act together, then he would not act at all. British policy had, of course, long been out of step with the rigidity of the Holy Alliance, and the February Revolution in Paris completed the estrangement. All the powers had resented Louis Philippe, most because he was too liberal a monarch, Great Britain because he was not liberal enough. By the end of the July monarchy, France was on worse terms with Great Britain than with any other power. Russell, the Prime Minister, and Palmerston, the Foreign Secretary, were both on intimate terms with the leaders of the French opposition, and both were ready to believe Lamartine's pacific assurances. Besides, Palmerston hoped to repeat on a larger scale the greatest success in British policy since the Congress of Vienna, the appeasement of 1830 in the Belgian question, by which French sentiment had been satisfied without a disturbance of the balance of power. Therefore, while Metternich was demanding that France should give guarantees to Europe, Palmerston proposed that Europe should give guarantees to France. On March 4 he asked the three northern courts to consider whether important advantages might not be gained to the cause of peace by giving France the assurance that so long as France is not aggressive, no aggression will be made upon her. 3 Though all these moves soon became out of date with the spread of revolution to Central Europe, they already sketched the attitude of the powers in the following years. France was resentful against the existence of the settlement of 1815, yet without any concrete grievance. Great Britain believed that peace could be preserved by conciliating French feeling. Russia wished to push the two German powers into a defense of conservatism without being committed herself. Austria was willing to be pushed forward if she could have an assurance of Russian support, and Prussia clung indecisively to Great Britain and Russia, tempted by a revision of Europe, fearful that it would be executed at her expense. On March 13 the revolution spread from France to Central Europe. Metternich fell from power in Vienna, and with him the prestige of Austria. The system of 1815 was at an end. On March 18 Frederick William IV gave way before the rioters in Berlin and agreed to make liberal concessions. 3 days later he proclaimed, Prussia merges into Germany, and promised to protect Germany against the imminent double danger, that is, against Russia as much as against France. The promise did not long hold its force. Still, what took place in Prussia or elsewhere in Germany was primarily an internal affair. The two great grievances of radical sentiment were Poland and Italy, and these two gave the pattern to the diplomacy of the revolutionary year. Poland hardly stirred. Russian Poland had been firmly gripped by a Russian army ever since the defeat of the revolt in 1831. Galicia, Austrian Poland, was still exhausted from the revolt of 1846 and produced only some disturbances in Krakow, which were finally subdued on April 25. Only the liberal government in Prussia did something for the Poles. The Polish leaders imprisoned in Berlin since 1846, with Mirosławski at their head, were released, and the Poles were promised a national reorganization of the Grand Duchy of Posen, Prussia's share of the partitions. Italy, on the other hand, liberated itself. Venice and Milan both drove out the Austrian troops and set up provisional governments, both appealed for help to Charles Albert, King of Sardinia. Between Charles Albert and Frederick William IV there were many points of similarity. Both combined romantic conservatism with a shrewd calculation of state interest. Both, on occasion, would pretend to liberalism while inwardly loathing it. For a moment, towards the end of March 1848, it looked as though both would follow the same pattern. To save their 8. The diplomacy of revolution. The Elbe duchies. 13. Not to have a great power on the shores of the North Sea. Here too was a fundamental point for the future. Great Britain, the power most sympathetic to liberal nationalism in general and, because of the influence of Prince Albert and his German relatives, the power most sympathetic to German nationalism in particular, was the leading opponent of this national sentiment in the only international question which concerned it. In the quarter of a century after the revolutions of 1848, Italy was united with British sympathy and support, Germany without them. This difference had many causes. Many British statesmen, Palmerston for instance most strongly, feared that a united Germany would put up tariff barriers against British goods. Again, British sentiment disliked the military measures by which Germany was united. The Italians did much better to unite their country by losing wars. But from start to finish Schleswig and Holstein were the decisive factor. It was almost as though Italian nationalists had regarded Malta as their first essential aim. The British did not threaten to go to war themselves, they threatened Germany with war from others. From Russia or from France. The British assumed that in every European question, except possibly Belgium, the interests of others were more vitally affected than their own. Usually this was true, in the duchies it was not, as the later failure of British policy was to show. The question of the duchies became international as part of the General Revolution. On 24 March the estates of the two duchies broke with Denmark and appealed to the German Confederation for support. In practice this appeal could be directed only to Prussia, which had the force for a federal execution. It was an appeal which a liberal Prussian government could not refuse. Even Frederick William, torn between leading Germany and offending Russia, welcomed an alternative to Poland. On April Prussian troops crossed the frontier of the duchies. By the end of April they had expelled the Danes from the duchies and on May 2 entered Jutland, an intrinsic part of the Danish monarchy. Though the Russians were indignant at this subversive policy, they had no intention of fighting for Denmark the war which they had avoided over Poland. Moreover, Russia, despite her professions of conservative principle, was less involved in the treaty structure of Europe than any other power, herself resting on national sentiment and military strength, she was ready to accept the national principle elsewhere, except, of course, in Poland. As a result, Nesselrode was the first to propose the division of Schleswig along the national line, a proposal that would have settled the Schleswig question in a week, had it not been for the conflicting claims of Germany and Denmark, claims based on history and law, not on nationality. Russia stood aside and left Palmerston to mediate alone between Denmark and the Germans. In the idealistic atmosphere of 1848, the German liberals thought that they were acquiring a mediator favorable to their cause. Palmerston, on his side, thought that he was doing a sufficient service to Germany by saving her from a war with France and Russia. Palmerston took up, with some hesitation, Nesselrode's suggestion of a division at the national line. This was rejected by the Danes, now bent on asserting the integrity of the Danish monarchy. Since the only British weapon was the threat that other powers would intervene, and since, as the Danes knew, no power would intervene against Denmark, Palmerston was helpless, and this helplessness made him the more annoyed with the Germans for their persistence in claims which he had recognized as just. British policy was thus reduced to vague insistence on peace, or at least an armistice, but it did not in fact contribute much to the actual armistice negotiations conducted between Prussia and Denmark in July. The sole motive of these was Frederick William's increasing abhorrence of his association with the liberal German cause. Though he would have liked to acquire the duchies, he was determined, absurdly enough, not to acquire them with liberal approval. Therefore he pushed on negotiations which would postpone the question of the duchies to a less revolutionary future. The first armistice, negotiated in July, was rejected by the Prussian commander in the duchies. He was brought to heel by direct orders from the king, and a second armistice was concluded at Malmö on August 26. This provided for the withdrawal of both Danish and Prussian troops from the duchies and for their temporary administration by a joint Prusso-Danish commission. The German central power was disregarded, the German national cause betrayed. This provoked the decisive crisis in the German National Assembly at Frankfurt in September, and when a majority was finally found in the Assembly to acquiesce in the armistice, it had to be supported against the Frankfurt radicals by force of Prussian arms. The Armistice of Malmö 6 was certainly the central event in the German Revolution of 1848. It is often said that it was imposed on Prussia by foreign pressure, and from this the conclusion is drawn that, since France and Russia would not tolerate the unification of Germany by consent, the only alternative was unification by force. There is little to support this view. Frederick William's motive was shame at the Tsar's moral disapproval, not fear of Franco-Russian intervention. When Nicholas described Frederick William's conduct as infamous, he posed for Prussia the problem which was to shape her policy for the next 20 years. How could Schleswig be won? How could Germany be united without a breach with Russia? Nicholas, in fact, reversed the trick which Metternich had played on him for years in the Near East. By evoking the principle of monarchical solidarity, he distracted Frederick William from the concrete object of policy in the Elbe duchies. Palmerston may have threatened that Russia would intervene. The threat was never made by the Russians themselves. The threat from France was even more remote. It is true that when Lamartine handed over the foreign ministry to Bastide in May, a change of spirit came over French foreign policy. Lamartine, because of his equivocal past, had to talk revolution in foreign affairs. Bastide, a Republican beyond reproach, did not need to worry about his reputation. Besides, with the June days in Paris and the setting up of Cavenac's dictatorship, extreme radical opinion no longer counted. Bastide was the first Frenchman of the left to realize that a general upset of the Vienna settlement would not be to French advantage. In his brief tenure of the foreign ministry, he anticipated the statesmen of the Third Republic. Thus, though he sent Arago, a good Republican, to Berlin instead of Sercourt, he instructed him to drop the Polish question and to keep quiet, do not publish anything in the papers and do not excite people. On June 16 Bastide wrote to his representative at Frankfurt concerning Schleswig, from the point of view of legality, of treaties, of the territorial status quo, of nationality, of honest and considered policy, the German Diet has got on a false road. Thus, in Bastide's view, the principle of nationalism had sunk to fourth place. Again, on July 31, he wrote to Arago, German unity would make of this people of more than 35 million a power very much more redoubtable to its neighbors than Germany is today, and therefore I do not think we have any reason to desire this unity, still less to promote it. This theoretical disapproval was far removed from action. Though Cavaignac and Bastide made approaches to Russia not unsuccessfully, these had no practical purport, they were merely intended to guard against a revival of the Holy Alliance by convincing the Tsar that Republican France did not mean to launch a revolutionary crusade. Besides, Bastide's practical receipt for checking German unity was to back Prussia. Believing, as all Frenchmen did, that Austria was still stronger than Prussia, he regarded any increase in Prussian strength as an increase in German disunity, hence he never contemplated threatening Prussia in regard to Schleswig, despite his concern for treaties and the territorial status quo. The prospect of a general European war, evoked by Palmerston to justify the armistice of Malmö, was in fact a turnip ghost, and some of the Frankfurt liberals realized that, so far as foreign powers counted, humiliation was being forced on them by Great Britain, not by France or Russia. Moreover, the acceptance of the armistice by Prussia caused a breach between Frederick William and the German liberals, yet as Cowley, the British representative at Frankfurt, argued, German unification under a liberal Prussia would be the safest and the easiest way. The creation of a lesser Germany would have given Great Britain a substitute for the natural alliance with Austria, an ally both stronger and more congenial. British policy helped to prevent this outcome for the sake of Schleswig, it served the turn of France and Russia without these powers. 17. Lifting a finger. The half-conscious realization of this contradiction made Palmerston and other British statesmen impatient with the parcel of children at Frankfurt. When Palmerston a little later said to Bunsen, the Prussian minister in London, there is nothing to be said against the idea of a German Reich except that no one seems able to bring it about, he was really condemning those who thought Schleswig an essential part of a united Germany. There was a deeper consideration. German unification was not part of radical mythology, least of all the liberation of Schleswig. The German question, in all its aspects, took European statesmen by surprise, and they treated it in a casual manner, without urgency. It is difficult to believe that even Palmerston took seriously the danger of a general war arising from the conflict between Denmark and Prussia. Apart from the Russian obsession with Poland, everyone in 1848 regarded Italy as the decisive theater of events, and what men think is more important in history than the objective facts. The universal error of the two generations after the Congress of Vienna was to exaggerate the strength of France among the great powers. Once this error was made, Italy as a field of French expansion received exaggerated importance also. Besides, it was genuinely more difficult for French radicals to drop their revolutionary past in Italy than elsewhere. Hard geographical reality stood between France and Poland, nothing seemed to stand between France and Italy except a French reluctance to launch a great war. And, on the other side, control of Italy was fundamental to the existence of Austria as a great power, or so Austrian statesmen argued. This was a very different question from the future of Schleswig or even from the independence of Denmark. Hence it was in Italy that British policy was most active and displayed most initiative. The early days of the Austro-Sardinian War offered results suited to British policy. Though Palmerston had urged Charles Albert not to go to war, he was satisfied with Charles Albert's program, once the war had started. Italy will do it herself was exactly what the British wanted, to get Austria out without letting the French in. British statesmen continued to express themselves in favor of the maintenance of Austria as a great power, but they thought she would be stronger without Lombardy and Venetia than with them, stronger, that is, to hold a balance against Russia in the Near East, which was Austria's essential function in British eyes. They wished Austria's defeat to be complete for her own sake, and they wished it to be speedy so that all northern Italy could be consolidated in a single state before France had time to intervene. The bewildered remnant of officials who ran the Austrian Empire after the fall of Metternich did not understand such subtleties. When Stratford Canning arrived in Vienna at the end of April and made the usual conventional remarks about the need for Austria as a great power, Pillersdorf, the elderly official who was temporarily in charge of foreign affairs, took these remarks seriously. He even supposed that with the cover of a few liberal phrases Great Britain might come to Austria's rescue in Italy. Hummelauer, British expert in the foreign ministry, was therefore sent to London to obtain British help on almost any terms. Convinced as the Austrians were that they would be attacked by France at any moment, they were ready to jettison most of their Italian possessions if this would win some sort of British guarantee for the remainder. On May 23 Hummelauer met Palmerston and offered Lombardy-Venetia full autonomy. When Palmerston rejected this as inadequate, Hummelauer increased the offer. On 24 May Lombardy should become independent and only Venetia remain under Austrian suzerainty. This offer, too, was rejected by the British cabinet as inadequate. On June 3 the British government gave Hummelauer a formal reply. They would be prepared to mediate between Austria and Sardinia if the Austrians were willing to surrender not only Lombardy but such portions of the Venetian territory as may be agreed upon between the respective parties. Palmerston told his colleagues that this phrase had no serious meaning. Such portions will of course be the whole. On the other hand, he, and Prince Albert, represented it to Hummelauer as a considerable concession to Austria, and Hummelauer returned to Vienna with the shadowy comfort that, in case of further military defeat, something might be saved from the wreck. Palmerston was not deceiving either party. As in the Schleswig question, his overriding concern was to end the war. What happened round the conference table could be settled later. It was more important that the parties should negotiate than that they should reach agreement, a common theme in British diplomacy. Still, so far as Palmerston had an Italian policy in the summer of 1848, it was to set up a united kingdom of northern Italy, with Austrian consent, before the French had time to intervene. Though the French too talked of mediation, they meant it in an opposite sense. Throughout 1848 the French politicians were mainly concerned to find excuses for not intervening in Italy. No doubt this sprang fundamentally from the deep unstated French reluctance against starting a great European war, but even this was in its way an excuse. Resolute French action early in 1848 could probably have got the Austrians out of Italy without much risk. There was too the bewilderment at discovering that France could only support the national principle in Europe at the risk of creating two neighbors mightier than herself. In the foreground was the practical objection that the Italian movement was led by the House of Savoy. The French Republicans argued, sincerely enough, that they could not be expected to assist the aggrandizement of a monarchy. This too was an excuse at bottom, since they also did nothing to assist the Republic of Venice. It was more concrete and more serious that the King of Sardinia, though leading Italy, also held Savoy and Nice, the most flagrant symbols of France's humiliation in 1815. Savoy and Nice represented an injustice both on national grounds and on grounds of the natural frontiers, whereas on the German side there was no such clear-cut grievance, hence the vague phrases, never defined, about the Rhine. Every national movement needs some defined grievance if it is to take on practical form. The topic of grievance may be a prize in itself, as Schleswig and Holstein were a prize from the geographic point of view, or as political speculators tried to make out that the later French grievance over Alsace and Lorraine was provoked by French need for iron ore. But fundamentally these centers of grievance, Schleswig, the Straits, South Tyrol, were the focus for national sentiment, and a nation made greater sacrifices for them than they were worth. Hence the greatest problem in French policy towards Italy turned on this trivial point. It was impossible for the French to aid Italy without demanding Savoy and Nice for themselves. In 1848 the French rulers already knew this, the Italians, or at least the Piedmontese, knew it, and the King of Sardinia knew it most of all. The only French action on the Italian side in 1848 was an abortive radical attack on Savoy. This was hardly an encouragement to more official cooperation. Bastide fumbled at a solution. If Austria could be persuaded to withdraw from Italy voluntarily, then Lombardy and Venice could become republics, the Kingdom of Sardinia would not profit, and the question of Savoy and Nice need not be raised. Hence he made tentative suggestions to mediate between Austria and the provisional government in Lombardy, not between Austria and Sardinia, and the purpose of this mediation was to be a free and independent Lombardy, not the aggrandizement of the House of Savoy. Thus, though both Great Britain and France claimed to be sympathetic to Italy, French policy aimed at the one thing which Palmerston was anxious to prevent. Both great powers were thwarted by the actions of the Italians themselves. Lombardy and Venetia voted for union with Sardinia. This defeated the French plan for independent republics. The provisional government in Milan not only refused separate negotiations with the Austrians, it also insisted that any offer of independence must extend to the whole of Austrian Italy. This defeated Palmerston's hope of transferring the dispute to the conference table. Great Britain and France were thus forced together. Bastide decided that he must put up with the union of Lombardy and Sardinia, so long as he could prevent the inclusion of Venetia. This was the exact proposal that Hummelauer had made to Palmerston on May 24. Palmerston intended to reply that he would join France in mediating, on condition that part of Venetia should be included in the proposed surrender of Austrian territory, the answer which he had made to Hummelauer on June 3. Meanwhile, military events had taken an unexpected course. In the middle of June the Austrian Empire had at last acquired a resolute government, and in Wessenberg, the new foreign minister, a diplomat of experience and courage. Recognizing that in Italy it was a case of all or nothing, the new government decided to risk the fortunes of war, and their hopes were not disappointed. On July 25 Radetzky, the Austrian commander, routed the Sardinian army at Custazza. Though Italy had failed to do it herself, Charles Albert was no more inclined for French help in defeat than he had been in victory. He abandoned Milan without a struggle, withdrew his army behind the Sardinian frontier, and concluded an armistice of simple military character on August 9. Had Sardinia alone been in question, this would have been the end of the Italian affair. But with Charles Albert out of the way, appeals to France from the Republicans in Lombardy and Venice were the more plausible and pressing. Normanby, the British ambassador at Paris, felt the crisis. Without waiting for instructions, he took up the French suggestion of July 19 and proposed Anglo-French mediation on the basis of the Hummelauer plan of May 24. Cavaignac and Bastide snatched at the chance of avoiding war and accepted the proposal. 2 days later Palmerston confirmed it. It remained to get the mediation accepted by the two contending parties. The Sardinian government, already at odds with Charles Albert for his hasty armistice, at once welcomed the chance of reopening the Italian question. Wessenberg temporized for a fortnight, then replied that mediation was unnecessary and the Hummelauer plan, in any case, out of the question. At the same time Radetzky prepared to attack Venice. The French government had reached its moment of decision whether the Republic would honor its unbroken series of declarations in favor of Italian independence. Cavaignac and Bastide grasped at a way out: a joint Anglo-French occupation of Venice, imposing concessions on Austria as in 1831 Great Britain and France had imposed concessions on Holland in the Belgian question. Under pressure of events these two inexperienced amateurs had formulated the liberal alliance between Great Britain and France, which was thereafter to make the Crimean War and to secure the liberation of Italy. The alliance now and afterward was intended to bridle French extremism. It rested on distrust and fear. British governments distrusted French governments, and these feared their own public opinion. No concrete British interest was involved. For the sake of peace and the status quo, Great Britain had to accept attacks on the status quo or even to go to war. Not surprisingly, the British tried to escape from this contradiction by claiming idealistic motives for their foreign policy. In reality, British policy would never have best earned itself for Italian nationalism, had it not been for fear of an explosion from France. Palmerston was ready to cooperate with France even. In 1848, if France is to act anywhere in Italy, she ought to be tied up by a previous agreement with us. The Whig cabinet refused to follow him. They saw only that they would be tied up by an agreement with the French. Though some of them were enthusiastic for Italy, they depended on a minority in the House of Commons and as well were ceaselessly hampered by the Queen's Germanic sympathy with Austria. The French therefore had to make up their minds unaided. On September 1 they decided to occupy Venice alone and to impose armed mediation on Austria. On September 2 they decided to wait a little longer. On September 7 Bastide said to the Austrian representative, "We find ourselves, or to speak more accurately we have put ourselves in a very embarrassing position. The days of French idealism were over, the great revolutionary war would not be launched. This time the Italian affair should really have ended. But events do not follow such clear-cut patterns." On September 2 Wesenberg also lost his nerve. He accepted Anglo-French mediation, though not on the basis of the Hummel-Auer plan. This suited the French admirably, it saved their reputation, yet prevented the union of Lombardy and Sardinia. Wesenberg's eyes were, however, still focused on Great Britain. He wanted to win British support against France, not to make this support unnecessary. But Wesenberg's day, the brief period of a liberal Austrian Empire, was ending. At the beginning of October Felix Schwarzenberg arrived from Radetzky's headquarters and took over control of foreign policy. On November 21 he became Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs. Schwarzenberg was the first of the realists who were to shape European affairs for the next 30 years, he judged, or so he claimed, from facts, not from principles. As he said to the French representative, "What does the difference in the form of government matter today? There is something above that, it is the maintenance of peace and the re-establishment of order." Almost his first act was to draft a letter for Bastide, arguing that France and Austria had a common interest in preventing a united kingdom of northern Italy. With his attention already focused on Prussia, he might have added in preventing a united Germany also. Here too was the first sketch of another program, the conservative alliance of France and Austria, an alliance based on interest, not on principle. The idea was too daring for Bastide and Cavaignac. They drifted on, at one moment threatening war for the sake of Venice, at another violently refusing to promise armed aid to Sardinia. But their days too were numbered. On December 10 Louis Napoleon was elected President of the French Republic by an overwhelming majority. On December 29 he took the oath to the Constitution and established himself in the Palace of the Élysée. Another realist had arrived. The Diplomacy of Reaction. 1849-50. Capitals of Europe. Vienna had been reduced by armed force in November. The liberals of Berlin had capitulated without a struggle. In France the election of Louis Napoleon seemed to have completed the work of the June days. The president was the guardian of order. All that remained of the revolution was disorder in Rome, Sardinia resentful though defeated, a radical government in Hungary apparently on the point of military collapse, and the German National Assembly in Frankfurt, still manufacturing plans for national unity, though without material force. Though it took longer than expected to complete the restoration of order, this was not from the strength of the revolutionary remnants. It was rather from conflicts between the guardians of order themselves. The new rulers of Europe were despotic, not conservative. Relying at home on military force, they thought in terms of force in foreign affairs, and, far from believing in any European order, drew new maps of Europe as wildly as any revolutionary. The only one still to feel any loyalty to Metternich's system was the ruler against whom it had been devised, the Tsar Nicholas, and he ended by regretting his belief. The changed spirit was shown most clearly in Louis Napoleon. He had been elected president with the support of the Party of Order, and his election was a defeat for the radicals and republicans. His foreign minister, Droindelhuis, had served Louis Philippe and had the Orleanist preference for a conservative alliance with Austria. In his view the disunity of Germany and Italy was in France's interest. He wrote in 1849, "French superiority rests on her national unity. Everything which promotes the division of the great races is useful for us." Louis Napoleon could never accept this creed. The end of 1848 order had been restored in the great was convinced that his uncle had fallen when he opposed the national will of Germany and Italy, and his mind ran over with vague schemes for redrawing the map of Europe. His name alone was a greater challenge to the Congress settlement than all the words of Lamartine's manifesto. Whatever other Frenchmen might argue, a Bonaparte could never accept the Congress of Vienna. If there was a stable point in his unstable mind, it was resentment against Austria, the country of Metternich and of stability. Louis Napoleon was neither a revolutionary nor a warmonger. He wished to accomplish a revolutionary foreign policy without calling on the spirit of revolution, and to remodel Europe without a war. Hence his favorite dream was a general congress of the great powers of Europe, which should settle every question in dispute by peaceful agreement. He was a mixture of idealist and conspirator, consistent only in one thing: he could never resist the temptation to speculate. He plunged in politics, as contemporary capitalists plunged in railway ventures. Though he hated war and feared its risks, in the last resort he always came down on the side of action. In this he supposed he was interpreting French sentiment. As he said to Hebner, the Austrian minister, "There is an urge for expansion in France which must be reckoned with." In reality the urge was within himself, hence all the contradictions of his policy. Though Louis Napoleon and the legitimate monarchies had opposite origins, there was a similarity in their aims and methods. Schwarzenberg and his colleagues, though ministers of a Habsburg emperor, were revolutionary in home affairs, more so indeed than Louis Napoleon, who had only to conserve the fruits of a revolution carried out 60 years before. Frederick William IV, though a Hohenzollern, had the same romantic cast of mind as Louis Napoleon, dreaming great things, shrinking from carrying them out, and in practical outcome very much of a conspirator. The events of 1848 had destroyed for good the stable fragility of Metternich's German Confederation. After 1848 both Prussia and Austria were on the make. Schwarzenberg was persuaded by Bruck, his Minister of Commerce, to promote the empire of 70 millions, by which the whole of the Austrian Empire should be united with the German Confederation. Then Austria would dominate Germany and, through Germany, Europe. Frederick William IV, on his side, was bewitched by the idea of a narrower and a wider German Confederation, the first, excluding all the Austrian lands, a real union under Prussia, the second a vague alliance with the Habsburg monarchy. Both projects were revolutionary, involving an upheaval in Germany, yet the rulers of Austria and Prussia strove to achieve them without appealing to German sentiment, that is, without using revolutionary means. For instance, the scheme for a narrower and a wider confederation had been launched by Gagern and the moderate liberals of Frankfurt, but Frederick William took it up only when it was presented to him in a romantic, conservative form by Radowitz, a Roman Catholic noble and his boyhood friend. The plans of Radowitz and Schwarzenberg both involved a destruction of the balance of power as it had been established at the Congress of Vienna. Germany, whether united under Austria or under Prussia, would be a more formidable neighbor to France than the impotent German Confederation. German strength might guarantee Austria's hold in Italy, might, even as the radicals of 1848 had demanded, grasp at Alsace. Since the German Confederation seemed beyond restoration, even the most conservative Frenchmen were tempted to play one rival against the other. In April 1849 Droindl said that France would welcome the aggrandizement of Prussia if this involved the destruction of the Holy Alliance. Yet the Holy Alliance, the union of the three northern courts, had given France more than 30 years of security on her eastern frontier. But the projected upheaval in Germany was not directed only against France. Both Bruck's and Gagern's plans were designed to make German influence supreme in the valley of the Danube, in the Balkans, and therefore ultimately at the Straits and in the Black Sea. Bruck's empire of 70 millions was intended as preliminary to a customs union which should embrace all Europe between the frontiers of France and Russia. Gagern said of his projects for German unity, in words that were endorsed by Radowitz, "It is not enough to warm ourselves at our own firesides. We want a unity that can incorporate, like satellites in our planetary system, all the peoples in the Danube basin who have neither ability nor claim to independence." All plans for German unity were essentially anti-Russian. The dilemma of Russia was that if, to defend herself against liberal plans for unity, she aided Schwarzenberg and Frederick William IV, this would promote the same plans in more ruthless form. One element in Germany hated these plans, had no desire to bar the way against Russia in the Near East and little desire to quarrel with France in Italy or even on the Rhine. This was the Prussian gentry, the Junkers, who supplied Prussia with its army officers, with many of its administrators and with some of its statesmen. The Junkers hated Austria and disliked German nationalism, they had strong links of class with Tsarist Russia and a common hostility to the Poles. In personal terms they regarded Radowitz as a foreigner and Frederick William IV as mentally unbalanced, which indeed he was. The struggle in Germany in 1849 and 1850 was therefore as much a struggle between Radowitz and the Junkers for the soul of Frederick William as a conflict between Prussia and Austria. The events of the early part of 1849 cleared the ground for the struggle over Germany. They demonstrated the principle, shown afresh after 1863, that once Poland, Italy, and the Near East were out of the way, all energy would go into the German question. Affairs in Italy were much in the nature of an epilogue. The danger of a French intervention had disappeared in September 1848 and was not renewed by the election of Louis Napoleon. His line was to play himself in, to establish his standing as a guardian of order and the status quo before revealing the conspirator beneath. The mediating powers, Great Britain and France, were pledged to promote a peace conference at Brussels between Sardinia and Austria, but Schwarzenberg would not authorize Austrian attendance at the conference, unless the mediating powers would commit themselves against any territorial changes. Both refused. Louis Napoleon, though hostile to Sardinian ambition, could not begin his public life by endorsing a frontier of 1815, besides, he could never renounce an opportunity of maneuver. Palmerston, though admitting that Austria could not be expected to surrender territory, would not make a declaration which would drive Sardinia to despair. The deadlock had much the same result. The Sardinian chamber was dominated by radical opinion, and in March 1849 Charles Albert was driven to renew the war against Austria. Within a week he was defeated at Novara and abdicated. Once more there were Italian appeals to Paris, once more rumors of French intervention. But revolutionary policy was over, and Bonapartist policy had not begun. Palmerston, more firmly restrained by the cabinet than in August 1848, refused to support any French action, and the French had no enthusiasm to act. Schwarzenberg, on his side, knew that he must respect the independence of Sardinia, in order to keep the French out of northern Italy. The peace negotiations turned therefore solely on the size of the indemnity which Sardinia should pay, and, after an occasional alarm, peace was made at Milan on August 6 on the basis of the status quo. Though Austria had triumphed, she received a setback in the moment of victory. Victor Emmanuel, who had succeeded to the Sardinian throne on his father's abdication, was certainly determined to subdue Sardinian radicalism. When the chamber refused to ratify the Treaty of Peace, he dissolved it, appealed to moderate opinion in the proclamation of Moncalieri and was rewarded by the election of a chamber which ratified the treaty in silence by 112 votes to 17. But Victor Emmanuel was not drawn into the Austrian system. A soldier and a man of action, not a dreamer like his father, he was humiliated by military defeat and meant to renew the war against Austria in more favorable circumstances. Hence, despite his authoritarian character, he maintained the constitution granted by his father and even favored the Sardinian liberals. In his way Victor Emmanuel too was one of the new realists, another who would pursue revolutionary aims while seeking to avoid revolutionary means. Italy produced one last strange outcome from the year of revolutions. Rome had turned against the Pope only in November 1848 and had become a republic, under triumvirs led by Mazzini, only in February 1849. With the second defeat of Sardinia, intervention against the Roman Republic was expected from Austria, from Naples, or even from Spain. The French government decided to anticipate these interventions by intervening itself. Its prime motive was undoubtedly to challenge the Austrian monopoly in Italy. As most of the ministers were former Orleanists, they supposed they were echoing the French occupation of Ancona in 1832. Louis Napoleon acquiesced in the decision of his government in a general spirit of speculation. It is impossible to know whether his original intention was to save the Republic or to restore the Pope. General Oudinot, with a detachment of the Army of the Alps, which had been originally designed to liberate northern Italy and later to protect the Republic of Venice, was dispatched to Roman territory. On April his forces clashed with the Republican troops led by Garibaldi. The first military action of revolutionary France after 34 years of apprehension was taken against a republic led and defended by idealists, and in favor of the most obscurantist tyranny in Europe. There was an outcry in the French National Assembly against this betrayal of republican principle, and a special representative, de Lesseps, was sent to negotiate with Mazzini. On May 31 they reached agreement, by which the Roman Republic accepted the protection of France. But Louis Napoleon had felt the humiliation to French arms, implied in the check at the gates of Rome, more deeply than the betrayal of republicanism, and besides, the elections to the new Legislative Assembly in France returned an anti-republican, clericalist majority. Reinforcements and orders for energetic action were sent to Oudinot. He repudiated de Lesseps's treaty and launched a full-scale attack which brought about the fall of the Roman Republic at the end of June. The result was most unwelcome to Louis Napoleon, despite the clericalist support which it brought him in France. His first action in foreign affairs had been to restore the temporal power of the Pope, against which he himself had conspired in 1831. He attempted to dissociate himself from the papal reaction by blaming his ministers and by publishing a letter of protest which he wrote to his adjutant Edgar Ney in August. It was useless to recommend lay administration and the Napoleonic Code, unless these could be enforced by threats, and Louis Napoleon could not use the threat to withdraw from Rome either now or afterwards. Louis Napoleon's Roman policy, throughout his reign, showed his methods at their worst, a revolutionary aim, in this case, the satisfying of Italian feeling over Rome, without the use of revolutionary means, that is, without a breach with the Pope. When one state is completely dependent on another, it is the weaker which can call the tune. It can threaten to collapse unless supported, and its protector has no answering threat to return. Louis Napoleon became and remained the prisoner of papal policy, and perhaps nothing did more to drive him towards adventure elsewhere than the self-reproach caused by the Roman blunder. A greater radical state than Rome was also reduced in the summer of 1849, and intervention on a greater scale followed the French example. In the preceding winter it had seemed that the Austrian army would make easy headway in Hungary, the last center of disaffection in the Habsburg monarchy. The hope was disappointed. In April 1849 the Austrian forces were once more expelled from Hungary, the Habsburgs were declared deposed, and Hungary became an independent state with Kossuth as governor. Hungary had tried to win the support of liberal Europe in the previous year, while still nominally part of the Austrian Empire. These appeals met with a friendly response only from the German National Assembly at Frankfurt, and in any case liberal Germany needed support from Hungary rather than being able to offer it. The appeals were now renewed under less favorable circumstances. France, which had failed to do anything for Poland or for Italy, and which was now engaged in suppressing the Roman Republic, could not be expected to act for a cause less known and more remote. Palmerston never varied from the doctrine that the preservation of the Austrian Empire was essential to the balance of power. All Kossuth secured was an alliance with the Republic of Venice, itself on the point of dissolution. Schwarzenberg, on the other hand, was able at last to display the Holy Alliance in action, though a Holy Alliance without Prussia. In May 1849 Prussia indeed offered her help against the Hungarian Revolution. There was a price attached that Austria should recognize Prussia's supremacy in the narrower Germany. Schwarzenberg was, however, concerned to restore Austrian greatness so that she could recover her place in Germany, not so that she should abdicate it. His negative response first showed the dual nature of Austro-Prussian relations. Despite their sympathy and common interests in European affairs, they were in ceaseless conflict within Germany. When Germany was tranquil, as before 1848, there was a genuine Austro-Prussian solidarity. When Germany was in turmoil, both powers put Europe and even their own international interests in the background. Even in the dangerous circumstances of May 1849, Schwarzenberg rejected an alliance with Prussia against the revolution, rather than yield anything to her German ambitions. There was a further, and decisive, factor. While Prussia demanded a price in Germany for her help, Russia did not demand a price in the Near East. The Tsar offered help against the revolution without conditions. The prime motive of this offer was undoubtedly conservative solidarity. The Tsar and his ministers had talked so much of their principles that they could scarcely avoid acting on them. Till now, they had been restrained by fear of provoking French action elsewhere. In Nesselrode's words, non-intervention had been the price which Russia had had to pay in order to keep France neutral. The French intervention at Rome belatedly freed Russian hands. The fates of Italy and Hungary were, as often, intertwined. Nicholas I recognized the French Republic on May 8, the day on which he announced his intervention in Hungary. Of course there were practical considerations behind Russia's action. The greatest of these was apprehension for Poland. Many Polish exiles were fighting in the Hungarian army, and its two best generals were Poles. If the Hungarians were victorious, the revolution would spread at least to Galicia, Austria's share of Poland, and the whole Polish question would soon be reopened. There was apprehension, too, for Russian interests in Turkey. The Russians did not wish the revolutionary example to spread from Hungary to the Danubian principalities, Moldavia and Wallachia. In July 1848 Russian troops had occupied these two principalities, on the first stirrings of a revolutionary movement there, and on May 1, 1849, at the moment of intervening in Hungary, Russia concluded a treaty with Turkey, providing for a joint occupation of the principalities until order was restored. Thus Russian action in Hungary was designed to protect her interests at the mouth of the Danube, and Russian troops remained in the principalities until the beginning of 1851. More generally still, the Russians acted in order to preserve Austria as a great power and so to restore the balance in Germany. This was not a Russian option for Austria. The object was to restore the German balance, not to overthrow it. On April 28, as an essential part of the diplomatic preparations for intervening in Hungary, Nicholas wrote to Frederick William IV, promising him support against the German radicals, on condition that he withdrew altogether from the Schleswig affair. And at the same time Nesselrode insisted to Schwarzenberg on the need for Austrian cooperation with Prussia. Russia was equally opposed to the Austrian and the Prussian plans for uniting Germany. She alone wished to see restored the system of Metternich. This judgment sprang primarily from anxiety over Poland and from the natural dislike of having a mighty neighbor. So far as the Near East was concerned, the Russians rather casually assumed that Austria would be too weak and too dependent on them to bar the way against Russian plans, if indeed these ever matured. No doubt the Russians counted vaguely on Austrian gratitude, though in international affairs there is no way by which a power can assure future reward in exchange for a present service. Later, in 1854, when the Eastern question dominated the European scene, Russia was held to have committed a supreme blunder in restoring Austria, the principal obstacle to her success. The judgment posed a false choice. The alternative to supporting Habsburg absolutism was a great national Hungary and, probably, a great national Germany, not the disintegration of the Austrian Empire into impotent fragments. In the Crimean War Austria repaid Russia with a malevolent neutrality. In 1878, when the defeat of Kossuth had been undone and when Andrassy, Kossuth's associate, directed Habsburg policy, Austria-Hungary threatened war, and in 1914, when German and Hungarian nationalism were supreme in Central Europe, Russia had to fight a war for existence, a war repeated under still less favorable circumstances in 1941. Still, these were distant calculations. The Russian rulers, like the statesmen of other countries, judged according to the moment, not in terms of far-fetched schemes. In 1849 they thought only of Poland and Germany, With their troops actually in the principalities, they were not likely to worry about the future of the Eastern question. On the other hand, Palmerston, to whom Poland meant nothing and Germany very little, thought of Austria and Russia exclusively in terms of the Near East, and it is therefore not surprising that, despite his liberal principles, he welcomed Russia's action in restoring Austria as a great power. His motives are obvious, and it is certainly not necessary to argue that he was a hypocrite who secretly favored the victory of reaction, or even, more crudely, that he was in Russian pay. The Russian forces entered Hungary in May. They were completely successful by the middle of August. Kossuth and his principal supporters escaped to Turkey. The intervention had been carried through without any difficulties from the Western powers, and the Russians could congratulate themselves that they had restored the system of the Holy Alliance without provoking a new liberal alliance in return. This success was ruined by a Russian blunder, itself caused by an echo from Poland, always Russia's blind spot. Nicholas had preached clemency for the defeated Hungarians and much resented the Austrian measures of repression. But among the refugees in Turkey were 4 outstanding Poles. On September 6, 1849, the Tsar demanded the extradition of the 4 Polish generals. Austria followed suit by demanding the extradition of 4,000 Hungarians. When the demands were refused, the Russian and Austrian ambassadors broke off relations. The Eastern question seemed to be reopened. The Turks played the crisis with their customary adroitness. On the one hand, they appealed for support to Stratford Canning and to General Oppic, the French ambassador, and they were not disappointed. On the other hand, they secretly appealed to the Tsar by dispatching a special envoy, Fuad Effendi, long a Russian favorite. Here, too, they were not disappointed. Nicholas had recovered from his anti-Polish outburst. Instead, he was infuriated by the Austrian execution on October 6 of 13 Hungarian generals, most of whom had surrendered to the Russian army. On October 16, Fuad and Nesselrode reached an amicable conclusion. Austria, deserted by Russia, had to give way in her turn. But meanwhile, both Great Britain and France had been forced into action. On September 29, when Stratford Canning's appeal reached London, Palmerston wrote to Lord John Russell, "With a little manly firmness we shall successfully get through this matter." After his Italian experiences, Palmerston was afraid that the broad brims of the cabinet would restrain him, but for once the cabinet agreed on action. Liberal sympathy with the refugees combined with apprehension over the Near East to overcome pacificism and timidity. On October 6 the Mediterranean fleet was instructed to proceed to the neighborhood of the Dardanelles. Even more important was the response from France. In June, Louis Napoleon had escaped from the control of the Party of Order, who had won the elections, by calling in some of the moderate Republicans, who had lost it. Among these, Alexis de Tocqueville had become foreign minister. Like many daring thinkers, Tocqueville was timid when it came to action. He had diagnosed the decline of France and perhaps exaggerated it. At any rate, he was the first Frenchman to advocate that a great united Germany should be built up to protect France against Russia, a view so gloomy that it won acceptance in France only in 1942. Besides, Tocqueville was resentful that Palmerston had refused to respond to a hysterical proposal for supporting Sardinia which Tocqueville had made, from anxiety and inexperience, in July. Tocqueville therefore proposed to refuse to cooperate with the British in the Near East, and he supported his refusal with an argument which was later often employed against any determined action by France as a great power: England would risk her fleet, we our existence. But when he arrived at the Council of Ministers, he found that Louis Napoleon had made up his mind and that the order to the French Mediterranean fleet had already gone. The Anglo-French alliance of the Crimean War was born in October 1849. The decision revealed Louis Napoleon's character. Schwarzenberg might talk of their common interest in restoring order, Nicholas I of his sympathy for the Republic. These were gestures, mere words. Great Britain offered action, and only action could overthrow the settlement of the Congress of Vienna. Though British interest in action was confined to the Near East, as events were to show, an Anglo-French alliance cemented there would free Louis Napoleon's hands for action elsewhere. Russian restlessness in the Near East, or rather suspicion of this restlessness, opened the door to a general reconstruction of Europe. The Near Eastern crisis of October 1849 was short-lived. Nicholas had already withdrawn his demands on Turkey before the British and French fleets moved. Though he had had unofficial warning of the Anglo-French action, he could claim to have yielded spontaneously from generosity. In more ways than one, the crisis ended in Russia's favor. On November 1, Admiral Parker, commanding the British squadron, entered the Dardanelles, under stress of weather, for shelter. Though he did not pass the straits, this was a forced interpretation of the Convention of 1841. Palmerston at once apologized, in order not to set a precedent by which the Russian fleet, always near at hand, might enter the Bosphorus, and Nesselrode regarded the sealing of the Dardanelles as a triumph. Moreover, in November, during the crisis, the Turks proposed a formal defensive alliance with Great Britain. Palmerston refused. Turkey, he believed, must build up her own strength, if she was to merit foreign aid. Besides, he still had faith in Nicholas's professions of conservative principle. At the end of 1849, Bloomfield, British ambassador in Russia, wrote, "I think we may reasonably expect that at all events during the reign of the Emperor Nicholas no attempt will be made by Russia to subvert the Ottoman Empire." Finally, an impulsive action by Palmerston disrupted the growing Anglo-French alliance and almost put a Franco-Russian alliance in its place. In January 1850, Admiral Parker, on his way back from the Dardanelles, called in at Athens to enforce the dubious claims of a British subject, Don Pacifico. Greece appealed to France and Russia, the two other protecting powers. Palmerston behaved impatiently, and his representative in Athens even more so. The Russians wisely left France to take the lead, and when Palmerston refused French mediation, Droindelhuis, at this time French ambassador, was withdrawn from London. By the time the sordid business was settled, not much was left of the alliance of the liberal powers. It was Germany, however, which seemed to show Russian security and predominance at its greatest. Prussia had wasted the opportunity of Austrian distractions in Italy and Hungary. Frederick William was all along the determining factor in Prussian policy, and his determination was contradictory. He wanted a united Germany, with himself at its head, and he wanted this with Austrian agreement. His impossible dream was that Austria should abdicate voluntarily, sooner than give up the dream he would give up the reality. Thus, one of his reasons for breaking with his liberal ministers in November 1848 was their proposal to support Sardinian claims against Austria in the abortive conference at Brussels, yet in essence Prussia and Sardinia had similar aims. Again in April 1849, he refused the German crown when it was offered to him by the Frankfurt Parliament, yet immediately afterwards tried to obtain it by the free agreement of the German princes. In May 1849 the German princes, threatened by radical revolts, would have agreed to anything. Radowitz took on the task of achieving German unity on a conservative basis. He drafted a German constitution and concluded the alliance of the three kings with Hanover and Saxony. This, like all later attempts at unification by agreement, was nullified by a reserve. Saxony and Hanover insisted that negotiations must begin anew if agreement could not be reached with Bavaria and Austria. Still worse, Prussia drifted once more into the affair of the Elbe duchies. In March 1849 the Danes had denounced the armistice and renewed the war. Prussia was in an absurd position in that, though trying to stand aside, there was a Prussian contingent with the federal forces and that these forces were commanded by a Prussian general. Both Russia and Great Britain renewed their pressure on Prussia by sending a fleet to Danish waters, Great Britain by the threat to stand aside if Prussia were attacked by Russia and France. Both threats were empty. The Tsar did not intend to drive Frederick William blindly into the arms of the German party, in any case his forces were fully absorbed by the intervention in Hungary. France was taken up with the intervention in Rome, and her government was far too unstable to be an attractive ally for Russia or even for Great Britain. but once again Russian disapproval was too much for Frederick William. Prussia gave way and signed a further armistice, still more favorable to the Danes, on July 10, 1849. Prussia had been again discredited in German eyes. Moreover, Palmerston was permanently estranged. Though he recognized that Germany under Prussia would be the best solution and a solid barrier between the great powers of the continent, he was indignant at Frederick William's behavior. Instead of going against British interests in Schleswig, Prussia ought to have united Germany on a liberal basis. By August 1849, when Hungary was subdued, Prussia had missed her chance. Schwarzenberg would have liked to move against her at once, but he was uncertain of Russia and even of Francis Joseph, who had a family meeting with Frederick William at Teplitz, on September 9. He therefore offered a compromise by which Austria and Prussia should jointly administer the German Confederation until May 1, 1850, and Bernstorff, the Prussian minister at Vienna, accepted this interim on his own initiative on September 30. Bernstorff supposed that Schwarzenberg had agreed to the decisive hegemony of Prussia in northern and central Germany. In reality, Schwarzenberg had merely postponed the struggle until a more favorable moment, the first of many occasions on which one side or the other papered over the cracks. Prussian policy continued to follow Bernstorff's delusion. Radowitz developed the limited union under Prussia. He forced a constitution through the Union Parliament at Erfurt, and in May 1850 held a grandiose, though futile, Congress of German princes at Berlin. Schwarzenberg answered, when the interim ran out, by proposing to summon the old Federal Diet at Frankfurt. Once more the Tsar was called in. At the end of May 1850 Prince William of Prussia and Schwarzenberg both visited Nicholas at Warsaw. Nicholas repeated his former themes: instead of quarreling, Austria and Prussia should repudiate their constitutions and unite against the revolution. Prussia should make peace with Denmark. He would support whichever was attacked. Moreover, the aggressor is not always the one who attacks, but the one who causes the quarrel, and he would favor whichever power was nearest to the treaties. Since Schwarzenberg had never operated the Austrian Constitution of March 1849, and now meant to repudiate it, he had the best of the argument. Nicholas even said that he would have no objection to the empire of 70 millions, if Prussia agreed to it. Still, this was not an option for Austria. It was the old insistence on compromise. Prussia so far followed the Tsar's advice as to make peace with Denmark on July 2. Schwarzenberg, on his side, produced a plausible compromise. He would divide Germany with Prussia, on condition Frederick William abandoned the Erfurt Union and destroyed the Prussian constitution. This was probably little more than conservative window dressing to please the Tsar. At this very time Schwarzenberg asked the Tsar's permission to annex the county of Glatz and is said to have been furious when it was refused. Much as Frederick William disliked the Prussian constitution, he would not renounce it on Austrian bidding. The decisive crisis seemed to be approaching. The underlying issue was, of course, whether Austria or Prussia should dominate Germany. The occasion was given by Holstein and by Hesse, the one a point of some importance, the other a trumpery quarrel. The Elbe duchies had continued to resist the Danes, even when abandoned by Prussia. When Schleswig was finally reduced, resistance continued in Holstein. The Danes played the German Confederation against the Germans of Holstein, that is, since Holstein was a member of the German Confederation, the King of Denmark asked for a federal execution against his rebellious subjects. Austria had revived the German Confederation. Prussia stood aloof from it, therefore federal execution would mean Austrian troops in North Germany, very much Prussia's sphere of interest. Hesse was a simpler matter, one of the usual German squabbles between a petty prince and his estates. The elector had been a member of the Prussian Union, but had slipped over to the Confederation and asked also for federal execution. Apart from the conflict of authorities, this touched Prussia on a sensitive point, for the Prussian military road, connecting Rhenish Prussia with the rest of the kingdom, ran through Hesse. Both sides made gestures of war. On September 26, 1850, Radowitz, the only man who believed wholeheartedly in the line that Prussia had followed, became Prussian foreign Minister. On October 12 Schwarzenberg concluded a war alliance with the kings of Bavaria and Württemberg. In July 1850 the three great powers outside Germany, France, Great Britain, and Russia had signed a protocol, recognizing the Danish rule of inheritance in the duchies. Prussia estranged all three by her equivocal policy. This might not have been decisive, if Frederick William had been willing to maneuver between the powers. Certainly Louis Napoleon was eager enough to promote trouble in Germany. As early as November 1849 he had suggested to the Tsar that Russia should turn her back on Germany and concentrate on the Near East, her real center of interest. Russia might have Constantinople, Great Britain would content herself with Egypt, and France would find compensation on the Rhine. As the Tsar did not respond favorably, Louis Napoleon tried Prussia. In January 1850 he sent his personal friend and fellow conspirator, Persigny, to Berlin. Persigny was well described as traveling in imperialism. He spoke approvingly of Prussia's revolutionary course and hinted at French support in exchange for territory on the Rhine. Later, in June, Louis Napoleon himself told Hatzfeld, the Prussian minister, that it would be impossible for France to stay neutral if Russia intervened and that he would support whichever German power offered him the most. He too pointed at the Bavarian Palatinate. He received the answer that was to be so often repeated: Prussia could not win the leadership of Germany at the price of surrendering German territory to France. Schwarzenberg was less scrupulous. He told the French representative that he would have no objection to surrendering Rhenish Prussia to France in exchange for an agreement over German affairs. Perhaps Schwarzenberg, like Bismarck later, believed in playing on Louis Napoleon's greed, but his hint showed a reality Austria was in truth more indifferent to German opinion. Louis Napoleon did not respond to Austria's offer. When he aspired to a revolutionary policy, he had to make it with a revolutionary power. This was exactly the role which Frederick William rejected. In his own dithyrambic words, "I shall never use revolutionary means, never make an alliance with France or Sardinia, never associate with Reds or Gothas, with murderers of kings and makers of emperors." Here was the dilemma: so far as French politicians did not come under Frederick William's elegant description, they had no interest in supporting Prussian expansion. In October 1850 French conservative diplomats were concentrating on Holstein, in order to restore good relations with Great Britain, shaken by the Greek affair. Droindelhuis in London even proposed a triple alliance of France, Russia, and Great Britain to restore order in Holstein, a proposal evaded, though for different reasons, both by Palmerston and by the Tsar. Thus, partly from force of circumstance, partly from lack of will, Prussia remained isolated, and the more vulnerable in that the policy of Radowitz was repugnant to the majority of Prussian ministers. Once more there was an appeal to the Tsar. Schwarzenberg went to Warsaw in order to obtain a free hand against Prussia. Brandenburg, the Prussian prime minister, went to accept belatedly Schwarzenberg's offer of July, parity in Germany, in exchange for Prussia's adopting the reactionary course. This was not a surrender on Brandenburg's part. Conservative though proud, he was anxious for foreign help in order to rescue Frederick William from his infatuation with Radowitz. The opportunity had passed, if it had ever existed. What tipped the scale was a report that Radowitz had threatened war if federal troops entered Hesse. In the Tsar's eyes, this was the act of aggression against which he had promised to take sides. On October 28 Nesselrode and Schwarzenberg agreed, by an exchange of notes, that Russia would give Austria moral support if Prussia opposed federal execution in Hesse, and that she would regard Prussian resistance in Holstein as a casus belli for herself. To the end, Prussia's position was bedeviled by her equivocations over the Elbe duchies. Brandenburg returned to Berlin. On November 2 the Prussian Council of Ministers, following his lead, decided by a majority to give way and to negotiate further with Austria. Radowitz resigned, and, on the sudden death of Brandenburg, Manteuffel, who was at once more conservative and more timid, was put in charge of foreign affairs. The decision was determined essentially by the lack of conviction, which had all along confused Prussian policy, This confusion was now hidden under excuses of weakness. But Prince William, who understood military affairs, insisted that Prussia was the stronger, and this opinion was shared by the Russian generals who had seen the Austrian army engaged in Hungary. Paskievich, the Russian commander-in-chief, even believed that Prussia would be a match for Russia and Austria combined. All reports agree that there was enthusiasm for war in Prussia, none in Austria. This very fact made the war repugnant to Frederick William and his ministers. It was irrelevant that the Prussian army was superior in number and perhaps in fighting quality to that of Austria and her associates. What was lacking in Berlin was the fighting will. Yet, having decided to surrender, Frederick William and his ministers wanted that impossibility, a surrender with honor. On November 6 the Prussian army was mobilized. 2 days later 4 Austrian soldiers were wounded, and a Prussian horse killed, at Bronzell in Hesse. It was the first time Austria and Prussia had exchanged shots since 1778. Radowitz was sent to London, more to console him than with any serious purpose. He was empowered to offer the British government reductions in the Zollverein tariff in exchange for an alliance, certainly a crude appeal to British materialism. Radowitz had, of course, no success. He found the British ministers impatient over Holstein, and the more liberal of them angry that Frederick William had not led the constitutional movement in Germany. Palmerston said that he would not cooperate with Prussia unless France made a third in view of the French attitude, no doubt merely an adroit excuse. For on November 12 Louis Napoleon opened the French Legislative Assembly with a presidential message that France would remain neutral in German affairs unless the treaties of 1815 were threatened. Strange condition in the mouth of a Bonaparte. It was little consolation against this that Louis Napoleon prompted anonymous newspaper articles in favor of Prussia. Though the Liberal Alliance did nothing to stiffen Prussia, it was not altogether fruitless. Apprehension of it helped to force Schwarzenberg towards compromise. Moreover, the movement of French troops in Alsace, slight as it was, inspired Frederick William with the idea of a conservative crusade against France, and thus gave him a rival enthusiasm to the admiration for Radowitz, which still lurked in his mind. The way was clear for Manteuffel's policy of surrender. He urged a personal meeting on Schwarzenberg, and on November 27 Schwarzenberg accepted. The outcome of the meeting was the agreement of Olomouc on November 29. Peaceful solution is said, on doubtful authority, to have been forced on Schwarzenberg by the young Emperor Francis Joseph. It is more significant that Meyendorff, now Russian ambassador at Vienna, attended the meeting and composed a commemorative plaque for the house in which it took place. The essence of Russian policy had been an insistence that both Austria and Prussia should return to the treaty settlement of 1815, and once Prussia was prepared to give way, Austria would have become the aggressor if she had demanded more. In fact, Frederick William's subservient letters had already alarmed the Tsar that Prussia might destroy the German balance by giving way too much. In any case, Schwarzenberg had all along been more concerned to defeat Prussia's projects in Germany than to promote Austrian ones, which were those of the ex-radicals in his ministry rather than his own. The agreement of Olomouc was therefore purely negative. Prussia gave up the Erfurt Union, agreed to federal execution in Hesse and ultimately in Holstein, and returned to the old confederation. The plans for including the entire Austrian Empire were left to free conferences at Dresden. This was a return without enthusiasm or belief to the old order. Prussia had accepted without war the conditions which it took Austria 2 campaigns to force upon Sardinia. If, following the Sardinian pattern, Frederick William had abdicated, his brother William would no doubt have taken the path of military resentment and perhaps even of liberalism. As it was, Frederick William spent the rest of his reign repenting the sins that led to Olomouc, not the humiliation that took place there. The limits of Austria's success were shown in the new year when the Conference on German Affairs met at Dresden. Prussia would not agree to the incorporation of all Austria in the Confederation, and she was supported by the smaller states. It was useless this time for Schwarzenberg to appeal to the Tsar. Though Nicholas was prepared to accept anything on which Austria and Prussia agreed, he would not dictate agreement. Firm protest against modifying the settlement of 1815 came from France, a protest seconded by Great Britain. Louis Napoleon even sent a special envoy to St. Petersburg to enlist Russian support. Once more Nicholas took the conciliatory line. Though he would not join the French protest, he was annoyed at the Anglo-French cooperation which Austrian policy had provoked and warned Schwarzenberg that he must not count on Russian support if France went to war. In March 1851 Manteuffel discovered an acceptable compromise. Prussia was anxious to cooperate with Austria in European affairs, though determined not to yield anything off her German position. Hence, while refusing the inclusion of the Austrian Empire in Germany, Manteuffel proposed a secret alliance which should guarantee the whole of Austrian territory. After some delay, Schwarzenberg accepted. The project of including the empire in the German Confederation was primarily a matter of domestic politics, to display that Austria was entirely a German state, and Schwarzenberg did not trouble much about these internal questions. The Austro-Prussian alliance, signed on May 16, was essentially an alliance against the revolution. Frederick William even wished to include in the preamble that it was directed against the danger of new convulsions in France and against the general upheaval which may be brought about by the not improbable attempts of the Revolutionary Party throughout Europe. Schwarzenberg did not favor this reflection on Louis Napoleon's stability, and the alliance was concluded in general terms, to last 3 years. Though it sprang from Prussian initiative, the alliance was sheer gain for Austria. The revolution disturbed Frederick William's conscience, it threatened Austria's existence. In practical terms the alliance was simply a Prussian guarantee of Austria's territory in Italy. Austria was incapable of providing a similar guarantee for Prussian territory on the Rhine, even if Prussia had required one. The alliance sprang from concrete need on the one side, from emotional principle on the other, always a shaky basis for international cooperation. Even Frederick William recognized this when he limited the alliance to 3 years. By then he would have atoned for his revolutionary sins, and his conscience would be clear. The Austro-Prussian alliance seemed a revival of the Holy Alliance, more effective than the original. It was a revival with a difference. Nicholas refused to make a third in the alliance, so as not to provoke a Western alliance in return. He would not even agree to a meeting of the 3 rulers. In his own words, he would not repeat the blunder of Mönchengrätz in 1833, which had provoked Palmerston's quadruple alliance of 1834. Thus Nicholas carried a stage farther the attitude which he had taken up at the outbreak of the revolutions of 1848, though he welcomed Austria and Prussia as a buffer against France, he would not go to their assistance. Besides, the abject failure of the Polish movement seemed to give Russia unchecked freedom of action. There was no need for her to join a revived Holy Alliance against a danger which had proved so trivial. All that remained of Mönchengrätz, so far as Russia was concerned, was the promise not to disturb the status quo in the Near East, and this promise had been the counterpart for help in Poland which was no longer required. Nicholas and his advisers had no conscious or defined aims in the Near East. They merely assumed that the situation had changed radically in their favor. The revolution had been defeated, the Austro-Prussian alliance checked France in Italy, yet Austria, on her side, was checked by the danger from the revolution and from France. The new balance seemed to work exclusively for Russia. The powers of Europe cancelled each other out, and Russia was left with a free hand in the Near East. Certainly Nicholas assumed that he would have to bargain either with France or with Great Britain. A principal factor in his remaining out of the Austro-Prussian alliance was his conviction that he could do business with Louis Napoleon. But Nicholas assumed that he would bargain from strength. For him, as for everyone else, the overriding impression of the years of revolution had been Russian power. It never occurred to him, nor indeed to anyone else, that before the 3 years of the Austro-Prussian alliance ran out it would be Russia which needed protection, and that Nicholas would be left regretting the vanished union of the 3 northern courts. 1851 was the year of peace in Europe, symbolized by the Great Exhibition in London. English radicals attributed this peace to the triumphs of industrialism. in reality it rested on the revived Holy Alliance. The crowds which went to the Crystal Palace cheered Kossuth later in the year. They did not appreciate the connection. It was because Kossuth was in exile that the great exhibition could be held. Every trouble seemed to be dying away. In Germany, a federal execution imposed the Elector of Hesse on his subjects, and the Diet, after some fumbling, devised a meaningless constitution. Danish authority was reasserted in Holstein. In June 1851 Nesselrode settled the question of the succession with the Danes, and this solution was accepted by the great powers in the London Protocol of May 1852. Austria and Prussia cooperated somewhat grudgingly at the Federal Diet. Nesselrode remarked complacently of Bismarck and Thun, the Prussian and Austrian representatives, "The good God certainly did not create these two men to solve the German question." In December 1851 Louis Napoleon destroyed the Republican Constitution and established himself as dictator. At the end of December the stillborn Austrian Constitution was formally revoked. Early in 1852 the Whig government in England gave place to a Tory government under Derby, with Malmesbury as Foreign Secretary. Reaction seemed to have triumphed, peace to be more secure than it had been for many years. The only anxiety was the shadow of the Second Empire. Louis Napoleon could not remain content with the position of Prince President, and once he became emperor he would not remain content with the existing settlement of Europe. He himself said to Cowley, the British ambassador, "I have every intention of observing these treaties, but you should recollect how galling they are to France." And Nesselrode warned the Tsar that a dangerous time was approaching. Napoleon's absence of principles makes it impossible to establish true relations of confidence, makes vigilance a law and puts Europe perpetually on the alert. It is peace, but armed peace with all its expenses and uncertainty. Only the union of the great powers is capable of maintaining it. Still, this improved Russia's position. A solidarity against France was necessarily a solidarity in Russia's favor. A real French effort against the treaties of 1815 must mean French action on the Rhine, and the threat of this made Prussia and Austria dependent on Russian support. In March 1852, only 3 months after the coup d'état, the independence of Belgium seemed to be threatened. Louis Napoleon found plenty to complain of in the Belgian press, and Bonapartist publicists were already airing the idea of a Zollverein with Belgium, if not of political union. The Russians saw a chance to improve their standing with the British, and pushed in officiously, assuring Malmesbury in April 1852 that they would send 60,000 men to defend Belgian independence. Malmesbury, timid and inexperienced, welcomed the offer, and the Russians supposed that they had consolidated the union of the four great powers. They underrated the cleverness of Louis Napoleon, as in domestic affairs, he would destroy the conservative union against him by sap, not by storm. Though inferior to his uncle in almost every way, he had one essential quality which the great Napoleon lacked: he had infinite patience. The Russians misunderstood, too, the spirit of British policy. Unless the Bonapartist danger actually matured into action, the very name and existence of Napoleon made it more conciliatory, more anxious to stand well with France, than it had been in the days of the Pacific Louis Philippe. Russian confidence was also improved by the death of Schwarzenberg in April 1852. Schwarzenberg had persisted in remaining on good terms with Louis Napoleon even after the coup d'état, ostensibly in order to keep France on the counter-revolutionary course, really in order to shake himself free of Russia. Bohl, who succeeded Schwarzenberg, lacked daring for this policy and proposed that the powers should demand from Louis Napoleon a guarantee of his peaceful intentions before recognizing the empire when it came. This suited the Russians, who accepted the proposal on May 13, and Frederick William IV followed with conservative zeal on May 22. The British would not join. Even a Tory government, even Malmesbury, saw the folly of demanding guarantees which would be either refused or else ineffective. As Queen Victoria wrote, "We have no means of making Louis Napoleon say what he will not." When in October Louis Napoleon made his famous declaration at Bordeaux, mistrustful people say, "The empire means war," but I say, The empire means peace. The British took the line that this was guarantee enough. All that remained of the conservative alliance was a protocol, signed by the four great powers on December 3, 1852, they noted Napoleon's Pacific Declaration and promised each other to favor the territorial status quo in the future as they had done in the past. Even this superficial unity did not survive the actual recognition. The British, though they had raised the first qualms against the IIT of the title, recognized the new emperor immediately and without reserves. Bole meanwhile had taken fright at the prospect of a Franco-Russian reconciliation, engineered by the British, at Austria's expense. To ward off this imaginary danger, he stirred up the Tsar's legitimist principles and proposed that Napoleon III should be greeted only as friend, not as brother. The appeal worked. The Tsar noted, "Brother, this relationship does not exist between us and Napoleon." Though Frederick William IV was in great alarm at the revolution incarnate, fear drove him in the other direction. He was resolved not to provoke Napoleon by denying him the title of brother. When Bole learnt this, he also lost his nerve. He could not let Prussia get ahead in the competition for Napoleon's favor. Hence, when it came to the point, only the Russian ambassador greeted Napoleon III as friend. Some of Napoleon's radical advisers, in particular Persigny, wanted to seize the opportunity for a breach with Russia, but Napoleon would not start his reign with a purely personal quarrel and passed off the Russian gesture with the adroit remark, "God gives us our brothers, we choose our friends." All the same, Bole had got his way. There was a coolness between the rulers of Russia and of France. It was, however, more important and more significant that the solidarity of the three northern courts had dissolved at the first whiff of the French Empire. In fact, the muddle over the form of address symbolized the approaching end of the Holy Alliance and especially of the conservative partnership between Russia and Austria, on which the security of both empires depended. For, by the end of 1852, real trouble was approaching in the Near East. Louis Napoleon, in his endless search for prestige, had earlier hit on the idea of backing the claims of the Latin monks for control of the holy places. This had the additional advantage of pleasing his clerical supporters in France. The Tsar's prestige was challenged. He was much more genuinely the head of the Greek Church than Louis Napoleon was the protector of the Latins. A period of political auction followed, each side bidding by threats. The Turks, in their usual manner, tried to cheat both sides. Throughout 1851 they made concessions to the Latins and then secretly contradicted these to the Greeks. In April 1852 the French ambassador returned to Constantinople on the Charlemagne, a 90-gun screw-driven ship, and insisted on its sailing through the Dardanelles. In July a French squadron threatened to bombard Tripoli. The Turks came to the conclusion that a French fleet would beat a Russian fleet even united with a Turkish one. They gave the practical decision over the holy places to the Latins, and this was known all over the Near East by the end of 1852. The French success was not merely a challenge to the Tsar's religious prestige, it threatened the basis of Russia's policy towards Turkey. However much the Russians might talk about the coming collapse and partition of the Turkish Empire, their practical policy for the past 20 years had been the maintenance of the Ottoman Empire as a buffer state securing the Black Sea. The essential condition of this policy was that Turkey should fear Russia more than any other power. Now the Turks had shown that they feared France more than Russia, and the Russians had an immediate vision of a French fleet in the Black Sea. The Tsar would have reacted, no doubt, to such a challenge from any great power, but he would not have reacted so violently if the challenge had not come from France. After all, he had tolerated a pretty strong British influence at Constantinople in the preceding decade. In his eyes the struggle between France and Russia was merely a cover for the far greater struggle between conservatism and the revolution. So long as Russia was herself invulnerable, she could sustain the cause of monarchy in Europe. If her Black Sea flank was open, the revolution might triumph in Germany and Italy. When the Tsar flung himself into the Turkish conflict, he genuinely supposed that he was serving a European cause as well as his own. He also supposed that this European cause would make his victory easier and more certain. Nesselrode warned him that neither England nor Austria would support Russia in a war against France, but Nicholas thought that he could deal with France so long as the others stayed neutral, and he was confident of their neutrality. In December 1852 a coalition ministry had been formed in England under Lord Aberdeen, and he was not merely the man who had listened favorably to the Tsar's plans for partitioning Turkey in 1844. Much more important, he was terrified of French aggression and of French power. Nicholas, who prided himself on his gifts in diplomacy, thought to give the British even greater security by renewing the talk of partition. This was to assure them that their interests would be protected even if the Ottoman Empire collapsed. In January 1853 Nicholas aired his ideas of partition to the British ambassador, Seymour, the Danubian principalities to be under Russian protection, Constantinople to be a free city, the British to take Egypt and, if they wished, Crete. Of course Nicholas was not being perfectly honest in these proposals. It is impossible to be so, when speculating in the void about the future. He said nothing about the share he meant to give Austria, nor about his plan for a Russian garrison at the Bosphorus and an Austrian garrison at the Dardanelles. More important, in a private plan that he scribbled down at the same time, he proposed to give Crete to France. Still, these details were not important. The British government rejected the offer as meaningless, not because it was inadequate. In Nesselrode's words, it was a principle of British policy never to take engagements for a more or less uncertain future, but to await the event in order to decide what line to adopt. Nor did the Tsar take the British reply as a rebuff. He had not intended a concrete immediate plan, therefore there was nothing to reject. He genuinely supposed that he had increased British confidence in himself. On the outbreak of war in the following year the Seymour Conversations were published by the British government, together with the partition plan of 1844, and the myth was then established that Russia was aiming at the dismemberment of the Turkish Empire. This was not the case. Whatever distant plans the Tsar might form, the practical object of Russian policy at the beginning of 1853 was to restore at Constantinople the predominant influence which had been lost by the French success over the holy places. The Tsar did not trouble to calm Austria with similar projects of partition. He supposed that Austria was dependent on him already. Besides, in January 1853, Austria set the pace at Constantinople for a Russian intervention. A Turkish army was threatening to invade Montenegro. Austria could not allow this, for fear of the effect on her own South Slav subjects. Count Leiningen was therefore sent to Constantinople with a 10-day ultimatum that the conflict with Montenegro be brought to an end. The Turks saw other, graver troubles approaching. Also, they could acknowledge Austrian interest in Montenegro without accepting, as a consequence, any general protectorate over their Christian subjects. Austria did not threaten the independent existence of the Ottoman Empire. The Turks could safely give way. The Tsar saw only the precedent. He promised Francis Joseph full support in case of war against Turkey, and prepared to repeat Austria's success on a greater scale. A special mission was sent to Constantinople at the end of February 1853. The envoy was Prince Menshikov, chosen as a pure Russian in order to convince Russian opinion of the Tsar's genuine concern for the holy places. A conflict of prestige with France had, in fact, to be tied up with religious sentiment before it could appeal to an orthodox and obscurantist public indifferent to the danger from the revolution. Menshikov was not merely to undo the French victory over the holy places, he was to achieve a more general and more striking success. After some fumbling, the Russian diplomats hit on the idea of enforcing Russia's protectorate over the Orthodox peoples of Turkey, a claim allegedly based on the Treaty of Küçükçayırcı, signed in 1774. As usual, the Tsar did not know what was in the treaty that he was seeking to enforce. He explained later that his conduct would have been different but for the error into which he had been led. Point 2 Even Nesselrode did not look carefully at the Treaty of 1774, though some of the Russian diplomats knew that they were running a forced claim. These technicalities were of little moment. The Tsar wanted a victory of prestige over the Turks, and the religious protectorate was the first idea that came to hand. If the Turks did not like this, Menshikov was to offer them an alliance against France, an alternative equally unwelcome. Menshikov supposed that he would easily carry the day with a show of force. There were rumors of mobilization in southern Russia and a flamboyant review of the Russian fleet at Sebastopol. Menshikov's first demand was for the dismissal of Fuad, the man who had given the Latins the keys of the holy places. This put Rose, the British charge d'affaires, in a panic. He telegraphed direct to Malta asking that the fleet be sent to Constantinople. The British admiral passed the appeal on to London, and there a group of ministers, who were to become the inner cabinet of the Crimean War, decided not to respond to Rose's call. Only Aberdeen was ready to stomach any Russian demand. The others relied on the Tsar's good faith and still blamed the restless ambition and energy of France for all the trouble. The news of Rose's appeal also reached Paris. At the Council of Ministers on March 19, Droindl, foreign minister, argued that any French action would increase European suspicions and that they should wait for England to take the lead. Persigny answered that British public opinion would force the British government into opposing Russia and that this was the moment to launch the war of peoples against the kings. Napoleon III could not resist the appeal of adventure, and the French fleet was ordered to Salamis. No doubt Napoleon III had to sustain his prestige against Russia, but he acted the more promptly because he saw the chance of renewing the Anglo-French cooperation of October 1849. For the moment he was disappointed. Cowley told Drouin that if the independence of the Ottoman Empire were menaced, it was the fault of France. Events in Constantinople soon changed this line. Stratford Canning, now Lord Stratford de Redcliffe, had been sent hastily back to Constantinople. He came with the mission of settling the dispute over the holy places in a sense favorable to Russia. This was attained, thanks largely to Stratford's advice. Early in May Menshikov then put forward his further demand for a Russian protectorate over the Orthodox subjects of the Porte. His real object was not so much to snub the French as to end the infernal dictatorship of this Redcliffe. Instead he forced the Turks back under Stratford's guidance. They held out against Menshikov's demand, and on May 21 he departed, taking the Russian diplomatic staff with him. The Turks were bound to refuse, if the Ottoman Empire was to remain an independent power, and Stratford was bound to advise them as he did, so long as the independence of Turkey was part of British policy. On the other hand, once it was admitted that Turkey was not truly independent, the Russians were justified in their demands for the sake of their own security. Turkey was tolerable as a buffer state only so long as she feared Russia more than any other power. In seeking to maintain Turkish independence, Great Britain and France were fighting for a pretense, which they knew to be such, but it was a pretense which had to be kept up for lack of an alternative. Menshikov's threats changed British policy decisively. Even Aberdeen thought the demands unreasonable. Russell and Palmerston urged strong action to counter Russia. Clarendon was more concerned to restore confidence in the government. On June 2 the British fleet was ordered to Basica Bay, outside the Dardanelles. It was joined by the French fleet a few days later. The Anglo-French alliance thus came into being literally by a side wind. This development was unwelcome to the Tsar, rather than alarming. He had often faced Anglo-French opposition at Constantinople, and he still felt secure of the Holy Alliance. He said to the French ambassador, "The four of you could dictate to me, but that will never happen. I can count on Vienna and Berlin." The Tsar had ordered the occupation of the Danubian principalities on Menshikov's return at the end of May. He saw no reason to draw back in this auction of threats, and the Russian forces crossed the Pruth on July 2. Palmerston again proposed resolute action. By sending the fleet through the straits, he was overruled by the cabinet. Napoleon III on his side was dreaming of a dramatic act of mediation by which he might win Russian favor, and therefore also opposed action. The alternative to action was diplomacy, and the two powers tried to involve Europe, that is, in practice, Prussia and Austria. Therewith began the characteristic diplomatic pattern of the Crimean War, the attempt by the two conflicting sides to involve the Central Powers and so to achieve a decision. Both Prussia and Austria aimed at neutrality, Prussia because she had no interests at stake, Austria because she had too many. Prussia's only concern was not to become the battlefield in the asterisk. He wrote to Seymour on May 31 that there was a universal conviction that the government had left Turkey to Russia's mercy and that therefore a strong line was now necessary. Underscore. Bunsen to Manteuffel, June 29, 1853. Prüfungsauswärtige Politik 1850-1858, 2, 110. 1853. The Vienna Note 55. Struggle between conservatism and the revolution. Unless she chose to involve herself in war on a grand scale, Russia was not likely to threaten her in Poland nor France on the Rhine. Austria, on the other hand, had immediate and pressing alarms. If she sided with Russia, or even refused to side against her, France could explode Italy, or so the Austrians believed. The symbol of this threat was a prolonged tour of Italy in the autumn of 1853 by Brenier, a former French foreign minister, making ostentatious preparations for a French League. Even more urgent, Austria, mainly dependent on the Danube for her trade with the outer world, could not tolerate the Russians in the Principalities. No Russian offer of the Western Balkans could atone for this, even if it had been attractive, and it was not. Yet Austria shrank from a war with Russia, in which she would bear the full brunt. What she wanted was an impossibility, that Nicholas should drop his demands on Turkey without being humiliated. Hence the Austrian efforts to devise plans which should satisfy the Tsar and yet secure the independence of Turkey, a policy which ended in deceiving, or attempting to deceive, both sides. While Prussia merely refused to support either side, Austria had to pretend to support the Western powers, yet never give them real support. In the summer of 1853, this was still in the future. Both Russia and the Western powers had illusions as to what they could expect from Prussia and Austria. The first manifestation of Europe was the Vienna Note, devised by the representatives of the four powers under Bohl's guidance, and agreed on August 1. The note embodied the concessions which, in the opinion of the four powers, Turkey could make to Russia without risking her independence. It had been submitted beforehand to the Russians, but not to the Turks. Nesselrode accepted the note on August 5, the Turks discussed it for a fortnight and then insisted on amendments. This was a strange situation, in which Russia accepted and Turkey rejected a scheme devised by Europe for Turkey's protection against Russia. Within a fortnight it turned out that the Turks had been right and that the diplomats at Vienna had bungled their job. Nesselrode was anxious to show that Russia had won the battle of prestige, therefore he gave out a statement on September 7, claiming that the Vienna Note gave to Russia the protection of the Orthodox peoples of Turkey. This violent interpretation killed the Vienna Note. Great Britain and France were driven back to action. They had to show that they were in earnest in resisting Russian encroachments. On September 22, Walewski, the French ambassador, proposed to Clarendon that the fleets should pass the Dardanelles, and this was authorized on the following day by Aberdeen and Clarendon, without consulting any other ministers. Various excuses were given for this measure. Aberdeen made out that it was to protect British subjects at Constantinople, Clarendon that it was an answer to Nesselrode. Napoleon III even claimed that it was to make the Turks more moderate. In reality, it was simply the turn of the maritime powers to move, and by definition they could only move their fleets. As a matter of fact, the move was not at once decisive. Stratford deliberately failed to carry out the order to summon the fleet when he received it, in the hope that a further attempt at mediation might succeed. This last attempt was the meeting of the Tsar and Francis Joseph at Olomouc at the end of September. The Tsar was now in retreat. He repudiated Nesselrode's violent interpretation and agreed that Austria should guarantee his good faith. After all, he could always try again later when Western opposition had declined. Besides, this moderation was a bait. Nicholas now wanted the alliance of the three northern courts which he had evaded in 1851. Faithful to his old illusion, he thought to win Austria with new plans of partition. Once more he talked of Constantinople as a free city, offered the Western Balkans to Austria, and even suggested a joint protectorate of the Danubian principalities, anything, in fact, to break the solidarity of Europe. Nothing could be more alarming to the Austrians than to have the Russians permanently on the Danube even as partners. Francis Joseph said sulkily, "We should have to police these states, and that is unworkable." He would agree to an alliance only if Prussia made a third. But when Frederick William IV met the two emperors at Warsaw, he proved evasive. His policy was strong neutrality. Neither of the two German rulers could bring himself to point out that Russia's withdrawal from the principalities was the first condition of any cooperation, and withdrawal would have made cooperation unnecessary. The result therefore was completely null. Finally Nicholas tried a direct attack on the Prussians at Potsdam, offering a guarantee against French aggression. He still could not understand that Russia, not Prussia, was threatened. Once the Eastern question was raised, the Holy Alliance was a ghost, no more. Even the ghost gave the Western powers a fright, though it frightened them in opposite directions. Napoleon wanted to accept in good faith the moderation which Nicholas had shown at Olomouc and to call off the conflict on the basis of a new version of the Vienna Note which Bull had devised. The British were convinced that Austria and Russia had planned a partition of Turkey, and they resolved, in Palmerston's words, to play old gooseberry with the would-be partitionists. On October 8 the British cabinet, meeting for the first time in 6 weeks, turned down the Bull project and sent peremptory orders to Stratford to bring the fleet up to Constantinople. Their action was a brag, designed both to satisfy British public opinion and to convince Napoleon of the reality of the British alliance. This latter object succeeded. If Napoleon had to choose between Russia and England, he would choose England. Regretfully he dropped the Bull project and ordered his fleet to follow the British. The action had even more decisive results at Constantinople. On October 4, the Sultan, driven on by his public opinion, had declared war on Russia. Pressed hard by Stratford, he had agreed not to open hostilities. But when the Allied fleets passed the straits, there was no holding the Turks. On October 23 Turkish troops crossed the Danube and killed some Russians. For the last time the Turks fell out of favor. Clarendon spoke of the beastly Turks, and Napoleon III hoped for a Russian victory to bring the Turks to their senses. At Vienna Bull drafted the last of many attempts at compromise, the Protocol of December 5 signed by the representatives of the four powers. Like the Holy Alliance of October, this, too, was a prétense. Austria and, still more, Prussia agreed to it with the intention of warning the Tsar that Europe was against him, yet neither German power meant to commit itself to action. In any case the Protocol of December 5 was stillborn. On November 30 the Russians got the victory which Napoleon had hoped for them, unfortunately at sea, not on land. They destroyed a squadron of the Turkish fleet at Sinope. This was an affront to the maritime powers, with their fleets at Constantinople supposedly to protect the Turks. The massacre of Sinope was decisive in its effect on British public opinion. It was the symbol which removed all doubts. Palmerston resigned on December 16, ostensibly on the issue of parliamentary reform. And Russell threatened to follow him. The cabinet still hesitated. They were pushed into decision by a threat from Napoleon that, if necessary, he would act alone. The maritime powers were drawn along from first to last by the need to prove to each other their mutual good faith. The British had led the way up the straits in October. Now the French pulled the British fleet into the Black Sea. The two fleets were to protect the Turkish ships and to confine the Russian navy to its base at Sebastopol. When these instructions were communicated to Nesselrode on January 12, 1854, it was next door to a declaration of war. The Tsar supposed that the time had come to invoke the Holy Alliance in earnest. What he wanted from Prussia and Austria was their armed neutrality. This would give him security on his western frontiers and so enable him to concentrate his forces on the Danube and in southern Russia. A special envoy, Orlov, was sent to Vienna with the old offer: Russia would not change things in the Balkans without Austria's consent. This was not enough. Russia must not interfere in the Balkans on any conditions. Bull tried to ride off with the excuse that armed neutrality would provoke French action in Italy. Francis Joseph was francher. He insisted that Russian troops should not cross the Danube and added, only if the Tsar gives us a formal guarantee of the maintenance of the Turkish Empire and promises to put the frontier peoples back in the position where they actually are under Turkish suzerainty can I consent. As always, Russian inaction in the Balkans was the essential condition for the Holy Alliance, and in the circumstances of the moment Nicholas could not agree to this condition for the sake of his prestige. Prussia also refused to satisfy the Tsar's demand, though for an opposite reason. Whereas Austria would not respond because she dared not remain neutral in the Eastern question, Prussia refused because she intended to remain neutral at all costs. Frederick William IV had devised an extraordinary plan of getting something for nothing. He was proposing to promise his neutrality to Great Britain, if the British would in exchange guarantee him against French interference either in Germany or in Poland and would also help to promote Prussian hegemony in Germany. This was a futile offer to make to the British. They wanted Prussia as an ally against Russia, not as a buffer for her protection. But since Frederick William was engaged, as he thought, in trading his neutrality to the British, he would not trade it to the Tsar. This was more reasonable than it seemed. Unless he had a British guarantee against France, he dared not make any promise to Russia, not even the promise of neutrality. This was indeed the essence of the situation. Once Russia was involved in the Near East, she could not protect Prussia and Austria against the revolution. The Holy Alliance had ceased to exist. This was obvious to Napoleon III. With it, his object was achieved. On January 29, 1854 he wrote to the Tsar suggesting direct negotiations between Russia and Turkey, the very thing which Europe had been resisting since the Vienna Note. Napoleon was indifferent to the holy places, once the Holy Alliance was out of the way, and even before the Crimean War started, he was already thinking of the Franco-Russian alliance with which it ended. The Tsar could not retreat so easily in the struggle for prestige, and he returned a defiant answer on February. Russia would be in 1854 what she had been in 1812. Besides, there was, now as always, an implied reservation in Napoleon's offer to Russia. He meant to remain on good terms with Great Britain. Yet she also stood in Russia's way at Constantinople. An entente with France only made sense in Russian eyes if Great Britain and France were estranged. Napoleon was, in fact, asking for what he got in later years. Russia should drop her Turkish ambitions as too difficult to accomplish, yet should acquiesce in French ambitions in Western Europe. This program was possible after the defeat of Russia, not before. The Crimean War had to be fought, in order to bring Nicholas I to see that the Holy Alliance no longer existed. On February 27 the two Western powers sent an ultimatum to Russia demanding her withdrawal from the principalities. When she refused, the war was virtually underway. In one sense, it was predestined and had deep-seated causes. Neither Nicholas nor Napoleon nor the British government could retreat in the conflict for prestige once it was launched. Nicholas needed a subservient Turkey for the sake of Russian security, Napoleon needed success for the sake of his domestic position, the British government needed an independent Turkey for the security of the Eastern Mediterranean. Yet none of the three had conscious plans of aggression, not even Napoleon, despite his welcome of disturbance for its own sake. The British fears that Russia planned the dismemberment of Turkey were as ill-founded as Russia's fears that the Western powers threatened her security in the Black Sea. Mutual fear, not mutual aggression, caused the Crimean War. Nevertheless, it was not a war without a purpose. At bottom, it followed from the events of 1848. British opinion would never have turned so harshly against Russia had it not been for Austria's victory in Italy and, still more, Russia's intervention in Hungary. The Crimean War was fought for the sake of Europe rather than for the Eastern question. It was fought against Russia, not in favor of Turkey. But there was a deep-seated, unspoken disparity between the aims and outlook of the two Western allies. Both resented the Russian preponderance which had, they thought, caused the failure of the revolutions of 1848, but only Napoleon III hoped to reverse the verdict. The British certainly wished for no new revolutions, they fought Russia out of resentment and supposed that her defeat would strengthen the European balance of power. Napoleon, on the other hand, thought that her defeat would destroy the balance. Hence, though the more ambitious, he was the less bellicose. He was quite ready to call off the struggle once Russia abandoned interest in Central Europe. The real stake in the Crimean War was not Turkey. It was Central Europe, that is to say, Germany and Italy. The British hoped to substitute the concert of Europe for the hegemony of Russia. They failed. Napoleon III wished to substitute his own hegemony, and for a few years supposed that he had succeeded. As events turned out, the Central Powers evaded commitment, and for this reason the Crimean War was indecisive. This was in itself the decision. The Crimean War was fought to remake the European system. The old order of the Holy Alliance was destroyed, but no new system took its place, neither the liberal concert of British ideal nor the revolutionary association of Napoleon's dreams. Instead there opened a period of European anarchy which lasted from the Crimean War until the next great struggle in the Near East. 4. The Crimean War. 1854–6. The British and French governments moved their /X/fleet stage by stage from the Mediterranean to the roads of Sebastopol. They had no intention of fighting Russia unaided. They had expected Russia to give way. Failing that, they had counted on translating the concert of Europe into a war alliance. The events of March 1854 disillusioned them. In Austria a strong party, led by Boll, the foreign minister, favored alliance with the Western powers. Not only would this protect Austrian interests on the lower Danube, it would also give her security in Italy. Boll's policy was hamstrung by the opposition of the Austrian generals. They saw clearly that, since Russia and the maritime powers could not get at each other, the whole weight of Russia's military power would be flung against Austria, if she entered the war. Their calculations no doubt exaggerated Russia's strength. All the same, their fundamental objection was sound. For Austria the war would be a struggle for existence, not a war of limited objectives. The situation would be different if Prussia could be brought to cooperate. At the least, this would secure Austria against an attack from Prussia in Germany, and, if it came to a war, Prussia could threaten Russia decisively. On March 22, 1854 Boll agreed somewhat reluctantly to postpone alliance with the Western powers until he had reached agreement with Prussia. The Prussians, on their side, desired agreement with Austria, though for the opposite reason. Austria wished to pull Prussia into war, Prussia wished to tie Austria down to neutrality. 4. Just as Austria would have to bear the brunt of war for the sake of the Western powers, Prussia would have to bear the brunt for the sake of Austria, and this in a war where no Prussian interest was at stake. Bismarck, the most daring of Prussian diplomats, though still in a subordinate position, therefore advocated rigid neutrality. This was too clear-cut for Frederick William Elvito. His mind there was a Prussian interest at stake, insofar as Austria was endangered by the revolution. This argument operated only against France, not against Russia. It was irrelevant to the circumstances of the Crimean War. Thus, for all practical purposes, Frederick William IV too was resolved on neutrality. In his own dithyrambic words, not a vacillating and indecisive neutrality, but sovereign neutrality, genuinely impartial, independent, and self-confident. It is true that there was also in Prussia a party which favored cooperation with the Western powers, a party led by Prince William, the heir apparent. This party caused much diplomatic turmoil and even a political crisis early in March. The crisis was not finally resolved until Prince William went into semi-exile early in May. But fundamentally the issue was never in doubt, despite the alarm of the pro-Russian conservatives. Though Frederick William pressed his alliance on the British, this was to secure his neutrality by detaching Great Britain from France, not to involve Prussia in war. In the last resort this most erratic man never wavered from the principle that he had laid down even in 1848, never, under any circumstances, would he fight against Russia. By the end of March the Western powers could wait no longer. On March 31 they declared war on Russia, On April 10 they concluded a formal alliance. Napoleon III had achieved his first ambition, despite the clause by which the Allies renounced any gains for themselves. Great Britain and France were allies. But though allies and theoretically at war, they were still a long way from fighting. Their strategy, like their diplomacy before it, assumed that Russia was actively threatening Turkey, therefore their only action was to send an expeditionary force to protect Constantinople. In reality, the boasted Russian power began to dwindle as soon as it was exposed to practical test. The 800,000 men which the Tsar was supposed to have always available turned into 350,000 raised after immense exertions. Far from threatening Constantinople, the Russians were already finding it difficult to maintain themselves on the Danube, the more so, when they had to look over their right flank at Austria's doubtful moves. Decision still seemed to wait upon Vienna. Russia would not advance into the Balkans and the Allies could not advance beyond Constantinople, therefore only Austria could turn the war into a reality. On the other hand, since the Allies were now committed theoretically to war, there was no urgency for the Austrians to do anything. This gave Frederick William the chance to renew his offers to Austria. He would make an alliance with her, would even guarantee her territory in Italy, on condition that she did not make an alliance with any non-German power. This was Frederick William's old dream of an alliance against the revolution. Bohl answered with a clause that Prussia should support Austria in the Danubian principalities if Russia refused to withdraw. This clause seemed to commit Prussia to the Eastern War. Frederick William was won over by a private message from Francis Joseph that a conflict over the principalities was not yet in question. Prussia, in fact, risked war in the future for the sake of keeping Austria neutral in the present. The Treaty of Alliance between Prussia and Austria, signed on April 20, seemed a complete Austrian victory. She got Prussian backing in Italy and on the lower Danube. Prussia ran risks for no interest of her own. In reality, the Prussians were gambling on a certainty. They were assuming that Russia would fight a defensive war, and, with the Austrian army mobilizing in Galicia and the Allied fleets controlling the Black Sea, there was no other war she could fight. At first Austria seemed to have things all her own way. The Austro-Prussian treaty was forced through the German Diet with Prussian backing, and all Germany was thus committed to supporting Austria on the Danube. Early in May, Frederick William tried to turn Austria from her anti-Russian line by raising again the revolutionary alarm, in which only he believed. His efforts were entirely unsuccessful. On June 3 the Austrians made the formal demand to Russia that she should evacuate the principalities. This was a decisive step. In less than 6 months the Austrians had moved from refusing to promise neutrality to an open threat of hostilities. For the first time the Russians saw clearly that Austria might oppose them in the Balkans, and the phrase was first heard in St. Petersburg that the road to Constantinople lay through Vienna. But war with Austria was beyond Russia's present strength. Indeed, faced by the Turkish and Allied armies and without a firm promise of Austrian neutrality, the Russians would have had to withdraw from the principalities, even if Austria had not presented an ultimatum. The way was made easy for them by Frederick William. 3 days before meeting Francis Joseph in order to discuss measures against Russia, he wrote to the Tsar, advising his Bonniks in what terms to yield, and the Tsar followed Prussia's advice for the last time. On June 29, in reply to the Austrian demand, he offered to withdraw from the principalities, on condition that Austria would prevent the Western powers from entering them. This was an inadequate answer, and the Austrians prepared seriously for war. In fact, the Russians intended to evacuate the principalities in any case, since they could not withstand the mounting pressure from the Turkish army. The shadow of war gave Bohl the excuse to ask the Western powers their war aims. Moreover, if Austria was to be involved in war, she needed an alliance with the Western powers and, above all, assurance that the war would not be fought in a revolutionary spirit. This suited Droindl, who was conservative in outlook. He doubted the willingness of the French to fight a great war and was eager enough to bar the way against Napoleon's revolutionary projects. In his own words, he wished to master the revolution without the help of Russia and to check Russia without the help of the revolution. The British, on the other hand, did not wish to be committed to anything. Though their war aim was to reduce the preponderance of Russia, they had no idea how this could be translated into practical terms. Besides, they shrank from defining their war aims when victory might later enable them to demand more. Their concern was to win the war, Drouin's to make it unnecessary. He negotiated with Bol about war aims behind the backs of the British. The result was the 4 points which henceforth dominated the diplomacy of the war. It was characteristic of the Crimean War that its aims should be defined in the negative. The 4 points laid down that stable relations could not be established between Russia and Turkey unless the Russian protectorate of the principalities were replaced by a European guarantee, the navigation of the Danube were freed, the Straits Convention of 1841 were revised in the interests of the balance of power in Europe, the Russians abandoned their claim to a protectorate over the Christian subjects of Turkey and instead the 5 great powers obtained from the Turkish government security for the Christians. Point 4. The original cause of conflict had already been conceded by the Russians when they accepted the Vienna Note in August 1853 and when Nicholas I repudiated at Olomouc Nasselrode's violent interpretation of it. The first and second points were tacitly conceded, when the Russians withdrew from the principalities in August 1854. The Crimean War was therefore fought over point 3, since a mere revision of the Straits Convention was not enough. The decisive conflict came over the question of Russian naval power in the Black Sea. Though this affected Turkey and the Near East, its basis was the interest of the balance of power in Europe. Drouin and Bol drafted the 4 points early in July. On 19 July the points were presented to the British cabinet, which refused to be committed to them. Meanwhile, Drouin and Bol also drafted a treaty of alliance in case Austria became involved in war over the principalities. This was more attractive to the British, they wanted Austria as an ally, and therefore had no objection to signing a treaty of alliance with her. On July 29 the British cabinet accepted the treaty of alliance and at the same time agreed to the 4 points as a condition of it. By the time that British approval reached Vienna, the news of Russia's withdrawal from the principalities had arrived also. On August 5 Bol refused to sign the treaty. Drouin, in desperation, tried to catch him by agreeing to the 4 points without the treaty, and the British ambassador, who had been told to keep in step with his French colleague, agreed also. Notes accepting the 4 points were exchanged on August 8. On the same day Bol received from Gorshakoi, the new Russian ambassador, the formal announcement of Russia's withdrawal from the principalities. A few days later Austrian troops occupied the principalities after agreement with the Turks. Austria had both expelled the Russians from the principalities and limited the war aims of the Allies without herself lifting a finger. Bol even supposed that he had added the principalities permanently to the Austrian Empire. Russia's withdrawal left the Western Allies at a loss. They had gone to war in order to check Russia's aggression on Turkey, and this aggression had ceased. They were thus faced with the problem how to check an aggressive power when it is not being aggressive. Russia had not obliged the Allies by waiting in the principalities to be attacked, where now were they to attack her? And what terms were they to impose on Russia if the attack was successful? The French had tried diplomacy in order to avoid military action, the British now pressed for military action in order to escape diplomacy. The British had one great asset. Though Napoleon was at heart little more bellicose than his ministers, he dared not let this appear for the sake of his prestige in case of doubt. A Bonaparte had to choose the warlike course. Besides, with the diplomatic failure of August 8 there was no further excuse for delay, since the Allies were at war, they had to start fighting. A mere pursuit of the Russians across the Danube would achieve nothing. From the beginning of the war, Napoleon had urged the resurrection of Poland and continental war against Russia on a grand scale, but, apart from the British reluctance to be involved in a revolutionary war, the Allies had not the military resources for such a war nor could they launch it so long as Prussia and Austria barred the way. The only solution for the maritime powers was an amphibious operation in the Black Sea, If they could carry Sebastopol by a coup de main, they would destroy Russian naval power in the Black Sea and achieve the essential third point without negotiation. Later the French were to argue that the Crimean expedition had served purely British interests, an argument true only if France was concerned solely with the disruption of Europe and not with the security of Turkey. In reality France was concerned with both, and the contradictions of her policy sprang from the fact that she was pursuing simultaneously a conservative and a revolutionary foreign policy. The Allied expedition to the Crimea was at first successful. In the middle of September the Allies landed over 50,000 men as against the total Russian force in the Crimea of 35,000. On September 20 the Russian attempt to check the Allied advance was defeated at the Battle of the Alma. A few days later the rumor reached Western Europe that Sebastopol had fallen. The rumor was false, the Allies had missed their chance and were tied down to a long and exhausting siege. In the middle of October Raglan, the British commander, wrote, "In the Crimea we hold only the position on which we stand," and Clarendon, gloomy as usual, expected a monster catastrophe, a mixture of Afghanistan and Corunna. These expectations of defeat proved as unfounded as the earlier expectations of success. The two Russian attempts to drive the Allies out of the Crimea failed at Balaklava and at Inkerman. Military action, which had been designed to break the diplomatic deadlock, had ended in equal deadlock. The Allies could not take Sebastopol, the Russians could not expel the Allies. This military deadlock, with all the horrors of disease and medical incompetence, remained unbroken from November 1854 until June 1855. Diplomacy returned to the center of the stage, and diplomacy meant Austria once more. The Allies had intended to free themselves from Austria by a military victory. Now in order to stay in the Crimea at all, they needed the threat of Austrian action so as to keep the bulk of the Russian army pinned down in Galicia. The Russians, on the other hand, could achieve nothing in the Crimea, and might be tempted to free their hands by attacking Austria, or at the very least to demand a formal neutrality. Both sides wanted to involve Austria in order to break the deadlock. Bohl's answer was to try to break the deadlock so that Austria should not be involved. Bohl's object was to repeat in more permanent form the policy which had been successful in August. On the one hand he would compel Russia to yield by threatening cooperation with the Western powers, on the other, he would offer cooperation to the Western powers in such terms as would make it easy for the Russians to yield. Therefore, throughout the autumn, he lured the Western powers with prospects of an alliance, yet held out until he felt safe that the alliance would not involve Austria in war. The essential issue was whether Russia would accept the 4 points. On August 26 the Russians had rejected the 4 points and had even talked of war with Austria. Bohl, on his side, sang small and said merely, "The Russians have not accepted our challenge." But once the Allies were established in the Crimea, he dared not let the situation drift. Russia had to be brought to accept the 4 points, so that Austria could safely make an alliance with the Western powers in order to enforce them. On October 22 the Austrian army was mobilized for war. Since the campaigning season had passed, this mobilization was diplomatic, not military. Still, the threat of Austrian action put Frederick William once more into a panic. On October 24 he wrote to the Tsar, imploring him to accept the 4 points as the only way of avoiding a general war. The green table of the conference room is the sheet anchor of the world. Nesselrode also urged the 4 points on the Tsar, and early in November the Russians prepared to give way. The pattern of the withdrawal from the principalities was repeated. The Russians jettisoned diplomatic pretensions in order to divide the European coalition which seemed to be forming against them. Frederick William on his side did his best for the Russians. He offered to guarantee the Austrian troops in the principalities against a Russian attack, on condition that Austria did not make an alliance with the Western powers. Bohl accepted this offer on November 26, only to break the bargain within a week. For Austria's weakness in Italy still weighed heavily upon him. If he professed himself satisfied with the Russian acceptance of the 4 points, he might be threatened instead by France. therefore he dared not compromise with the Russians without compromising with the Western powers as well. On November 20 it became known in Vienna that the Russians would accept the 4 points. On November 21 the Austrians revoked their general mobilization. It had served its turn. Immediately Bohl began to press upon the Western powers the draft treaty which he had rejected in August. Here, too, the pattern was repeated. The British were reluctant to be committed. The French made the Austrian alliance their condition for continuing the war. The British were now caught by their own initiative in going to the Crimea. They could not maintain themselves there without French support, and the French had a decisive argument that they were contributing the bulk of the armed forces. Besides, the French were able to make out that the treaty would lure Austria into war. Article V of the draft treaty provided that, if peace was not assured by the end of the year on the basis of the 4 points, the three allies would deliberate as to the best means of securing the object of their alliance. This clause was made futile before the alliance was concluded. For the Treaty of Alliance was signed, on Bohl's prompting, on December 2, and the Russians had accepted the 4 points unconditionally on November 29. For the moment Napoleon was delighted with his bargain. When the news of the alliance arrived in Paris, Napoleon embraced the Empress and held her for a long time pressed to his heart. Benedetti, the French representative at Constantinople, wrote triumphantly, "You have inflicted a mortal blow on the Holy Alliance." 3 In return for the alliance, the French, though not the British, were prepared to pay the price which the Austrians had long demanded: security in Italy. On December 22 France and Austria concluded a secret treaty agreeing to maintain the status quo in Italy and providing that, in case of military cooperation in the Near East, their troops would also cooperate in Italy. The whole arrangement seemed a triumph for Bohl. He had secured the great prize which had evaded even Metternich, alliance with a Napoleon which would check Russia and yet not endanger Austria as a great power. Drouin, on his side, was equally delighted. By the alliance of December 2 he had, as he thought, forced a breach between Austria and Russia. By the Treaty of December 22 over Italy he had forced a breach between Napoleon and the Revolution. The new system had two fatal flaws, which reinforced each other. One was Austria's position between France and Russia. With so much at stake both on the Danube and in Italy, she dared not go decisively against either. The other was in the tenacity of Napoleon. However great his need for the Austrian alliance, he would never permanently renounce his plans for remaking the map of Europe. The reversal of alliances was, in fact, itself reversed within a month, and that as a consequence of the Italian Treaty of December 22. Maintaining the status quo in Italy meant, in practice, demanding securities from Sardinia that she would not take advantage of Austria's preoccupations in the Near East. Here the British had urgent motives for seconding French policy. With their own shortage of trained men, they cast longing eyes on the Sardinian army, small but undeniably efficient. If a Sardinian contingent were sent to the Near East, this would strengthen the Allied forces and at the same time give Austria practical security in Italy. This project had been put to Cavour, the Sardinian Prime Minister, as early as April 14, 1854. He had replied that, if Austria declared war on Russia, he would at once give her security by sending 15,000 men to the Near East. Cavour ignored his colleagues when he made this reply. After the humiliating defeat of 1849, they wanted some striking satisfaction of Sardinian honor in exchange for their military contribution. He, on the other hand, recognized that alliance between France and Austria meant the end of all Italian hopes, and he wished to keep the favor of the Western powers, even if this involved indirectly cooperation with Austria. In April this paradox was too daring for Cavour's colleagues, and he was overruled. The question slept. Serious fighting did not begin until the autumn, and the British did not renew their approach. At the end of November they tried again. On December 13 the request for troops reached the Sardinian cabinet. Cavour was again for agreeing at once. The foreign minister, d'Abromita, insisted on imposing conditions. The Western Allies should prevail on Austria to raise the sequestration on the property of Lombard refugees in Piedmont, and they should agree to take the state of Italy into consideration at the time of peace. The British government would have agreed to these conditions if it had been negotiating alone. But by now the French needed an agreement with Sardinia in order to fulfill their bargain with Austria, and clearly this agreement could not be concluded in an anti-Austrian spirit. The French therefore insisted that Sardinian aid must be given without conditions. The deadlock persisted for a fortnight. D'Abromita suggested that the Allies might put their promises in secret articles or in the form of a reverse note. The French would make no concessions. They even threatened to go over to the conservative side by seconding Austrian complaints against the Sardinian press. Victor Emmanuel would not face this risk. Besides, being primarily a soldier, he wished to enter the war on any terms in order to restore the prestige of his army. On January 1855 he determined that, since his liberal ministers would not make the alliance, he would call on the conservatives and thus pass over to the Austrian camp. When Cavour learnt this he made the first dramatic decision of his career: to save Sardinia from the conservatives, he would sign the alliance without conditions. D'Abromita resigned, and Cavour took over the foreign ministry on January 10. The only trace of satisfaction for Sardinia was a formal declaration by the British and French ministers that they could sign no note, secret or public. This was at least evidence that the demand had been made. Thereupon Sardinia acceded unconditionally to the Anglo-French alliance. A military convention followed on January 26. Sardinia had been tamed. This, too, seemed a triumph for Bull and for the French conservatives. In reality the alliance of January 10, 1855 with Sardinia was as much a success for liberalism as the treaties of 2 and December 22, 1854 with Austria had been a success for conservatism. Though Great Britain and France had not promised to back the cause of Italy, Cavour had not promised to give it up. Moreover, he now had the chance of competing with the Austrians on practical terms. In realist fashion, this was a competition that he could win. Like the Prussians, though for opposite reasons, he gambled on Austrian neutrality. The Prussians did not want to fight against Russia. Cavour did not want to fight side by side with Austria. Austrian neutrality was the safeguard against both dangers. By the end of the war in 1856 Prussia was secure in Russian favor, and Sardinia was secure in the favor of Great Britain and France. Austria's alliance with the Western powers alarmed Frederick William IV even more than it did Victor Emmanuel. He too re-entered the field as an amateur diplomat. Austria's action, coming so soon after the agreement of November 26, seemed to him treachery, and he thought of mobilizing forces in Silesia which, ostensibly directed against Russia, should really threaten Austria. This was too risky. It would involve a breach with the Western powers. His next impulse was to try to outbid Austria in the competition for Western favor. He, too, offered his alliance to Great Britain and France, but again on the old conditions: no French troops in Germany, and a guarantee against any raising of the Polish question. In return for this, as Gerlach, his conservative friend, contemptuously said, Prussia will mobilize an army which will do nothing. This was the essential difference between Prussia and Austria. An Austrian mobilization inevitably threatened Russia and diverted her military resources from the Crimea. Prussia would never go to war against Russia, and therefore her mobilization would merely place a strong buffer of protection between Russia and the Western powers. Not surprisingly, Droindl said of the Prussian envoy, "He brings us nothing except his king's tears." So long as the Near East dominated events, Prussia, by her indifference, would appear to be a second-rate power. Once interest shifted back to Europe, this indifference would prove to have been her strength. This was already shown in the early days of 1855. In January, Austria, as part of her policy of aiding the Western powers without actually going to war, proposed at the German Diet that the federal forces should be mobilized in order to enforce the 4 points. Bismarck, Prussia's representative, replied that Germany's only interest, the freedom of the Danube, was already secured, and he turned the proposal into a general defense of German neutrality. In this way not only Prussia, but the rest of Germany under Prussia's leadership, ceased to be a threat to Russia and became instead a barrier against France. It was the first foretaste of Bismarck's later policy, the defense of Austria as a German, but not as a Balkan power. By the end of March 1855 Frederick William after many hysterical alarms, had returned to the policy with which he had started independent neutrality. The British and French governments had never taken the diplomacy of Frederick William seriously. Their overriding concern was with Austria. Drouin was now inescapably tied to the proposition that, by negotiating over terms of peace, he could draw Austria into war, and the British were prepared to try the idea of taking Sebastopol by diplomacy, since they could not take it by military means. The Treaty of December 2 had been intended to commit Austria to war. Instead it had committed the Allies to negotiating on the basis of the 4 points. But what did they, or rather point 3, mean? The British wanted a precise definition. That point 3 involved the demolition of Sebastopol and of the other Russian fortresses on the Black Sea and the limitation of Russia's Black Sea fleet to 4 ships. Drouin at once protested that the Austrians would take fright at such an extreme demand and would back out of their alliance. He might have added that it was absurd to make it until Sebastopol had fallen, and then it would be unnecessary. To reconcile British resolution and Austrian evasiveness, the Western powers hit on an extraordinary device. They bound themselves to each other to enforce the severe British interpretation of point 3. 10 days later they agreed with Austria on a weak interpretation. This merely said that Russian predominance in the Black Sea should be brought to an end. The Allies were hoping that Russia would get them out of their difficulty. The Russians, they imagined, would object to the weak interpretation, and Austria would then go to war to enforce the strict one. The Russians, of course, did nothing of the kind, particularly when Bohl impressed upon them that nothing more than the weak interpretation was at stake. On January 7, 1855 Gorshakov, the Russian ambassador at Vienna, accepted point 3 as defined in the Protocol of December 28. Once more the Allies, hoping to lure Austria into war, had been themselves lured into negotiations. They were committed to attending a formal peace conference at Vienna. The French now swung around again. They had promoted negotiations in order to avoid war, now they decided on war in order to avoid negotiations. Napoleon himself was insistent that imperial honor would not be satisfied unless Sebastopol was taken, and the French therefore aimed to evade the peace conference until there was victory in the Crimea. Napoleon, however, was impatient. He could not wait indefinitely without either military or diplomatic success. On February 16 he dramatically announced that he would go himself to the Crimea and take the supreme command. This threw everyone into a panic. The gang of Bonapartist adventurers who ran France were afraid that the empire would collapse during Napoleon's absence. Certainly if he failed, the British were afraid that Napoleon might do a deal with the Russians over their heads, an alarm later justified by the similar way in which he ended the war with Austria in 1859. The French ministers therefore became as urgent for the conference as previously they had been dilatory. Drouin even proposed to be satisfied with a limitation of the Russian Black Sea fleet to its existing numbers. This was rejected by the British government, but they, too, had their motives for urging on the conference. On January 30, 1855 Aberdeen's government was overthrown because of its incompetent conduct of the war, and when Palmerston formed a government he was at first the prisoner of the Peelites. They insisted on early negotiations and even on the dropping of the demand for the destruction of Sebastopol. To satisfy them, it was agreed to send Lord John Russell to Vienna as British plenipotentiary. Russell had been among the most bellicose of British ministers. On the other hand, a competition between himself and Palmerston had now opened for the leadership of the Whig Liberal Party. His determination to appear as the apostle of peace was paradoxically enough increased by the resignation of the Peelites on February 22, for now Palmerston's government became truly a government to make war, and Russell's only chance of eclipsing Palmerston was to return from Vienna, in Palmerston's words, with an olive branch round his temples. Finally, The Russians, too, were increasingly conciliatory. Their economic resources were becoming strained, and the death of Nicholas I on March 2 removed the greatest obstacle to concession. His successor, Alexander II, was resolved from the first to think only of Russia's interests and not to shoulder the struggle against the revolution. The peace conference opened at Vienna on March 15. Russell soon realized that the Russians would not agree to any real limitation of their fleet. He therefore proposed that they should be asked how Point 3 could be achieved. In other words, the Russians were to define the Allied war aims. Gorshakov, though bewildered, agreed to write to St. Petersburg, and the conference was suspended on April 2. Meanwhile, the British had hit on the idea of inviting Napoleon to Windsor in order to postpone his journey to the Crimea. Drouin thought to exploit the breathing space by himself going to Vienna and making a triumphant peace. He produced yet another interpretation of Point 3, the Black Sea should be neutralized, that is, Russian and Turkish ships equally excluded. On March 30 he agreed with the British government that neutralization or limitation and nothing else should be proposed. But when the conference reopened on April 17, Russell and Drouin discovered that Russia would not accept nor Austria go to war for either scheme. Boll then produced another scheme of his own. The Russians should be allowed as large a fleet as they had before the war, and the British and French should be allowed to send ships into the Black Sea as a counterpoise. Drouin was terrified of losing the Austrian alliance on which he based all his policy. Russell was terrified of losing the alliance of France. Both were terrified of failing to return as peacemakers. Despite the orders of their respective governments, they therefore accepted counterpoise, and returned to London and Paris in order to advocate it. The first impulse of the British government was to reject the scheme out of hand. Then they reflected that they must not break with France. By May 3 the British cabinet came reluctantly round to the view that they would have to follow Drouin's lead. But Drouin was no longer leading. On April 16 Napoleon had come to England. He was welcomed enthusiastically, and this convinced him that the British alliance was worth a serious war. Moreover, on British prompting, he gave up the idea of going to the Crimea. The Bonapartist supporters were now as keen on war, for the sake of prestige, as previously they had been bent on peace. The decision not to go to the Crimea was made on April 26. Drouin arrived in Paris on April, 4 days too late. Napoleon at first hesitated, and Drouin almost talked him round. But on May 4 he had a decisive meeting with Drouin, at which Cowley, the British ambassador, and Marshal Valiant, the Minister of War, were also present. Cowley, though without instructions from his government, showed that Boll's proposals would leave Russia as strong as she had been before the outbreak of war. Valiant declared, anything more dishonorable to the army could not well be imagined. Military prestige, together with the British alliance, carried the day. Counterpoise was rejected, and Drouin resigned. Napoleon had not meant to break with Austria. He said to Cowley, I don't think of making peace, but I want to maneuver in order to have Austria with us. 3 As to Walewski, the new foreign minister, he was at bottom for Paix d'État Prix. In reality a decision could no longer be postponed. When the peace conference resumed on June 4, Gorshakov rejected any limitation of the Russian fleet, and the Western representatives at once broke off. If treaties meant anything, Austria should now have gone to war. Instead, the Austrian army was demobilized on June 10. The conservative alliance of Austria and France had lasted less than 6 months. Palmerston was not far wrong when he called it a stillborn child. The liberal alliance of Great Britain and France remained, and the pattern of September 1854 was repeated. Since diplomacy had failed, the Allies once more tried war. The Austrian demobilization of June 10 had come too late to help the Russians. Their army in Galicia could not be transferred to the Crimea in time to meet the Allied attack. The Allies took the offensive against Sebastopol in June, and it fell on September 8. The Crimean War had been won, but the Allies were as far as ever from knowing what to do with their victory. They were at a loss where to attack Russia next, and equally at a loss what terms to demand after further victories. The British wished simply to continue the existing course of war without war aims, more amphibious attacks in the Black Sea and in the Baltic, until Russia was cut off from salt water altogether. Palmerston cheerfully contemplated licking the Russians by October 1856. This program did not suit Napoleon III. French public opinion was weary of the war, and would not be satisfied with the capture of fortresses in Georgia and Circassia. The French had ceased to be a warlike nation. It was the great delusion of the Second Empire that they would recover their enthusiasm for war if they were offered a revolutionary program, revising the map of Europe from one end to the other. Napoleon was urgent to raise the question of Poland. After all, the restoration of Poland made good sense, if Russia was to be excluded from Europe. The British could not tolerate this proposal. However much Napoleon and Walewski might dress up their Polish plans in the modest form of restoring the constitution granted to Congress Poland by the Congress of Vienna, the raising of the Polish question would drive Austria and Prussia back to Russia, revive the Holy Alliance, and thus launch a revolutionary war in Italy and on the Rhine. It was certainly not the British object to restore the empire of Napoleon I, and since Napoleon III shrank from war without the British alliance, his only way out was to make peace. Two paths to peace were open for French diplomacy. One was the path, already tried, of invoking Europe against Russia, that is, of again involving Austria. The other was of a direct settlement with Russia behind the backs of the British. An influential party, led by Morny, Napoleon's half-brother, favored the latter course. Morny, the greatest speculator of the Second Empire, already saw in Russia a mine to be exploited by France. He imagined that Russia, in return for French capital, would give France a free hand in Europe. Morny made secret contact with Gorzakoy and tried to win him for a deal. France and England, he said, will soon be astonished how little they care for each other, and the proposed limitation of Russian power in the Black Sea, supposedly so humiliating, was negligible. Such clauses never lasted long. Gorzakoy was the leading representative of the new line in Russian policy, the line of considering only Russian interests even at the risk of aiding the revolution in Europe, and he would have responded to Morny's approach. The idea was too daring for Alexander II and Nesselrode. Though they too had abandoned the Holy Alliance, their alternative was sullen isolation, not an alliance with Napoleon III. Morny's move, however, reached Bohl's ears and alarmed him. A Franco-Russian deal over Austria's head, and at her expense, had been his greatest fear. He therefore proposed to the French to formulate a more stringent version of the 4 points and to impose these upon Russia by an Austrian ultimatum. In return, Great Britain and France should join with Austria in guaranteeing the integrity of Turkey. This offer was accepted by the French. They were thus back on the old line of Droit-Indulgence. The British, too, took their old line. Though they much disliked Austria dictating terms of peace without having fought in the war, they could think of no terms of their own and therefore acquiesced, meaning to formulate objections when Austria and France had reached agreement. The intrigues of November 1855 were a fitting end to a war in which diplomacy had only occasionally been interrupted by battles. The French ascertained through Morny what terms the Russians were likely to accept. They then suggested these terms to Bohl, and finally presented them to the British as the terms which Bohl was willing to impose upon the Russians. The terms agreed by Bohl and Bourquigny, the French ambassador, on November 14 were in essence the 4 points, defined rather more closely. Bohl improved the first point in Austria's favor by stipulating that Russia should surrender part of Bessarabia so as to be altogether cut off from the Danube. The third point was turned into Drouin's project of neutralizing the Black Sea. Since the Russian fleet there had ceased to exist, this was a concession to Russia, implying as it did that the Turkish fleet would cease to exist also. Moreover, neutralization was to be laid down only in a separate treaty between Russia and Turkey. When the British were told of these terms, they were tempted to reject them altogether. No real security against Russia in the Black Sea, no mention of the Baltic. Palmerston wrote, "We stick to the great principles of settlement which are required for the future security of Europe. If the French government change their opinion, responsibility will rest with them, and the people of the two countries will be told of it. Clarendon, despairing as ever, thought that France would make a separate peace and that Great Britain could not continue the war alone. After much bitter exchange he extracted some concessions from Walewski. Neutralization of the Black Sea should be put in the general treaty, and the Allies should specify as point 5 their intention to demand further particular conditions. But Austria was not to be asked to support these conditions. This was a new version of the old tactic by which Austria was to be lured into supporting terms to which she had not agreed. Yet even now Austria did not intend to go to war. All she offered was to break off diplomatic relations, or, in Bohl's words, la guerre sans la bouteille. The Austrian ultimatum, grudgingly agreed to by the British, was sent off to St. Petersburg on December 15. The Russians tried to bargain, as they had over their original acceptance of the 4 points. Their temporizing answer was rejected by Bohl on January 5, 1856. Now that they were defeated, he had no objection to humiliating them. The decisive Russian Crown Council was held on January 15. As well as the Austrian ultimatum, Alexander II had also urgent letters from Frederick William IV imploring him to give way, and warning him that, though Prussia did not support the ultimatum, she might not be able to remain neutral if France threatened her with war on the Rhine. The Holy Alliance was indeed dissolved. Still, the Russians would not have had to give way, if they had not worn themselves out in their defense of Sebastopol. There they had defeated themselves, and they accepted terms of defeat because they could no longer contend with the Allies, not because they were faced with new enemies. At the last moment Gorshakov telegraphed from Vienna, urging that the Austrian terms be rejected and that instead a direct appeal be made to France. Nesselrode suppressed the telegram and won the council for unconditional acceptance of the Austrian terms. All the same, Gorshakov had made his name. It was the telegram of January 15 which led to his nomination as vice-chancellor and began his policy of entente with France. The diplomatic battle was over for everyone except the British. They had still to fight a prolonged engagement with Walewski over the particular conditions, which they wished Russia to accept in the preliminary peace. Walewski was now bent on conciliating the Russians and described this demand as a second ultimatum. There was a last discreditable compromise. The particular conditions were accepted as sine quibus non by Walewski, and the Russians were even told of this, but they were left out of the preliminary peace. The British got their way on a more important point. They wanted to impose terms on the Russians, not to conciliate them. They therefore insisted on an early meeting of the Peace Congress, so as to be free to threaten a renewal of war in the spring. With this the peace preliminaries were signed on February 1, 1856. The Crimean War was over. It had cost the lives of nearly 500,000 men. A larger total than that of any other European war fought in the 100 years after the Congress of Vienna. In the Near East the outcome of the war seemed confused and disappointing. In Europe it was decisive. The war shattered both the myth and the reality of Russian power. Whatever its origin, the war was in essence an invasion of Russia by the West. Of the 5 invasions of Russia in modern times, it was by far the most successful. After 1856 Russia carried less weight in European affairs than at any time since the end of the Great Northern War in 1721, and the predominance which she had exercised at Berlin and Vienna before 1854 she was never to wield again until 1945. The rulers and peoples of Europe west of the Vistula were free to make of Europe what they would. If Russia was indeed the tyrant of Europe, then the Crimean War was a war of liberation. This liberation delivered Europe first into the hands of Napoleon III, then into those of Bismarck. V. The Congress of Paris N. Its consequences. 1856-8. Until April 16 was in theory the first European meeting since the Congress of Verona in 1822. All intermediate meetings had been conferences, limited to specific subjects. As a matter of fact it was more successful as a conference, settling the particular questions of the Near East, than as a congress discussing the affairs of all Europe. Since the Russians had already accepted the Austrian ultimatum and even, indirectly, the particular conditions, there was no fundamental struggle over the terms of peace. Contrary to British expectations, the Russians swallowed the neutralization of the Åland Islands, the most important particular condition. They jibbed only at ceding territory in Bessarabia. They put forward the plausible argument that they should retain Bessarabia in compensation for the Turkish fortress of Kars which they had captured just before the armistice. Bessarabia was Austria's affair, and Kars, the gateway to Asiatic Turkey, was Great Britain's. Napoleon III cared for neither and was eager to conciliate Russia. The British, who had no such desire, stood firm. And the Russians had to give way. This was a preliminary warning that Napoleon, though anxious to win Russia, would not do so at the expense of the British alliance. Apart from this there was no serious conflict, and the peace treaty was signed on March 30. The treaty solved the problem of relations between Russia and Turkey in three ways. The Turks gave a voluntary promise to reform, the Black Sea was neutralized, the Danubian principalities were made independent of Russia. Of these three methods, the first counted for nothing. The Turks never put their promises into execution. Neutralization of the Black Sea was the prized achievement of 1856, it seemed to provide what the Western powers had long sought, a barrier against Russia without effort from themselves. In reality, like all disarmament clauses in a peace treaty, it was an attempt to perpetuate an existing balance of power when that balance should have changed. The Russians were to promise to behave for all time as though the British and French fleets were in the Black Sea when in fact they had gone away. Neutralization lacked a sanction other than Russian good faith, and if this could be relied on, neutralization was unnecessary. No such compulsory disarmament had ever been imposed upon a great power, except by Napoleon I on Prussia in 1807, and the Allies would not have presented such terms to any power whom they regarded as truly European. At bottom, the British and to a lesser extent the French regarded Russia as a semi-Asiatic state, not much above the level of Turkey and not at all above the level of China. The view was not without truth. The Russians resented it the more for that reason and made the abolition of the Black Sea clauses the principal object of their diplomacy. The freeing of the Danubian principalities, which led ultimately to an independent Romania, was the real achievement of the Treaty of Paris. This independence rested on a real sanction, the jealousy of Russia and Austria. The Austrians had got the Russians out by threat of war in August 1854, but, since they would not pay the price for Western support by withdrawing from Lombardy and Venetia, they did not get themselves in. The Austrian troops which were still occupying the principalities had to be withdrawn on the conclusion of peace. The principalities caused new disputes after the Peace Congress. The frontiers of Bessarabia had to be defined, the status of the principalities, whether united, whether independent of Turkey, had to be settled. Fundamentally, Romania had come into existence as a genuine buffer state, guaranteed by the rivalry of her two great neighbors, and a barrier against either a Russian invasion of the Balkans or an Austrian domination of the Danube. Whereas the clauses neutralizing the Black Sea lasted only 15 years, independent Romania survived until 1941. When the Near East had been settled, the Congress turned itself, less successfully, into a great European gathering. Though the British had always been the principal advocates of the concert of Europe, they insisted on excluding Prussia from the peace negotiations, in resentment at her policy of neutrality. Even when these were concluded, the Prussians got in only on the technical ground that, as signatories of the Straits Convention of 1841, they must acquiesce in its revision. It was dangerous for the British to lay down the principle that only powers which had taken part in a war were entitled to make peace. In later years, the argument could easily be turned against themselves. Prussia's position appeared humiliating. She entered the Congress late, under Austrian patronage, and her representatives had to wait in an anteroom, while Clarendon had a last fling against them. In reality, Prussian policy had scored a great success. Prussia had steered herself through the Crimean War without alienating either side, and Manteuffel was already prophesying an alliance between Russia and France, in which Prussia would make a third. Napoleon wanted to follow the signature of the peace treaty by a discussion which should ramble over all Europe. This had been his dream ever since 1849. The excuse was to be the presence of armies of occupation on foreign soil. The Austrians were already committed to withdrawing their forces from the Danubian principalities. Poland, Greece, Italy made up the rest of the list. Orlov, the principal Russian representative, objected that any mention of Poland would offend Alexei II and turn him against the liberal concessions that he was proposing to make there. Poland was therefore passed over in silence. The foreign troops in Greece were British and French. And it did not become the Congress to attack the two victorious powers. Only Italy remained, and Napoleon turned the discussion the more readily against Austria to distract attention from the French troops in Rome. Besides, he had failed to satisfy any of Cavour's practical demands, designed to set the Italian question in motion. Therefore was the more willing to give Cavour an opportunity of speaking his mind. The sensation of the session of April 8 was, however, Clarendon, not Cavour. Clarendon no doubt wanted to work off the irritation against Austria which he had been accumulating since the beginning of the war. Besides, an attack on clerical rule in Rome as a disgrace to Europe was an easy way of winning the favor of English Protestants. Though the speeches of April 8 did nothing for Italy and were poor consolation for Cavour, they were a deadly blow to Austria, the powers generally, and not merely Lamartine, transient foreign minister of a provisional government, had ceased to believe in the moral validity of the treaties of 1815 and hence in Austria's European mission. Ever since 1849 Austria had based her rule in Italy on the right of the stronger. Now the powers took her at her word. Bol attempted a counterstroke. A guarantee of Turkey by Austria and the Western powers had been part of every negotiation over peace terms since the drafting of the original 4 points, and Bol had renewed this condition when preparing the ultimatum to Russia in December 1855. He now called for its fulfillment, and Napoleon had to agree, much against his will. On April 15, France and Great Britain signed a treaty, guaranteeing the independence and integrity of the Ottoman Empire, though not specifically against Russia, the one concession which Napoleon obtained. Austria at last committed herself in peace to the cause which she had refused to defend in war. Since the danger had passed, the risk seemed small. In return, Bol supposed that he had barred the way against an alliance between Russia and France. Still more important, he supposed that since Napoleon was committed to supporting the status quo in the Near East, he could not work against it in Italy. This was an echo in reverse of Metternich's persistent hope that, if he committed Russia to conservatism in Europe, she must be conservative in the Near East also. The disappointment of the one hope caused the Crimean War, of the other the Italian War of 1859. Bol was not, however, the only one to be mistaken in his calculations. The Congress of Paris proved a disappointment to nearly all who attended it. Only the Prussians, who came late and expected nothing, had their hopes fulfilled. The British were sharply aware that they had not got their way. In fact, they exaggerated the ease with which Russia would recover from her defeat. Cavour is often made out to have scored a triumph at the Congress, but, short of being excluded, he could hardly have done worse. He got none of the concessions which even he had originally regarded as essential in return for taking part in the war. Nothing was changed in Italy. Austria was not, to all appearance, estranged from the Western powers. Sardinia was not treated as a great power and was not even given the chance of adhering to the Treaty of Guarantee of April 15. It is true that Sardinia's military assistance had won British gratitude, and during the Congress, when the British were still full of fight, both Clarendon and Palmerston talked of supporting Sardinia in the coming war against Austria. This enthusiasm did not last. Clarendon was no sooner back in England than he took offence at Cavour's relations with members of the opposition, and within a year the British government were demanding that Cavour should lessen the tension in Italy by declaring his respect for the treaty settlement of 1815. In any case, French policy, not British, would decide the future of Italy, and there is no reason to suppose that Napoleon's later attitude would have been different had Sardinia followed Prussia's example and remained neutral during the Crimean War. In 1856 Napoleon was still a long way from launching a war of Italian liberation, When he did so, it was not because of Sardinia's contribution to the Crimean War. The only defense for Cavour must be found in home policy. At least he prevented the war being fought by a conservative Sardinian government and thus kept open a door for the future. But the Crimean War was not the moment when opportunity knocked so far as Italy was concerned. Most of all, the Congress of Paris was not the moment when opportunity knocked for a Napoleonic reconstruction of Europe. It was no doubt highly flattering to Napoleon III that the Congress met at Paris and under his aegis. But nothing was changed from the days of the Congress of Vienna except the meeting place of the Congress. Who, in the 40 years that had passed since Waterloo, would ever have foretold that in a Congress, meeting at Paris and presided over by an illegitimate son of the great Napoleon, nothing should have been said about Poland and nothing done about Italy? The Congress of Paris was not a European acknowledgement of the Second Empire, it was an acknowledgement of France as a conservative power, an assertion in fact that the Second Empire was not the first. Napoleon III had accomplished something beyond the reach of Napoleon I, he had achieved alliance with Great Britain. But it had been accomplished at the price of abandoning Napoleonic designs in Europe. He had failed to extend the war from the Near East to Italy and the Rhine. Napoleon III was aware of his failure, and he had thought too of a solution. While retaining the British alliance, he would escape from its control by building an alliance with Russia. The Congress of Paris was to be a new Tilsit, and the symbol of the Congress was a resounding kiss given to her love by Princess Mathilde, Napoleon II's cousin, and overheard by Hebner, the Austrian representative. As Tilsit, too, the Congress was a deception. At Tilsit Napoleon I had just conquered all Europe, and Alexander I represented the only great power left standing on the continent. When they schemed great plans of partition, they had no obstacle except their mutual jealousies. At Paris Russia had just been excluded from Europe, and Napoleon III had not begun to conquer it. The Second Empire was prétence from start to finish, and in nothing more so than in the prétence that Austria, Prussia, and Great Britain had ceased to exist as great powers. Besides, the project of alliance between France and Russia rested on prétence towards each other. Napoleon expected that the Russians would treat their defeat in the Near East as permanent and yet would acquiesce in his overthrowing the status quo in Western Europe. The Russians hoped that Napoleon would remain conservative in Western Europe and would yet acquiesce in their destroying the peace settlement in the Near East. Of the two, the Russian hope was the more preposterous. After 1856 the Russians were genuinely indifferent to the fate of Austria in Italy, though not to that of Prussia on the Rhine. Napoleon III could not be indifferent to the settlement in the Near East, for it was his own work. Thus the Congress of Paris ushered in the great age of European deceptions, not an age of European peace. For most of the powers the Crimean War had been an indecisive engagement and the Congress of Paris brought no great change. In Napoleon's own words, what should have been a great political revolution had been reduced to a simple tournament. For Russia the war had been a decisive defeat, and the Congress was a setback without parallel. Therefore Russian policy after the Congress of Paris had a singleness of purpose lacking in that of other powers. It was bent on the revision of the Treaty of Paris to the exclusion of all else. Before 1854 Russia had perhaps neglected her national interests for the sake of general European concerns. Now, for 15 years, she neglected everything in Europe for the sake of her national interests. Or, rather for the sake of her national honor. In the 18th, and even in the early 19th century, the Black Sea and the Near East had been the decisive sphere of Russia's imperial ambitions. They were ceasing to be so. Russia's imperial future lay in Asia, her only concern in the Black Sea was defensive. The Balkans offered trivial prizes compared to those of Central Asia and the Far East. But this could not be appreciated by a Tsar and by statesmen who had suffered the humiliation of loss of territory and of a compulsory neutralization of the Black Sea. Russian diplomacy concentrated for a generation on the wrong object. Gorchakov, who took over foreign affairs from Nesselrode in May 1856, symbolized the new policy. He defined it in simple terms to Kiselev, his ambassador in Paris: I am looking for a man who will annul the clauses of the Treaty of Paris, concerning the Black Sea question and the Bessarabian frontier, I am looking for him and I shall find him. Gorshakov's mind was shaped by his experiences of the Vienna conferences. He had tried there to negotiate directly with the French over the heads of the Austrians, and he was convinced that the aim of Russian policy should be to separate Austria and France. This was not difficult. There was nothing Napoleon III would like better than to escape with Russian assistance from the Austrian alliance which had been forced upon him by his conservative advisers. But Gorshakov failed to understand that Napoleon would not be so easily parted from the British. The Napoleonic dream was of a reconstruction of Europe, a Troyes new Tilsit indeed, but with a British representative on the raft and not hiding underneath it. The Russian mistake was shared by Morny, who went to St. Petersburg as ambassador in a blaze of glory. Morny had strong economic reasons for disliking the British connection. He wished France to replace Great Britain as the financier of Russia. 2 Although he was without sympathy for Napoleon's schemes of revising the map of Europe, he hoped to prevent these by tying Napoleon to the Russian alliance. At the same time, knowing Napoleon's obstinacy, he had to make out that this alliance would open the door to treaty revision. As a result, he both misled the Russians as to Napoleon's eagerness for their alliance and misled Napoleon as to what he might get out of it. No sooner was the Congress over than the Russians, encouraged by Morny, began to cheat in the execution of the treaty. They claimed that Serpent's Island at the mouth of the Danube, which had not been mentioned in the peace treaty, was still theirs, and they took advantage of a misunderstanding to claim Belgrade, which stood on an arm of the Danube. The British, however, were still in that short-lived mood of confident belligerence which often follows their victory in war. They sent their fleet back into the Black Sea and landed a Turkish garrison on Serpent's Island before the Russians were aware that anything was happening. Belgrade was more difficult. It was beyond the range of simple sea power. Besides, Napoleon wanted to meet the Russian claim. He had a guilty conscience about the Treaty of April 15 with Austria and Great Britain. This had implied lack of faith in Russia just when he was trying to get on good terms with her, and he thought that the best way of obliterating this disloyalty towards Russia was by acting disloyally towards his allies in the question of Belgrade. The Russians made the most of this situation. As well, with the British fleet in the Black Sea and the Austrians still in the Principalities, they were genuinely frightened. Intending to evade the conditions of peace themselves, they suspected the British and Austrians of intending to do the same. When Gorshakov asked Napoleon to protect Russia from Austria and Great Britain, he was not merely trying to separate the Allies, he really supposed that Russia needed protection. To win over Napoleon, Gorshakov offered to give up Belgrade in exchange for any compensation that Napoleon cared to name. In addition, Napoleon should sign a secret treaty with Russia, guaranteeing the execution of the Treaty of Paris. Since the treaty had been made as a consequence of Russia's defeat, this seemed a surprising suggestion. Its meaning became clear when Gorshakov specified that Napoleon should keep the straits closed against the British and should compel the Austrians to evacuate the Principalities. Fear and guile were characteristically mixed, and it was small consolation that the neutralization of the Black Sea was to be reaffirmed. To make the proposition more attractive, Morny wrote, "Russia is the only power who will ratify in advance any aggrandizement of France. J have already received the assurance of this." Morny and Gorshakov had asked too much. It was one thing for Napoleon to abandon Austria, to abandon Great Britain quite another. He said to Kiselev, "Could not the three of us agree? Together we could rule Europe." Besides, Morny was not the only member of Napoleon's private circle. Persigny, now ambassador at London, had even stronger claims on Napoleon's gratitude. Persigny was always the man of the British alliance, if only to distinguish himself from Morny and Drouin. He insisted that Walewski and Morny were repeating the mistake of Louis Philippe, when they quarreled with England, a comparison always alarming to Napoleon. Early in November 1856 Persigny came over to Compiègne and, aided by Cowley, carried the day. Napoleon agreed to the British proposal that the Congress should be resumed solely to answer the question, which Belgrade did the Congress intend to give to Russia? Further, Napoleon sent a secret message to Cavour that Sardinia should vote on the British side. This, with Great Britain, Austria, and Turkey, gave an anti-Russian majority, and Napoleon could vote ineffectively for Russia. The Prussians had intended to refuse to attend the meeting. They were told by the Russians that this was conduct unworthy of a great power, and, when they learnt that Napoleon had safely rigged things, they came to give an ineffective vote for Russia also. Morny did not give up altogether. He asked that, since Napoleon would not sign a secret treaty with Russia, he should at least write a private letter to the Tsar, promising to enforce the Treaty of Paris. Even this was too much for Napoleon, and all the Russians got, when they had lost Belgrade, was a dispatch from Walewski, affirming French loyalty to the Treaty of Paris. The dispatch was harmless enough to be shown to the British. While the Russians pressed for a secret treaty directed against the British, they failed to offer Napoleon anything in regard to Italy, the only point which might have attracted him. Quite the reverse, in the autumn of 1856, they showed disapproval of his Italian policy. Napoleon, and the British too for that matter, were still fumbling for some means with which to open the Italian question. Cavour was not yet ready to challenge Austria. The only opening therefore seemed to be to complain of misgovernment in Naples, and there was plenty of ground for complaint. In October 1856 Great Britain and France broke off diplomatic relations with Naples and threatened to follow this up with a fleet demonstration. Since neither of them was prepared to go beyond this, and since the British, in addition, were afraid that a revolution in Naples might end up with Murat, Napoleon's cousin, on the throne, the fleet demonstration never took place. But enough had been done to provoke a Russian protest. Alexander too said to Morny, "This disturbs the principles which all governments have an interest to preserve and outside which there is no stability." Though the Naples affair had no sequel, it already exposed the contradiction which would ultimately destroy the Franco-Russian Entente. The Russians insisted that Napoleon should make a step towards Alexander too for the sake of the Entente, that is, he should give up his revisionist plans. Also, they expected him to make a step away from the British. Napoleon, on the other hand, expected the Russians to second his revisionist plans and to acquiesce in the Anglo-French alliance. After all, he wanted the Entente in order to make things easier for his plans in Italy, and for these the alliance with Great Britain was even more necessary. Napoleon, in fact, was anti-Austrian. The Russians, obsessed with the Black Sea, saw Great Britain as their principal opponent. The choice of allies was presented still more sharply to Napoleon in the course of 1857. Belgrade had been a trivial affair, a mere trial of strength. The future of the Danubian principalities presented a question of a different order. The Congress of Paris had failed to agree whether they should be united. The French had favored union, in accordance with Napoleon's general support of nationalism, and they had been seconded rather half-heartedly by Clarendon. The Turks and the Austrians had opposed union. The Turks feared that a united Romania would soon end its theoretical dependence on Turkey. The Austrians dreaded even more the effect of a Romanian national state on the millions of Romanians within the Habsburg Empire. The Russians had at first sat silent. After all, a united Romania would be a barrier also against them. But when they saw the chance of dividing France from Austria and Turkey, they came down on the side of union. Since the Congress could not agree, it took the usual weak line of international gatherings and decided to leave the question to a commission, which was to ascertain the wishes of the inhabitants. By the time the commission got to work, the British government had repented of Clarendon's support of union. As the Belgrade affair showed, they could count only on Austria and Turkey, not on France, to enforce the treaty against Russia. Besides, Stratford, at Constantinople, had never approved of dismembering Turkey for the sake of French favor, and he encouraged every Turkish device to rig the elections in the principalities against union. In July 1857 the elections in Moldavia were conducted with shameless dishonesty. Thuvenel, the French ambassador, demanded that they should be annulled, and when this was refused broke off diplomatic relations with the Porte. He was followed by the Russian ambassador, and this time the Franco-Russian side had a majority. Sardinia supported the cause of an anti-Austrian nationalism for obvious reasons, and the Prussians were delighted to make a third in the Franco-Russian alliance that they anticipated. These expectations were once more disappointed by the efforts of Persigny and by Napoleon's determination not to follow the example of Louis Philippe. Persigny argued that it was not in France's interest to dismember European Turkey. Besides, if France was to draw the sword, it should be for some great principle, such as the Rhine provinces, Italy, Poland, or Hungary. Napoleon on his side clung to the idea that England, France, and Russia should settle the affairs of Europe together. By July 1857 the British had a pressing motive to avoid a new crisis in the Near East. The Indian Mutiny had broken out, and it was obvious that British forces would be fully occupied in India for a long time. Napoleon was therefore a welcome visitor at Osborne from 6 to August 10. Though he had no luck with Prince Albert when he aired his fixed idea of a general revision of the map of Europe, he was able to settle the dispute over the principalities. The Pact of Osborne provided that the election in Moldavia should be annulled. In return the French dropped their support of full union in favor of an administrative union, which should leave the two principalities still politically separate. The British disavowed Stratford, and Napoleon disavowed French policy. As a matter of fact, the problem of the principalities now passed to the inhabitants themselves, and they settled it by the beginning of 1859 in favor of union. Napoleon's visit to Osborne in August was followed by a much more grandiose affair in September, his meeting with Alexander II at Stuttgart. This was the first time that Napoleon had met a continental ruler of any importance. Though a triumph for him, it was a modest affair when compared to Napoleon I's meeting with Alexander I at Erfurt in 1808. The Russians came on the hunt for solid agreements, Napoleon for his favorite pursuit of rambling conversations on the future of Europe. Gorchakov proposed to guarantee France against a renewal of the Holy Alliance and asked in return that the two powers should settle every question by direct negotiation. As an additional inducement, Napoleon might be offered a free hand in Africa or Asia and a vague suggestion that Russia was not bound to the status quo in Europe. As well, Gorchakov raised his old proposal that France should guarantee the Treaty of Paris. Walewski, when it came to his turn, wanted things arranged rather differently, a clear Russian declaration of readiness to revise the settlement of 1815 and a Russian promise to work with France if the Turkish Empire fell to pieces. In the end the two foreign ministers avoided any written agreement. Gorchakov had no interest except in an agreement which could be used to separate England and France. Walewski, who disliked Napoleon's Italian dreams, was no doubt glad to escape anything that would encourage them. After the meeting was over Gorchakov said complacently, "It is above all in the future that Stuttgart will bear its true fruits." By this he meant only that he and Walewski were still looking round for means with which to cheat each other. The two emperors did rather better. As Napoleon was the dominant personality he got his way, and the conversation rambled over the map of Europe. Alexander had come in hope of an anti-British agreement over the Danubian principalities. Instead he was invited to acquiesce in the Pact of Osborne and, having withdrawn his ambassador from Constantinople to please Napoleon, now had to send him back to please the British. Apart from this, the two emperors did not discuss the affairs of the Near East. Napoleon murmured Poland, Alexander said that he wished Poland to prosper under the scepter of the Emperor of Russia. With equal vagueness Napoleon mentioned Italy. Alexander replied that he would not repeat the mistake of 1849, this was the most concrete statement of the meeting, but it did not amount to much. Even in 1849 Russia had aided Austria only in Hungary, not in Italy. Besides, Alexander went on to ask Napoleon to renew diplomatic relations with Naples. This was not at all the repudiation of the settlement of 1815 for which Napoleon had hoped. In short, Napoleon disliked the Russian program in the Near East, the Russians disliked his program in Italy. Therefore both sides steered clear of practical proposals and were content with the demonstration of imperial solidarity. The Russians had broken the isolation which had been the penalty of defeat. Napoleon had ended the humiliation of being a parvenu. But in essence their boasted entente rested on the condition that neither would take practical advantage from it. The Stuttgart meeting alarmed the other partners in the former Holy Alliance. Frederick William took the characteristic course of avoiding commitment to either side. He refused to go to Stuttgart so as not to give the meeting the appearance of a combination against Austria. On the other hand, he refused to invite Alexander II and Francis Joseph to visit him at Berlin, since the Holy Alliance is dead, at least for the lifetime of Alexander II. The Tsar, after much Austrian importuning, agreed to meet Francis Joseph at Weimar, on condition Bull was not present. The meeting was not a success. Alexander said, "We shall judge Austria by acts, by facts," and Russian policy after the meeting was more demonstratively pro-French than ever in the countless trivialities which arose in the Near East. Certainly the Russians always made a reserve in their dealings with Napoleon, they needed Prussia as a protecting bulwark for Poland and did not intend to abandon her to French encroachment. But at this time Napoleon had no such projects. In fact, since his policy was anti-Austrian, he favored the aggrandizement of Prussia in Germany. France and Russia made the complacent claim that they were natural allies. If this phrase had any practical meaning, it could only be translated into a common hostility to Austria. But even this had to be kept a matter of sentiment. So far as principles still counted for anything, Russia favored Austria's position in Italy. So far as treaties had any meaning, France was the ally of Austria in the Near East. The two natural allies had drifted into their entente with the idea of bluffing Austria. Napoleon hoped that she would surrender Lombardy voluntarily for the sake of the Near East, Alexander that she would abet Russia's repudiation of the neutralization of the Black Sea for the sake of Italy. When Austria held firm on both points, the Allies had to pretend to take their alliance seriously. Here Napoleon had the decisive advantage of his alliance with Great Britain. The British would acquiesce in his Italian plans, and they would enforce the neutralization of the Black Sea, even if he appeared to give it up. The Russians, on the other hand, had only their intimacy with Prussia. This, though invaluable with regard to Poland, was useless in the Near East. Hence it is not surprising that Napoleon won easily in the competition to turn the Franco-Russian entente to practical use. 6. The Italian War and the disruption of the settlement of Vienna. 1858–61. Became president in 1848. This was, in part, a matter of sentiment. He had begun there, and so had the imperial career of his uncle. Frenchmen knew Italy, Germany was strange and unsympathetic to them. The liberation of Italy appealed to Frenchmen as even the recovery of the left bank of the Rhine did not. Emphasis on Italy was also for Napoleon a matter of calculation. He believed that his position would never be secure until the empire has had its original, hereditary, and predestined illness, the reaction against the treaties of 1815. He imagined, or so he alleged, that, once the settlement of 1815 was overthrown in Italy, it would crumble elsewhere in Europe without a further war. Since Metternich had held the same view, this was a plausible or even a reasonable theory. Before the great development of German industry was launched in the middle of the 19th century, Italy certainly counted for more in the European balance of power than she did later. All the same, Italy did not count that much even in 1858, and Napoleon put so much emphasis on Italy because he shrank, perhaps unconsciously, from the trial of strength on the Rhine which was already beyond French power. Yet the destruction of French hegemony in Central Europe was the decisive feature of the settlement of Vienna, and Italy was, at best, a backdoor into Central Europe. Men try to enter by the back door when the front door is too stalwart for them to move, and Napoleon's Italian question had obsessed Napoleon ever since he. Concentration on Italy was a confession of French weakness. Where Italy might count decisively was in a struggle for the hegemony of the Mediterranean, but to enter this struggle was a further confession that France shrank from the conflict for Central Europe on which her greatness depended. These deep-seated causes of the Italian obsession were, of course, often overlaid with tactical arguments, and after the Congress of Paris there was a tactical argument of great weight. Austria was isolated, and Prussia was not. Yet despite this advantage Napoleon might well have drifted on, bemusing himself with vague plans of European reconstruction, had he not been pushed into action by an economic crisis and an Italian revolutionary. The economic crisis of 1857, the first since the year of revolutions, was a grave challenge to the stability of the Second Empire. Napoleon had justified his arbitrary rule with the argument that, by guaranteeing social order, it secured prosperity. Now the prosperity vanished. The French middle classes were discontented for the first time since 1851, and the elections of May 1857 returned 5 avowed opponents of the empire, despite every exertion of official influence. Napoleon was convinced that he could avoid political concessions at home only by a striking success in foreign policy. To stave off revolution in France he must launch the revolution abroad. On January 1, 1858 he wrote to the Tsar, expressing the hope that a great chance might occur in which they could march side by side. It was the first warning of the Italian storm. Even now Napoleon needed a further decisive impulse from without. It came on January 14, 1858, when Orsini, an Italian revolutionary, attempted to assassinate him. The Orsini affair was the turning point in the history of the Second Empire as much as the plot of Georges Cadeau had been in the career of Napoleon I. The official Bonapartists, from the Empress downwards, were only concerned with the security of the regime. For them Orsini was a criminal and nothing more. For Napoleon III Orsini was a hero, and he treated him as one. Though he had to acquiesce in Orsini's execution, he published his last letter, with its appeal for the liberation of Italy, and urged Cavour to reproduce it in the Sardinian press. Nothing could better illuminate Napoleon's character than this patronage of a revolutionary conspiracy even when directed against his own life. Napoleon was now convinced that the policy which he had inherited from Lamartine and Cavaignac, of condemning the settlement of 1815 without attempting to destroy it, the policy in fact of the liberal alliance with England, was impossible. He must either go back to a conservative alliance with Austria or forward to a revolutionary alliance with Italian nationalism, and his own preference was clear. He said, "Austria is a cabinet for whom I have always felt, and still feel, the most lively repugnance. My hope is that I shall never be pushed into an alliance with her." Intimacy with Great Britain was the first casualty of the Orsini plot. Orsini had made his preparations in England, and Napoleon demanded stronger British measures against foreign conspirators. When Palmerston attempted to meet this demand he was defeated in the House of Commons and resigned. Derby's Tory ministry, with Malmesbury as Foreign Secretary, accepted estrangement from France and was avowedly sympathetic to Austria's position in Italy. The breach was not closed even when Queen Victoria and Prince Albert visited Napoleon at Cherbourg in August, especially as Albert took alarm at the new French battleships, driven by steam, which Napoleon rashly displayed. British susceptibilities had no longer a restraining influence on French policy. The Orsini plot was equally decisive in its effect on French relations with Sardinia. Napoleon demanded drastic restrictions on the Sardinian press, and he threatened to join hands with Austria in order to suppress nationalist agitation in Italy. It was the crisis of Cavour's career. An Austro-French alliance had always meant the doom of Italian hopes, even when, as in 1854, it had been confined to the Near East, and in January 1855 Cavour had flung himself unconditionally into the Crimean War in order to prevent an exclusive Austro-French partnership. The new alliance of which Napoleon talked would have been far more disastrous, for it would have been directed to the repression of Italy, and the events of 1849, from the abortive conference at Brussels to the peace following the Second Austro-Sardinian War, had shown that Great Britain could do nothing for Italy if Austria and France were in agreement. Cavour had to outbid Austria by holding before Napoleon's eyes the advantages of a revolutionary policy. It was his strongest point that these advantages were never far from Napoleon's thoughts. There was a further consideration. Ever since taking office in 1852, Cavour had been determined to save the cause of moderate liberalism and monarchy by unifying Italy under the House of Savoy. He could not now mollify Napoleon by surrendering his liberal system and limiting the Sardinian press. Cavour had to go forward with Napoleon in order to preserve the Sardinian constitution. Not that he was unwilling to do so. He had always recognized that the Italian question was a problem in international relations, not in domestic politics. This was his great cleavage from the revolutionaries and his decisive contribution to Italian history. Italy could not make herself, she could only be made by exploiting the differences between the great powers. Cavour offered Napoleon two temptations, dynastic and national. He was ready to marry Victor Emmanuel's daughter to Napoleon's disreputable cousin, Prince Jerome. He would restore the natural frontiers by surrendering Savoy, once France had helped to defeat Austria, and to set up a kingdom of Upper Italy from the Alps to the Adriatic. These terms suited Napoleon's every dream. After some preliminary sounding, Cavour and Napoleon met secretly at Plombières on July 20 to settle their future program. There was to be first the marriage of Prince Jerome, then a common war against Austria. Italy would become a federation of 4 states under the presidency of the Pope, Upper Italy under the House of Savoy, the Papal States, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, and a new Kingdom of Central Italy to be made out of the remnants. Napoleon hoped that this scheme would enable him to escape from his Roman entanglement. Cavour did not take it very seriously. For him, as for Bismarck later, the important thing was to get things moving, not to settle the future that could be settled when it came. Napoleon characteristically remarked that the question of Savoy was secondary and could be arranged later. This was in one sense, a dishonest remark. Recovery of the natural frontiers was essential for the sake of French public opinion. In a deeper sense, however, it represented Napoleon's own outlook. He genuinely believed that French security was to be found in liberating Italy, not in altering frontiers. Unfortunately, he had to claim the natural frontiers, so as to be allowed to carry out the work of liberation, and the achievement of the one largely destroyed the value of the other. At Plombières, Cavour and Napoleon also discussed their future tactics and arranged a division of labor. Cavour was to devise a respectable, that is to say a non-revolutionary, cause for war with Austria. Napoleon was to ensure that she was diplomatically isolated. These tactical problems turned out to be more difficult than the conspirators had imagined. It was impossible to devise a respectable cause for war with Austria. Sardinia had no serious grievance against her except that she was a non-Italian state, ruling over Italians. Every right of treaty and law was on Austria's side. The only argument against her was the revolutionary argument of nationality. When the war came, Sardinia did not even have the excuse of risings in Lombardy and Venetia which she had had in 1848, and, from a detached diplomatic standpoint, the War of 1859 was a war of uncompromising and unprovoked aggression, which must have been condemned by an international authority, had any been in existence. This is, no doubt, an argument against having an international authority, but it could not make Cavour's diplomatic task easy, let alone successful. Napoleon for some time did no better. He had told Cavour at Plombières that he had the formal and repeated promise of Alexander II not to oppose his Italian plans. This promise eluded him when it came to putting anything on paper. Moreover, he had not told Walewski of his visit to Plombières or of his plans for the future, and now negotiated behind the back of his official diplomatists, much as Louis XV had done in the days of Bourbon decay. Prince Jerome, eager for a young wife as well as for a revolutionary war, acted as Napoleon's secret agent. In September he went to Warsaw to negotiate with Alexander II. He asked for a formal treaty by which Alexander II should agree to go to war if Prussia went to Austria's assistance. All he got was a verbal promise that Alexander would treat Austria and Prussia as Austria had treated him during the Crimean War. In practice, this was to be no more than an observation corps of 70,000 men on the Austrian frontier. 3 The two cousins were not discouraged by this failure. On Jerome's return they drafted a treaty, by which Russia should engage to immobilize 150,000 Austrian troops in Galicia. This was, after all, nearer the Crimean figure. In addition, Russia should guarantee France against attack from Prussia, and France should guarantee Russia against attack from England. 2 years previously this offer would have been attractive to Russia. Now, with Italy blowing up and the Near East quiet, it had no meaning. Napoleon and his cousin recognized this. They therefore devised an entirely different treaty in the form of secret articles. These provided for nothing less than a joint war against Austria with a grand revision of the map of Europe at the end of it. Alexander should underwrite Napoleon's pact with Cavour for the future of Italy. Galicia should go to Russia and be united with Congress. Poland, Hungary should be independent, the Black Sea clauses should be revised, while Alexander should give a guarantee that this revision was not a threat to the Porte or a danger to Constantinople. These terms threatened just what the Russians wished to avoid: a general upheaval in Europe with little gain to themselves in the Near East. They wanted the opposite, a revision of the Treaty of Paris without a serious revision of the settlement of 1815. Early in November they returned a cool answer. Russia would support France diplomatically and even agree to territorial changes in Italy. In exchange, France must regard the clauses of the Treaty of Paris concerning both the Black Sea and Bessarabia as abolished and should help Russia to secure their international annulment. This was far from suiting the Bonaparte cousins. Napoleon III tried the line of conciliatory vagueness that was his stock in trade. He wrote to Alexander II, explaining that he could not unilaterally abolish the Treaty of Paris, but added, "Since we count on each other, it is clear that each agrees to support at the peace and to bring to success as much as he can the interests of his ally." In other words, Russia was to back France in the Italian war with the vague hope that something would turn up at the peace conference. Prince Jerome was a little more concrete. He drafted a new clause by which Russia should agree generally to support revision of the settlement of 1815 in exchange for French support for revision of the clauses of 1856 relating to the Black Sea. Even now Russia was being asked to swallow general revision in the West, yet was offered nothing in regard to Bessarabia. On January 2, 1859, Walewski, still foreign minister, at last learned of the negotiations with Russia. By now thoroughly conservative, he disliked the revisionist program both East and West. Though he could not get Napoleon to drop the Italian affair, he persuaded him to conduct it in a respectable manner and to exclude Prince Jerome from the Russian negotiations. Walewski offered the Russians a vague hope of treaty revision at some time in the future, in exchange for their benevolent neutrality in the coming war. Alexander II and Gorshakov knew that they were being tricked, and Gorshakov would have liked to break off. Alexander, however, was obsessed with the Treaty of Paris and recognized that war in Italy was the essential first step towards its revision. He therefore fell back on the usual maneuver of those who are at a loss in diplomacy and relied on a scamp's good faith. He wrote to Kiselev in Paris, "I believe that Napoleon will do what he has promised, i.e. annul the Treaty of Paris, which is a perpetual nightmare to me." On March 3, 1859, France and Russia finally signed a secret treaty in the vaguest terms. In the Italian War, Alexander II would adopt the political and military attitude most suited to display a benevolent neutrality towards France. Nothing was said about the future revision of treaties, either East or West. So far as it went, the treaty was a triumph for Napoleon. Indeed, it alone made possible the liberation of Italy. Though it did not hold out much prospect of Russia's support, it secured him against her opposition. He was free to overthrow the existing settlement in Italy if he felt himself strong enough to do so, whereas the Russians, by failing to include any stipulation concerning the Treaty of Paris, were still not free to overthrow the settlement in the Near East, for which, in any case, they lacked the strength. In short, the Russians hoped to cheat Napoleon at some time in the future. They therefore gave Napoleon an immediate opportunity to cheat them. Napoleon had thus arrived somewhat belatedly at an agreement with Russia. His relations with both Prussia and Great Their Majesties will agree on the modification of the existing treaties to be made in the common interest of their empires at the conclusion of peace. Britain, however, went badly during 1858. Ever since the Congress of Paris, Frederick William IV had been inclining to the Franco-Russian side. Resentment against Austrian perfidy was his guiding motive. Any monarchist qualms against association with a Bonaparte were quietened by the thought that the Russian Tsar would make a third in the partnership. In fact, entry into the Franco-Russian alliance was the program of the Prussian reactionaries, violently advocated by Bismarck, practiced more delicately by Manteuffel. During 1858 Frederick William's health broke down and finally he became totally incapacitated. His brother William succeeded him as regent. Though Prince William had been reputed a reactionary in 1848 and was to be so regarded again in later life, he had advocated a liberal foreign policy during the Crimean War and had been disgraced for it. He had wanted a breach with Russia and close alliance with the Western powers, especially with Great Britain. This policy reflected the outlook of Prussian officials from the Rhineland for whom Poland was a matter of indifference. Besides, it is in the nature of an heir apparent to oppose the policy of the reigning monarch. In November 1858, when he became regent, Prince William still regarded himself as a liberal, destined to inaugurate the new era. He shook off Manteuffel. Schleinitz, the new foreign minister, was a courtier without policy, anxious to please the regent, even more anxious to keep out of trouble. The regent pinned his faith to an alliance with Great Britain. He intended this to be a stabilizing alliance against France and Russia, the restless powers on the circumference. Moreover, William, in his liberal mood, wished to satisfy national sentiment in Germany, and this demanded solidarity with Austria, despite the fact that she was still governed despotically. German liberals believed that a German cause was at stake in Italy, just as earlier they had insisted that a German cause was at stake on the Danube. The Austro-Prussian alliance, ineffective during the Crimean War, seemed now within sight of accomplishment. But the regent wanted a reward. Exactly like Frederick William IV during his brief liberal period in 1848, he intended to use German sentiment in order to improve Prussia's position, and his condition for aiding Austria was that Prussia should be put in supreme command of the German federal forces fighting on the Rhine. Since Austria's strength was entirely absorbed in Italy, this seemed a reasonable demand. Though it would in fact have made Prussia dominant in Germany, it never occurred to William that Austria would be unyielding in Germany, as well as in Italy and the Near East. Alliance with Prussia was the policy of the British court of Queen Victoria and the Prince Consort, and it was secretly favoured by the Tory ministers. But they were a minority government, and they knew that British opinion would never tolerate a war to keep Austrian rule in Italy. They therefore had to profess a policy of impartial neutrality, giving academic support to the treaties of 1815 and urging conciliation on both sides. On February 12, 1859, Malmesbury invited Cavour to state his grievances against Austria. At the same time he asked Bull to make some unspecified concessions in Italy. In short, British policy tried to turn the crisis from a fundamental conflict between two principles into a mere diplomatic dispute between two states. Even within these limits British policy was futile. As Cowley recognized, the only effective way of preventing war between Austria and Sardinia would have been for Great Britain to promise to support whichever was attacked. Since the British government was committed to neutrality, it had nothing to offer except moral disapproval. Still, even this made Napoleon hesitate. His real fear was of war on the Rhine, and Prussia determined his Italian policy throughout the crisis. He hoped that Russia might help to keep Prussia neutral by a mixture of promises and threats, but this was a feeble hope as Napoleon knew, Russia's alliance was directed exclusively against Austria. But if Great Britain remained neutral, Prussia might follow her example, and in order to win this neutrality, Austria had to be made to appear the aggressor, not an easy task, since the sole object of Austrian policy was to retain what she possessed. The Treaty of Alliance between France and Sardinia had at last been signed on 1 January. Immediately after it, Napoleon began to blow cold to urge caution on Cavour and even to suggest that the war would have to be put off until the following year. The hesitation in Napoleon's mind was reflected in the conflict at the French court, Prince Jerome pulling one way, Walewski the other. So far as the emperor was concerned, the hesitation was purely tactical. At heart he was resolved on the Italian war, as on nothing before or afterwards. He told Cavour that he would compel Austria to bid ever higher, answering every concession with the phrase, and then, and the two continued their division of labor. Napoleon was to appear conciliatory, Cavour was to stir up Italy against Austria. For, since neither could devise an excuse for the war, they had to count on Austria to provide one for them. While Cavour and Napoleon had a cause for war, but no excuse, the British government had to make out that there were excuses, but no cause. The tension between France and Austria had to be ascribed to a misunderstanding, which could be removed by conciliatory diplomacy. Cowley, urged on by Walewski, offered himself as intermediary. Napoleon complained of the state of Italy and of his own troubles in the Papal States. Cowley, armed only with these vague grievances, went to Vienna at the end of February. Bole and Francis Joseph did not intend to yield a scrap of their treaty rights, but they wanted to keep Cowley in a good temper. They therefore welcomed the peace plan which Cowley had resourcefully devised. The great powers would agree to neutralize Piedmont. In return Austria would renounce her rights of interference in the central Italian states. In this way Italy would be made independent of the great powers. The plan had no chance of success. Piedmont would have refused to be neutralized. On the other side, the Austrian offer was a fraud. Bole said that Austria could not desert the Italian states, but that she would renounce her treaties with them, if they asked her to do so. Yet even before Cowley left Vienna, Bole wrote to the Italian states, instructing them not to ask for the abrogation of these treaties. The Cowley mission certainly brought a temporary improvement to Austria's position by making the British government believe erroneously in Austrian goodwill. His plan must have proved unworkable if it had ever been tried. It was, however, not put to the test of facts. Hardly had Cowley returned to Paris than his individual mediation was swept aside by a Russian proposal for a European Congress to settle the affairs of Italy. This was a logical consequence of the Franco-Russian Treaty of 3 March. The Russians were committed to localizing the war in Italy. This meant in practice preventing Prussia from attacking France on the Rhine. But the Russians were all along resolved not to be dragged into war with Prussia for the sake of their friendship with France. Therefore their only safe course was to maneuver themselves onto a common footing of neutrality with Prussia and Great Britain. There was a further consideration. As soon as the Franco-Russian Treaty of March 3 was signed, the Russians realized the trick Napoleon had played on them. He had a free hand in Italy, they were still tied in the Near East. The Congress was a method of recovering their freedom. Even though it was ostensibly confined to Italy, they could drag in the Near East, just as in the reverse way Italian affairs had been dragged into the Congress of Paris in 1856, and Napoleon could not well have escaped supporting them. Napoleon in fact tolerated the Congress as a means of driving Austria to war. The Russians hoped both to humiliate the Austrians and to avoid the war, thus defeating Austria and France at the same time. The Austrians saw that the Congress involved their humiliation. It had taken 18 months of war to compel the Russians to attend the Congress of Paris. Austria was being asked to attend a Congress and inevitably to acquiesce in a weakening of her Italian position before a shot had been fired. The only way out was to inflict a preliminary humiliation on Sardinia, which should make it appear that she and not Austria was the defeated party in the war that had not been fought. The Austrian weapon was a demand that Sardinia should be compelled to disarm before the Congress met. This would establish the Austrian thesis that Sardinia was the sole cause of the disturbance in Italy. Cavour answered by demands that would treat Austria and Sardinia as equals, withdrawal of both armies from the frontiers, general disarmament on condition that Sardinia was admitted to the Congress. The technicalities were of no importance, for this was not a diplomatic conflict, it was the first open clash between the two principles of treaty rights and national liberty. Since all the rights of treaties and of international law were on the side of Austria, Cavour was on weak technical ground, and after a month of maneuvering he seemed to be losing the game. Even a visit by Cavour to Paris could not rid Napoleon of his fear of Prussian intervention, and in mid-April Napoleon ordered Cavour to accept a final British proposal that Sardinia should disarm. on condition of being admitted to the Congress. On April 19 Cavour agreed. The opportunity, he believed, had been lost. But this outcome did not suit the Austrians. They wished Sardinia to be disarmed by Austrian threats, not by British persuasions, still less by French promises for the future. The Sardinian obstinacy since the middle of March had certainly made Prussia and Great Britain more favorable to Austria, and the Austrian government made the astonishing blunder of supposing that this favor would continue if they went over to an aggressive policy. On April 12 they drafted an ultimatum demanding the disarmament of Sardinia, which they then submitted to Prussia and Great Britain. On April 19 the Austrian statesmen met again for a decision. Though they probably did not know that Cavour had agreed to give way, they knew that he and Napoleon were weakening, and they were afraid that they were losing their chance. Men always learn from their mistakes how to make new ones. The Austrian mistake in the Crimean War seemed to have been the hesitation to go to war, therefore they determined this time to force war on. They actually hoped that Cavour would reject their ultimatum, so that Sardinia could be broken in isolation, if, against expectation, Napoleon went to Sardinia's help. They counted confidently on Prussian, and even on British, support. Once the Austrian ultimatum was launched, Cavour had only to let it take its course. He rejected the Austrian demand on April 26. Austrian troops crossed the Sardinian frontier on April 29, and on May 3 Napoleon announced his intention of going to Sardinia's aid. In this way the Austrians solved the problem which had baffled Napoleon and Cavour. They opened the door for the destruction of the settlement of 1815 and for the national reconstruction of Central Europe. The War of 1859 was unique in modern history. It was the only war which did not spring in part from mutual apprehension. Even aggressive wars have usually an element of prevention. Napoleon I had some grounds for thinking that Alexander I was preparing to attack him when he invaded Russia in 1812, the Germans had some grounds for feeling encircled when they launched both the First and the Second World Wars in the 20th century. Even Bismarck could plausibly, and perhaps convincingly, claim that he was merely getting his blow in first against both Austria and France. In 1859 neither France, nor even Sardinia, had any ground whatever for fearing an attack from Austria, and they could not have attacked her, unless she had given them the occasion. Both sides mobilized, not from fear, but to force the other side into war. The only genuine fear of 1859 was Austria's fear of internal revolution, and even this was much exaggerated. On the other hand, though the war lacked justification on any basis of international law, no war has been so unanimously approved by posterity. Over other wars of national liberation, Bismarck's wars, the wars of the Balkan peoples against Turkey, the Czech and South Slav struggles against the Habsburg monarchy, there is still controversy. Over the War of 1859 none. The historian cannot be expected to explain this paradox. While himself approving of the war, he can only record that it was incompatible with any known system of international morality. Napoleon had obtained his aim of a war localized in Italy. The overriding question was whether he could keep it localized. He was prepared to guarantee the integrity of German federal territory in exchange for a Prussian promise of neutrality, and Alexander too offered to underwrite Napoleon's word. The Prussian government refused the offer. They dared not cut themselves off from German national feeling. Besides, they were still dreaming that Austria would surrender the leadership in Germany to them in exchange for military support. Napoleon would have liked the Russians to keep Prussia neutral by a threat of war. This was the one thing that they would not do. If Prussia entered the war, the Russians intended to attack not her, but Austria. After all, it would have been an admirable outcome for them, if Prussia had defeated France in the West, while they overthrew the settlement of the Congress of Paris in the Near East. Besides, they wanted to keep the Prussian threat alive in case Napoleon broke his bargain and conducted the war in Italy in a revolutionary manner. It was already disturbing that Cavour, and even Napoleon, were planning with Kossuth a revolution in Hungary. The connection between Hungary and Poland was never out of the Tsar's mind. In short, What kept Prussia out of the war was expectation of the offer from Austria, which never came, of supremacy in Germany, and not Russian threats. A localized war needs quick victories. Napoleon's victories, though quick, were not decisive. On June 4 the Austrians were defeated at Magenta and so driven from the plains of Lombardy. On June 24 they attempted to break out from the fortresses of the Quadrilateral and were again defeated at Solferino, but their armies were still intact and further battles would be necessary if Napoleon was to fulfill his program of Italy free from the Alps to the Adriatic. Meanwhile German sentiment and with it the Prince Regent of Prussia were becoming increasingly restive. On June 24 the Prussian army was mobilized, and the Prussian government determined to offer armed mediation on the basis of the treaties of 1815. Schleinitz, who disliked this course, could only postpone the decision by proposing to invite the cooperation of Russia and Great Britain. From Russia Napoleon got no promises of support, but only promptings to end the war before it got out of hand. The British situation had changed in Napoleon's favor in the middle of June, when the Tory government was defeated and the first Liberal government formed, with Palmerston as Prime Minister and Lord John Russell as Foreign Secretary. But this was not the purely Palmerstonian government which had carried the Crimean War to a resolute conclusion. The two dreadful old men were the prisoners of the Peelites and Cobdenites, who together dominated the cabinet. Palmerston and Russell would certainly have liked to support Napoleon's program. Hampered by the cabinet and the Queen, they could be little less neutral than the Tories who had preceded them. This was not, however, appreciated by the Austrian government. Rechberg, who had taken Bohl's place in May, was a disciple of Metternich with all his master's suspicion of British policy, and, as well, he augured nothing good from a Prussian government that claimed to act in accordance with liberal and national sentiment. In short, Napoleon feared that Prussia was about to intervene against him and that Great Britain would do nothing to help him. The Austrians feared that Prussia, Russia, and Great Britain were about to come together on a program of mediation, hostile to Austrian interests. There followed one of those strokes by which Napoleon showed his training as a conspirator. On July 5 he proposed an armistice to Francis Joseph. On July 11 the two emperors met at Villafranca. On July 12 the preliminary peace was signed. Napoleon dazzled and bemused Francis Joseph with talk of European mediation. He produced terms which in fact he himself had proposed to the British, alleged that the British meant to put them forward as the basis for mediation, and even created the impression that Prussia would accept this basis. His own offer was simple: he would leave Venetia to Austria, if she would surrender Lombardy without the fortresses of the Quadrilateral. Francis Joseph had been disillusioned and embittered by the failure of Prussia and Great Britain to support him at the outbreak of war, and now believed Napoleon's story. Besides, in his obsession with treaty rights, he preferred to surrender Lombardy as the result of military defeat rather than at the verdict of a European conference. Napoleon, on his side, wanted peace at almost any price in order to escape the risk of war on the Rhine. He hoped to repeat the maneuver with which he had ended the Crimean War. Then he had become reconciled with Russia at the expense of the neutral power Austria. Now he would be reconciled with Austria at the expense of all the neutral powers and even at the expense of his own ally Sardinia. Russia would not get a reward in the Near East, Prussia would not get a reward in Germany. Sardinia, without the fortresses of the Quadrilateral, would be more dependent than ever on French support. Austria and France would remain dominant in Italy, the British therefore would be denied their aim of an independent peninsula. A conservative partnership between Austria and France had long been the dream of sensible men in both countries, from Talleyrand and Metternich in 1815 to Droindelhuis and Hubner during the Crimean War. It alone could have stabilized. This gave great satisfaction to Francis Joseph also. On his return to Vienna he said, "The one thing that consoles me is that Prussia has been made to look foolish. Germany and the Near East." But the reconciliation at Villafranca could be permanent only if the cession of Lombardy by Austria settled the Italian question, an even more modest version of the pretense that Napoleon had kept up during his negotiations with Cavour that his only concern was with the Kingdom of Upper Italy. In fact, quite apart from Venetia, there remained the problem of the petty states in central Italy, of the Papal States, and of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. During the war the states of central Italy had revolted and expelled their rulers. This revolutionary display had disturbed the Tsar's conscience and had been among the causes which led Napoleon to end the war. Francis Joseph, always concerned with family rights, insisted that the Italian princes be restored. Napoleon agreed on condition that they were not restored by force. In addition, the Pact of Villafranca provided for the creation of an Italian federation, including Venetia, and ultimately for a European Congress to confirm the new order in Italy. This last represented Napoleon's hope, perpetually disappointed, of somehow escaping from the occupation of Rome. The only mistake I repent of in my political career? The great weakness of Villafranca lay in Napoleon's own character. Though he had been upset by the carnage of the battlefield and had taken fright at the prospect of war with Prussia, he remained an adventurer. Once back in Paris, he began to plan new surprises in Italy. Besides, the Pact of Villafranca suffered from there being only two parties to it. Russia could conspire with France to revise the settlement of 1856 at the expense of Austria and Great Britain. The settlement of 1859 could be revised only to the humiliation of France. Within a few weeks Francis Joseph found that he had been defrauded. The princes of central Italy had no chance of returning to their states, and Napoleon looked on calmly at the mounting nationalist agitation. The French and Austrian representatives turned the preliminary terms into a formal treaty at Zurich, but nothing was left of the friendship of the two emperors. Each side prepared for a new bout of the Italian question. Austria tried to be reconciled with Russia. Napoleon tried to secure himself from a new Prussian threat. This engagement was easily won by the French. Rechberg talked rather vaguely to the Russians of a revision of the Treaty of Paris and even suggested a partition of the Ottoman Empire, with Austria monopolizing the valley of the Danube. The Russians did not take the offer seriously. Gorchakov wrote, "We shall have some smiles from Austria, some consoling words, but we shall keep our axe for those who can serve Russian interests effectively." In theory Alexander too supported the legitimacy of princes. When it came to the point he was prepared to allow Napoleon a second round in Italy in the hope of himself achieving something in the Near East. The limiting factor in Russian policy was fear of a general war, and especially of having to choose between Prussia and France. In the autumn of 1859 Alexander at last secured the neutrality of Prussia which had escaped him during the recent war. The Prince Regent, left high and dry in the middle of a mobilization, resented the contemptuous treatment he had received from Austria. Besides, having been in effective power for nearly a year, he was beginning to act as the ruler of Prussia and no longer as an heir with romantic notions. He took Poland more seriously and was less moved by Austria's German mission, whether in Italy or on the Danube. Hence there followed a reconciliation with Russia. William and Alexander met at Breslau in October, a decisive turn from the liberal New Era, which was reflected at home in the appointment of Roon as Minister of War in December. Emotionally William would have liked to win Alexander for the Holy Alliance. When this met with no response, he dropped instead his own hostility to France. Gorchakov boasted to the French ambassador, "We are leading Prussia to you." William and Schleinitz did not swallow the full Russian policy, which was also urged on them by Bismarck, their representative at St. Petersburg. They would not make a third in the Franco-Russian alliance. But they accepted Russia's guarantee against a French attack on the Rhine, and agreed in return to be neutral in the affairs of Italy. The Russians did not perform these services for nothing. As ever, they hoped to divide Napoleon from England, and, as ever, Napoleon hoped to disappoint them. The British change of government in June 1859 certainly ended any prospect of an Anglo-Austrian entente, but it did not automatically renew the good relations with France of Palmerston's previous government. Russell was suspicious of all foreign governments, and Palmerston was more suspicious than he had been before. Curiously enough, Napoleon earned a double distrust in England from the War of 1859, fear of his warlike intentions, from his having started the war, belief that he was unreliable, from his having ended it. Palmerston and Russell were determined to wreck the agreement of Villafranca from the moment that it was made. Their first intention was to attend the Congress projected at Villafranca, in order to force a radical revision of the Franco-Austrian agreement. When it became clear in the autumn that the Congress would be summoned only to confirm this agreement, they planned to wreck it by staying away. Thus British policy aimed to destroy for the sake of Italy the Franco-Austrian Entente, which it had previously labored to create for the sake of the Near East. Napoleon saved the British the trouble. At the end of 1859 he decided to wreck the Pact of Villafranca himself. His concern was not primarily with the duchies of central Italy, it was with opinion inside France. The War of 1859, with its half-hearted end, had brought him little prestige. Above all, since he had not liberated Venetia, it had not brought him Savoy and Nice. Now he hoped that some new spin of the Italian will would at last enable him to begin the march to the natural frontiers. On December 22, 1859, one of Napoleon's literary dependents published a pamphlet, The Pope and the Congress, advocating the virtual disappearance of the temporal power. The Austrian government demanded that Napoleon disavow its argument. When he refused, they jettisoned the proposed Congress. Once more Austrian impatience had opened the door to the revolution. On January 4, 1860, Walewski, defender of a conservative foreign policy, resigned. Napoleon had gone over to a policy of adventure. A period of dreaming and vague projects might have followed, but a fortnight later Cavour returned to power in Turin, and it was his task, as in the previous year, to drag Napoleon into action. Where Napoleon was still talking vaguely of delivering Venetia by some impossible turn of events in the Near East, Cavour was setting the pace in central Italy. Napoleon tried to impose his veto on straight incorporation with the Kingdom of Sardinia. Cavour answered with plebiscites, the one argument which Napoleon could not reject. Thus Napoleon, even if he shrank from the crisis, had to demand Savoy and Nice, as the only compensation for the increase in Sardinia's power and his own consequent loss of prestige. On March 13, 1860, the French plan was officially announced to the great powers. On March 24 Cavour signed the treaty ceding Savoy and Nice to France. The annexation of Savoy was a turning point in the history of the Second Empire. Until then it had been plausible to argue that Napoleon was seeking glory by liberating others, not by the direct aggrandizement of France. Now he had taken up the revolutionary policy of the natural frontiers, which seemed to lead directly to a French hegemony of Europe. The British government could not oppose by war a course of events that was helping on the unification of Italy, but they never recovered the faith in Napoleon III which they lost in March 1860. Palmerston said to Cavour's representative, "We can have no illusions on the subject. The Emperor has vast conceptions which he plans to realize and which will force us to make war," and John Russell, always more impetuous, regretted that Prussia had not gone to war against France in the previous year. No action followed these hard words. The Austrian government were delighted at the British discomfiture and at the proof of all their forebodings. The Prussian government would have seconded the British protest, if they could have had in return a promise of support on the Rhine. This was not forthcoming. Besides, the Prussians were being hard-pressed from St. Petersburg to recognize the annexations at once. The Russians, as usual, had once again jettisoned their principles in the hope that further turmoil in Western Europe would open the way to treaty revision in the Near East. Most of all, the Prussian attitude was determined by the consideration that resistance to France involved cooperation with Austria, and even the Prince Regent would not envisage this cooperation unless it brought him the military hegemony of Germany. 3 As a result, though the annexation of Savoy gave the decisive blow to the settlement of 1815, it passed over without a serious diplomatic crisis. To outward appearance, and much to Russia's disappointment, even the estrangement between England and France did not prove lasting. At a rumor of troop movements in southern Russia, the British protested with French approval, and in July 1860 the two Western powers intervened to protect the Christians of Syria, much to the annoyance of both Russia and Austria. Worst of all, events in central Italy, instead of ending the Italian Revolution, began it in earnest. The princes of central Italy had been dislodged by internal revolts, and Cavour's representatives had come in ostensibly to restore order, not to provoke revolution. The kingdom of the two Sicilies was a different matter. Though there was rebellion in Sicily, the Neapolitan troops were strong enough to subdue it if they were left undisturbed. Cavour, with all his daring, could not risk an open war between Sardinia and Naples. On the other hand, if he did nothing, he might be faced with radical revolution in northern Italy. Radical energy had to be discharged somewhere, better against Sicily and Naples, than against Cavour himself, or even against Venetia and Rome, the one involving war with Austria, the other with France. The radicals were ready to compromise with Cavour. Though Mazzini held on his republican course, the fighting revolutionary Garibaldi agreed to be diverted to Sicily, and sailed with his 1,000 early in May. In August, having carried the island, he crossed to the mainland. Cavour did nothing to interfere with Garibaldi. Despite the protests of the three northern courts, Napoleon did nothing to interfere with Cavour, despite the protests even of his own foreign minister. Though full of warnings to Cavour that he could not support Italy against all Europe, Napoleon always came down on the side of adventure when it came to a decision. In his own words to Thuvenel, his new foreign minister, he could not condemn principles which he might need to apply and invoke himself later. Napoleon was that strange thing, a procrastinating adventurer, and, no doubt, had he been in Cavour's place, he would have pretended to disavow Garibaldi. He said to Nigra, "In acting otherwise you would make the same mistake as if I let people allege that I wanted the Rhineland." Cavour, however, had a pressing motive for action. By launching Garibaldi he had given the revolution a chance to organize itself. Now he had to show that he could do for Italy as much as the radicals were promising. Victor Emmanuel in fact had to outbid Garibaldi, not to work against him. In July, while Garibaldi was still in Sicily, Cavour planned to annex Naples in order to preserve the national and monarchical character of the Italian movement, otherwise Garibaldi would sweep up the peninsula and provoke an international crisis by attacking Venetia. Garibaldi was too quick for Cavour. He crossed to the mainland before the regular Italian army was ready to move. Cavour then planned the same maneuver with the states of the Church, and Napoleon acquiesced, on condition that Rome itself was not touched. Diplomacy will make great cries, but will let you act. Point 2 Cavour stirred up revolts in the Papal States, and on September 11 Victor Emmanuel marched, ostensibly to restore order. The greatest difficulty was still ahead, to persuade Garibaldi to recognize the authority of Victor Emmanuel over southern Italy. Here Cavour and the Italian monarchy were rescued by the strength of the Neapolitan army. Garibaldi, with his red shirts, could carry the open country. He was helpless against an army in prepared positions, and was glad enough to see the arrival of regular troops. On October 26 he met Victor Emmanuel with the words, "Hail to the King of Italy." Therewith Italy was virtually made. In the following March a parliament drawn from all Italy except Venetia and Rome, decreed that Victor Emmanuel should be King of Italy by the grace of God and the will of the people. The House of Savoy and the Revolution had cemented their alliance. This last stage was not completed without international alarms. On the news of Garibaldi's expedition, the British government feared that Cavour had purchased Napoleon's complaisance by promising to cede Genoa as he had ceded Savoy. They offered Cavour a defensive alliance on condition that he would not cede Genoa nor attack Venetia, and threatened, in case of refusal, to support the King of the two Sicilies or even to ally themselves with Austria. Though Cavour did not take up their offer of an alliance, he said enough to calm their fears, and henceforth the British made things easy for him. Still, this support only helped Cavour to disregard the warnings from France. The British could be of no real assistance against an attack from Austria, and that would come if the Austrians, late in the day, managed to revive the Holy Alliance with Russia and Prussia. This was the great issue of the summer of 1860, whether the Holy Alliance could be revived before the unification of Italy was complete. There were serious reasons for expecting it. The King of the Two Sicilies had been the symbol of counter-revolution ever since the Congress of Ljubljana in 1821, now both Alexander II and the Prince Regent of Prussia watched Garibaldi's campaign with mounting disapproval. William would have liked to pursue a firm conservative policy with Russian support, but Russia would not break with France, and Prussia would not cooperate with Austria. To William's urging of a Russo-Prussian alliance, Alexander replied that France should make a third in it. William asked, against whom the alliance, and though the answer was never given, it was obvious enough it was to disrupt Austria's position in the Near East. At the end of June William met Napoleon at Baden-Baden in order to please the Russians, but instead of acquiescing in Napoleon's expansionist plans, he made the meeting a demonstration of German solidarity against France by inviting all the leading German princes. Napoleon commented, "William behaved like a bashful girl, who is afraid of her lover's bad reputation and therefore avoids being alone with him in view of Napoleon's record, not an unreasonable attitude." If Prussia would not support French plans, the obvious alternative was to work with Austria against them, but this was equally impossible. William and Francis Joseph met at Teplitz from 25 to July 27, in the hope of repeating the reconciliation of Olomouc, this time, however, without the humiliation of Prussia. The two agreed on a program of defense against French aggression, and William threw in the defense of German federal territory, including Tyrol and Trieste, against Sardinia. His price was the command of all German forces, a price at once brushed aside by the Austrians. Rechberg said, when Francis Joseph had just lost a valuable province, he could not make new moral surrenders voluntarily. The Austrians, in truth, never took the Prussian demands seriously. They could not understand, right down to the outbreak of war in 1866, that Prussia was genuinely bent on equality, if not more, in Germany. Therefore at the end of July 1860 Francis Joseph and Rechberg believed that the Holy Alliance was really in sight. There was an excuse for this. The invasion of Naples, combined with the Anglo-French expedition to Syria, gave Russian feeling a short-lived turn against France. Napoleon's birthday on August 15 was ignored at St. Petersburg, and the birthday of Francis Joseph on August 18 was celebrated there for the first time since the Crimean War. Before the three monarchs could meet, Russia had been pulled back by France, and Prussia by Great Britain. Thuvenel realized that something must be done to restore Russian faith in the Entente with France. At the end of September he sent a memorandum on French policy to Gorchakov. The memorandum was in two parts. In regard to Italy, France promised to stay neutral if Sardinia invaded Venetia on condition that Prussia and the German states remained neutral also, but whatever the fortunes of war or of the future, Sardinia must retain Lombardy and France must retain Savoy. There was a significant omission. France did not promise to remain neutral if Austria intervened in Italy in order to protect the King of the Two Sicilies or the Pope. The crusade against the revolution was still barred. The second part of the memorandum concerned the Near East. If a catastrophe took place there, France would settle its future with Russia before approaching the other powers, and that on the basis that no great power should acquire territory nor the balance of power in Europe be disturbed. This self-denying ordinance was not, however, to apply to the recovery of Bessarabia by the Russians. These shadowy plans delighted Alexander II and Gorchakov. They had no serious interest in a conservative crusade and thought that they had done enough if they gave Austria some security in Venetia. Their real love, as Nicholas I had shown before them, was for interminable speculation over the future of the Ottoman Empire. And this Napoleon, himself a great projector, was prepared to offer. Besides, Thuvenel's plan gave the Russians security against their real dreaded domination of the Near East by Great Britain and Austria at their expense. As it was, they were to have Bessarabia, yet Austria would be excluded from Romania and the British from Egypt or the Dardanelles. Alexander it said to the French ambassador, "It is with you and you alone that I wish to negotiate." Gorchakov actually wished to invite Thuvenel to Warsaw, since he would not also invite Russell. This would have been a continental bloc against Great Britain, and Thuvenel evaded the invitation. Prussia meanwhile had drawn closer to Great Britain. With Austria unyielding and Russia friendly to France, this seemed the only means of security on the Rhine. Early in October William met Queen Victoria at Koblenz, the high-water mark of Anglo-Prussian friendship in the new era. Russell told Schleinitz that he did not object to a Prussian protest at Turin, provided there was no united front of the conservative powers. Schleinitz, in return, urged Russell to abandon the clauses of the Treaty of Paris neutralizing the Black Sea. In this way Russia would be reconciled, and a truly Pacific Union could be built up against France. He met with an abrupt refusal. Yet there was sense in his argument. It was not possible to maintain both the Treaty of Vienna and the Treaty of Paris. If the British wished to resist Napoleon's expansion in the West, they would have to accept treaty revision in the Near East. If they were immovable in the Near East, then they would be helpless against Napoleon. By failing to make up their minds to either course, the British had to tolerate upheaval in Western Europe and lost the neutralization of the Black Sea into the bargain. The meeting of the three monarchs at Warsaw from 25 to October 27 turned out to be far from a revival of the Holy Alliance. Gorchakov communicated only the Italian part of the French memorandum and declared himself satisfied with it. This ruined the conference for the Austrians. They had come expecting a conservative crusade against the Italian Revolution. Instead they, and the Prussians as well, were being asked to remain neutral unless Sardinia actually attacked Venetia. In return, they were to receive nothing, and they guessed correctly that the reward was to be paid exclusively to Russia. Neither Austria nor Prussia would join a Franco-Russian entente for settling the Near East to the exclusion and at the expense of Great Britain. Austria for the sake of the Near East, Prussia for the sake of the British. As a result, the Warsaw meeting produced only negations. Austria did not get a free hand in Italy, Russia did not get a free hand in the Near East. Alexander II took the excuse of his mother's death to break the meeting off abruptly, and the three monarchs parted, not to meet again until 1873, when Europe had taken on a very different shape. The Warsaw meeting had one result of an unexpected kind. The British government feared the revival of a conservative bloc. Even now they could not believe that Austria would be so obstinate as to miss a united demonstration against Italy by refusing to make concessions in the Near East. Therefore, instead of waiting for the accomplished fact, the British government for once ran ahead of events. To prevent treaty revision in the Near East, they welcomed the revision that was still in process in Italy. On October 27, while the Holy Alliance was still in session, Russell sent off his famous dispatch, approving of Italian unification and justifying it by an appeal to the will of the people. This was a more revolutionary document than Lamartine's circular of March 1848. Lamartine had denounced the settlement of Vienna only in the name of France. Russell denounced it in the name of any people who felt themselves strong enough to overthrow it. Russell's dispatch certainly established Italy in the comedy of nations. Napoleon had to accept its doctrines, despite his objections to Cavour's behavior. When Naples was formally annexed, the Tsar withdrew his representative from Turin in protest. Prussia refused to join in this futile gesture. In fact, Austria was let in helpless and empty isolation. The unification of Italy completed what the Crimean War had begun, the destruction of the European order. Metternich's system depended on Russia's guarantee. Once that was withdrawn, the system could be overthrown. Napoleon supposed that a new system, his own, was taking its place. This was to misunderstand the events of 1859 to 1861. Certainly Italy owed most to French armies and to British moral approval, but these could not have been effective without two other factors: Russian resentment against the Treaty of Paris, and Prussian resentment against the Austrian hegemony in Germany. If Russia had followed a policy less consistently hostile to Austria, if Prussia had carried the war to the Rhine in 1859, Italy could not have been made. After 1861, Russia still aimed at the overthrow of the settlement of 1856, Prussia still aimed at equality, if not hegemony, in Germany. Both continued to work against Austria. This was no guarantee that they would continue to work in favor of France. and, in fact, the leadership of Europe which Napoleon seemed to have gained from the Italian affair was lost within 2 years over the question of Poland. In 1861, Italy had been united under a constitutional monarchy, with a parliament elected by limited suffrage. In Prussia the death of Frederick William IV seemed to remove the last obstacle to the liberal new era. Austria received a parliament and something like a liberal constitution in the February patent, devised by Schmerling. The Tsar issued the edict emancipating the serfs in March, and he followed this up by attempting to conciliate national sentiment in Poland. Press censorship seemed to be dying everywhere, even in France there was a mounting freedom of discussion in the legislative body. In retrospect, Napoleon came to regard the Free Trade Treaty with England of March 1860 as a greater triumph than the liberation of Italy. His zest for adventure was dwindling, and by now he treated his two ententes with Great Britain and Russia as measures of security rather than as instruments for remaking Europe. Physically he was in decline, and what remained of his energy was turned away from Europe to Syria, to China, and most of all to the new imperialist speculation in Mexico, which came to fruition in 1862. It is commonly held that European tension is increased by rivalries overseas. In reality, the peace of the continent is usually more secure when European restlessness can be discharged, in Guizot's phrase, against the barbarians, whether of China, Africa, or America. The calm of 1861 was illusory. Paradoxically enough, only France, the traditionally restless power, was reasonably satisfied. Apart from Rome, still occupied by French troops, Napoleon had no pressing worries. The three conservative powers were all discontented, even Austria had become a revisionist. Éminoist liberalism reached its high water mark. Power through her dream of undoing the unification of Italy. This was not, of course, apparent to contemporaries, not apparent even to Napoleon. Thanks to the annexation of Savoy, the British government, which had cheerfully worked with Napoleon in his adventurous days, were incurably suspicious just when he had become pacific and conservative. Palmerston wrote in February 1886, "The whole drift of our policy is to prevent France from realizing her vast schemes of expansion and aggression in a great number of quarters." Towards the end of 1860, Russell launched the idea that Austria should sell Venetia to Italy and thus free her hands to resist Napoleon on the Rhine. The Austrians made the usual reply that the emperor could give up provinces only after defeat in war. They had indeed always held out against giving up Venetia even in exchange for Romania. The British government also urged Prussia not to press her claims to the leadership of Germany. Here too they met with no response. Instead, relations between Austria and Prussia took a decisive turn for the worse in April 1861. The two foreign ministries had been trying to formulate an agreement ever since the meeting of Francis Joseph and the Prince Regent at Teplitz in July 1860, the terms proved elusive. Prussia offered a defensive alliance against France on the Rhine, an alliance which she would extend to Venetia, but Austria must not provoke France by reclaiming Lombardy even in the event of a victorious war against Sardinia. Moreover, Prussia made the alliance conditional on a military convention, giving her the control of all German armed forces. Early in April Rechberg broke off negotiations. The Prussian terms, he complained, would not give Austria Italy, yet would make her lose Germany. The deadlock between the two German powers, implicit since the Crimean War or even since the agreement of Olomouc, was thus clearly stated. The Austrians insisted that Prussia should serve the conservative cause on the Rhine, the Danube, or the Po without thought of reward. The Prussians demanded that Austria should surrender the hegemony of Germany for the sake of security in northern Italy and the Near East. For, as Rechberg also complained, the Prussians still. Poland. 1861 Bernstorff and France. 129. Thought that they were not in serious danger from France, whereas they regarded Austria as threatened by both France and Russia. The breach of April 1861 was decisive. Competition for the headship of Germany started in earnest from this moment, and negotiations for an alliance were never seriously renewed until 1879. In July 1861 the trimming Schleinitz made way for Bernstorff at the Prussian Foreign Ministry. This was a preparation for the coming struggle. Schleinitz had clung obstinately to the line of the free hand. So far as he had a positive policy, he looked forward ineffectively to a stabilizing alliance with Austria and Great Britain against the two restless powers on the circumference. Alliance with Austria was played out after the breach of April 1861, and alliance with Great Britain was equally futile. One of the greatest factors in the European balance in the early 60s was the American Civil War. Between 1861 and 1865 British military resources were locked away in Canada, and when British statesmen thought of war in these years it was with the United States, not with any continental power. Isolation, with all its momentous consequences, was imposed on Great Britain by her imperial commitments. Bernstorff, who had been Prussian minister in London, knew something of this. Besides, though a conservative, he was a disciple of Radowitz and was eager to renew the struggle with Austria. He believed that the only way to win public opinion was to champion the German cause in Schleswig-Holstein, and since both Russia and Great Britain were on the side of Denmark, the only course for Prussia was alliance with France, the leading power among the great states. If France would give Prussia a free hand in Germany, she might be given in return a free hand in the Near East. This plan overrated Prussia's importance. A free hand in the Near East was not hers to give. She could offer France a free hand only on the Rhine, and this was the one place where she could not make concessions. Bernstorff also ignored the decisive fact that King William would never swallow an alliance with France against, or even without Russia. In October, after much evasion, William was driven into visiting Napoleon at Compiègne. Instead of seeking an alliance, he spent his time warding off Napoleon's advances. He emphasized the Polish interests which bound him to Russia, and insisted that he would not be the Victor Emmanuel of Germany. Despite the lack of an ally, Bernstorff took up Radowitz's program of 1849. He had indeed no choice, for, in the liberal atmosphere of the day, plans for reforming Germany were in the air, and unless Prussia took the lead, she would be led. On February 2, 1862 Austria, supported by the four German kingdoms, proposed a conference to discuss a stronger executive and a delegate assembly for the Confederation. On February 21 Bernstorff, rejecting this proposal, defended the right of individual states to form closer alliances within the Confederation, and he added the warning that this time we are resolved not to avoid war as in 1850, but to accept it, if it is forced on us from the other side. Both sides had, in reality, issued their defiance rather too soon. A struggle for the hegemony of Germany was hardly possible while the Franco-Russian Entente remained in existence. This Entente had been much shaken by Russia's breach with the new Kingdom of Italy, and it had not been strengthened by the enthusiasm with which Alexander's concessions to Poland were welcomed in France. Napoleon had had to explain in a personal letter to the Tsar why he could not openly disavow French sympathy for Poland. He could only promise that it would not be translated into acts. Thereafter the situation in Russian Poland improved, and there seemed a chance in 1862 that Alexander too might bring off the miracle of satisfying Polish sentiment without sacrificing Russian interests. Poland went into the background, the Near East came once more to the front, the ideal condition for the Franco-Russian Entente. There were mounting disorders in European Turkey. In July the Turkish garrison bombarded Belgrade. Russia needed French friendship, and paid the price for it by recognizing the Kingdom of Italy unconditionally. In return France agreed with Russia on a protocol in August, providing that Serbia should become practically independent of Turkey without falling under Austrian influence. This was far from the large-scale revision in the Near East for which the Russians always hoped. Still, it revived the negative side of the Franco-Russian Entente. Austria was not to be allowed to take advantage of Russia's weakness, hence too she would not get Russian backing in Germany or Italy. In October 1862 Napoleon III could survey Europe for the last time as the man of destiny. The man who would overthrow him had already arrived. On September 24 Bismarck became Prime Minister of Prussia. This was primarily an event in Prussian domestic politics, not in international affairs. Bismarck had been called in to defeat the Prussian parliament, not to change the course of foreign policy, and, contrary to the impression which he gave later, his policy continued that of his predecessors. Like Manteuffel, he built on the sympathies of Russia. Like Bernstorff, he speculated on friendship with France. Like Rodowitz, he wanted Prussia to dominate a lesser Germany. Like every Prussian minister except for a few old-fashioned conservatives, he would be content with nothing less than equality with Austria. He inherited from Bernstorff the conflict with Austria over the plans for reforming Germany, and this conflict threatened to become acute, since Austria intended to propose at the Diet a meeting of delegates from the state parliaments to discuss reform. On December 5 Bismarck delivered a delayed action ultimatum to Karolyi, the Austrian minister in Berlin. Austria should accept Prussia as equal in Germany, removing her center of gravity to Hungary and receiving in return Prussia's guarantee of her vital interests in Italy and the Near East, otherwise you are inviting catastrophe. Point 2 This conversation, too, has been treated as epoch-making. In reality, stripped of Bismarck's forceful phrases, it did no more than repeat the alternatives which Schleinitz had posed to Austria in April 1861. Where Bismarck differed from his predecessors was in position, not in policy. They had been dependent on the king. Now, owing to the constitutional struggle in Prussia, the king was dependent on him, and support for crisis. Napoleon favors Prussia. 173. This was not at all Napoleon's intention. His concern had been to gain Venetia for Italy. In addition, he supposed that he had created a third Germany south of the Main and so changed the German balance in France's favor. His deep belief was in the national principle, not in natural frontiers. Certainly he wished to destroy the settlement of 1815, but this had been achieved with the dissolution of the German Confederation. Though he had taken Savoy and Nice in 1860, this had been mainly as a sop to French feeling, and he had not demanded compensation when Cavour gained the whole of southern Italy. Now his heart was never in the demand for acquiring territory inhabited by Germans. What he wanted was a satisfied and grateful Prussia, and he calculated that a liberal Prussia, on a national basis, would be estranged from Russia. Far from Bismarck making demands which Napoleon refused, it was Napoleon who pressed German territory on Bismarck. In his own words when he repudiated Drouin a little later, the true interest of France is not to obtain some insignificant increase of territory, but to help Germany to establish herself in the most favorable way for her interests and those of Europe. Napoleon sometimes doubted whether he should have made things easy for Prussia and cleared the way for the unification of Germany at all. Once the decision had been made, the only sensible course was to let it go through without demanding anything for France, as Napoleon had tolerated the success of Garibaldi in southern Italy without demanding Genoa or Sardinia. On July 22 Napoleon committed himself. He told Goltz that he would agree to the acquisition by Prussia of 4 million new subjects, and he asked nothing for himself. Unfortunately Napoleon was weak as well as wise. No sooner had he made a sensible decision on July 22 than he allowed Drouin to undo it on July 23. If Drouin could not have war against Prussia, he was determined to gain territory. His motive was the traditional doctrine of compensation, according to the old school of diplomacy in which he had been brought up. Benedetti was instructed to demand the frontiers of 1814 and the territory of Bavaria and Hesse on the left bank of the Rhine under threat of a lasting estrangement. Bismarck answered by refusing to surrender a single German village. Napoleon swung back in alarm, put all the blame on Drouin and repudiated him on August 12. Drouin left office, this time for good, and control of affairs passed temporarily to Ruhr, Napoleon's general man of business. Ruhr was concerned with French opinion, not with the balance of power. He wanted some striking success to stem the rising discontent against the authoritarian empire and thought to get it by speculating on the Prussian boom. Like many men who have come to the top in domestic politics, he supposed that foreign policy too could be run on goodwill and soft words. Drouin had tried to threaten Bismarck, Ruhr set out to cajole him. He dropped the demand for German territory and asked instead that Prussia should look on approvingly while France gained Luxembourg and Belgium. In return he offered an alliance of the two powers with a mutual guarantee of their territorial integrity. But against whom did Prussia need French protection? Prussia was not Italy, she could maintain herself alone against defeated Austria. She had no cause for quarrel with either Russia or Great Britain unless indeed she made the French alliance. Then she would be dragged into conflict with the British over Belgium, she would be dragged into the Polish question against her interest and into the Eastern question where she had no interest. France in fact was the only power whom Prussia had reason to fear, and the offer of an alliance, as Benedetti observed, was in reality a roundabout way of renouncing the Rhine frontier. Alliances are not made on such terms. It would have been very different if Russia had taken alarm at Prussia's success. Throughout the war the Russians had clung to their principle, better a strong Prussia than a strong Austria. All the same, they had found their exclusion from European affairs hard to bear, and on July 27 Gorchakov formally proposed a Congress to settle the future of Germany. As ever, the magic word Congress covered the Russian hope of revising the settlement of 1856. It would, in any case, have ruined Bismarck's plan of reordering Germany without foreign interference. He replied with the two weapons which had always served Prussia well: threats in Poland, promises in the Near East. If Russia interfered in Germany, he would advise William I to unleash the full national strength of Germany and of the neighboring countries. On the other hand, we have no interest in continuing the limitations on Russia in the Black Sea. Most of all, he invoked the family ties between William I and the Tsar. Probably the Russian proposal for a Congress was no more than a gesture of monarchical irritation. Though the Russians wished to assert themselves, they never feared the consequences of a Prussian victory. Besides, in the last resort, Bismarck could offer them a surer road to revision than a Congress. He could pin France down to Western Europe. On August 21 he telegraphed to St. Petersburg, would Russia keep Austria neutral in case of a war between Prussia and France, plus Manteuffel, the special envoy who had been sent to Malory the Tsar, replied on August 24, though Gorchakov did not positively commit himself, Your Excellency can take a firm line against France. 5 No doubt Bismarck's question sprang from genuine anxiety, its effect on the Russians was calculated all the same. The lines were being already drawn for the diplomatic structure of 1870, the Russians would tolerate a war between France and Prussia when they saw in it the prospect of a free hand for themselves against Austria. Bismarck's move was premature, the danger of war with France had passed with the fall of Drouin. Benedetti brought back to Berlin the project of an alliance, not the threat of war. But though France offered an alliance, she was really asking to be paid for her neutrality in the war that was over. The acquisition of Luxembourg, not Prussia's alliance, was the important thing. This was an impossible bargain, no one pays for services already rendered. Bismarck had paid the price which Napoleon had demanded when he had made possible the winning of Venetia by Italy. It was too late for Napoleon to repent of this bargain. Bismarck tried to turn the alliance towards the future. He offered the French a free hand in Belgium if Prussia could lay her hands on southern Germany. This too was impossible. The independence of southern Germany was regarded by the French as the vital condition for accepting Prussia's gains north of the Main. The negotiations ran away to deadlock, and left only the trace of a draft treaty which Bismarck used to the discredit of France in 1870. This is not to say that Bismarck decided on a breach with France in September 1866. Like Napoleon III, he was a procrastinator and did not take decisions until he had to. The decision still rested with the French. If they would not turn the alliance with Prussia towards the future, their only pacific course was to accept what had happened without reserve or complaint. This was throughout Napoleon's own policy. He had always disliked the demand for compensation. His dearest wish was to appear as the disinterested patron of Italy and Germany. On September 16 he repudiated Ruhr, as a month before he had repudiated Drouin. The Holy Alliance, he announced, was dissolved, Italy and Germany liberated with French approval, the peoples of Europe were drawing together into great states which could alone hold the balance against the two giants of the future, Russia and the United States. The emperor does not believe that the greatness of a country depends on the weakness of its neighbors. He sees a true balance only in the satisfied wishes of the nations of Europe. Though Napoleon used the methods of a conspirator, he combined with them the vision of a statesman. The only security for France was to bind both national Germany and national Italy together for the common cause of Western Europe. His Italian policy succeeded. Apart from the fatal flaw of Rome, his German policy might have succeeded if his followers had allowed him to apply it. Against this stands the question, could Bismarck, the mad junker, have been won sincerely for a Western course of policy? Could he have made the concessions to Polish feeling which a policy friendly to France must have implied, even if France and Russia had remained on good terms? It seems unlikely. In the 20th century even a German Republican government would not consolidate relations with France by recognizing the frontiers of Poland, how much less could Bismarck have done so? Nevertheless, the decisive breach of 1867 came from the French, not from Bismarck. In the autumn of 1866 Napoleon was again taken prisoner by the need for imperial prestige, and this time for good. His will and physical strength were failing. His most intimate supporters Rouher, Lavalette, and others insisted that French opinion resented the aggrandizement of Prussia and must be given some material satisfaction. For the first time foreign policy did not merely play up to public opinion, it was dictated by public opinion. The French ministers were hypnotized by the prospect of acquiring Luxembourg. This alone could silence the critics and justify Napoleon's neutrality in 1866. Prestige was their sole motive. They did not understand how much the balance of strength had shifted against France, therefore did not seek Luxembourg on grounds of security. So far as they had a serious purpose, it was to commit Bismarck to their plans, hence to make Prussia their accomplice. In Benedetti's words, "Once in Luxembourg we are on the road leading to Belgium and we shall get there the more certainly with Prussian neutrality." It never occurred to them that Bismarck might oppose their plans, at most they feared that he might not actively support them. This seems the key to Bismarck's attitude in the negotiations with France which dragged on from November 1866 until February 1867. He would probably have acquiesced in the French gaining Luxembourg, if this could have been done. Without compromising him in the eyes either of German opinion or of the great powers, he would not do their work for them. His constant refrain was, "Commit yourselves. Present Europe and the King of Prussia with a fait accompli." Perhaps this was a trap for France, but there was no other line which Bismarck could have taken even if he had been sincere. Or rather there was no other line which Bismarck could take in Western Europe. But Germany and the Rhine were no longer the sole focus of international attention. The Eastern question was again astir for the first time since 1856. The symbol and excuse for this was the insurrection of Crete against Turkish rule which began in the summer of 1866. The deeper cause was the recovery of Russia. With Poland fully subdued, Russia could return to the ranks of the great powers. Moreover, with the development of Pan-Slav sentiment in Russia, Alexander II and Gorshakov could no longer ignore affairs in Turkey, whatever their personal indifference. Bismarck's diplomacy had been shaped in its first 4 years by the absence of the Eastern question. This situation was now changed. If the wheel of events had spun a little differently, the Great Eastern Crisis of 1875 to 1878 might have preceded the Franco-Prussian War instead of following it. The diplomatic consequences are incalculable, perhaps a Franco-Russian entente to partition the Turkish Empire, more probably a revival of the Crimean coalition, in any case some ally for France. As it was, the Eastern question stirred enough to cause a new breach between Russia and France, then died away before it had brought France and Austria together. Poland had enabled Bismarck to defeat Austria. Crete, not Poland, enabled him to defeat France. Bismarck tried to turn the Eastern question to good account. In January 1867 he threw out the suggestion that France should be made contented and pacific by a system of compensations in the Near East, and he asked Benedetti, "Why do you try so hard to put out the fire in the Near East? We could both get warm there." He hoped for a revival of the Franco-Russian Entente which had been broken in 1863. This would silence the Polish question, and in any case was far less dangerous to Prussia than an alliance between France and Austria or even between France and Great Britain. Bismarck was not alone in his offers. Beust, who had just become foreign minister in Austria, dreamt of restoring Habsburg prestige by gains in the Balkans and hit on the illusion that Austria could tolerate Russian gains if she herself acquired Bosnia and Herzegovina. If Russia would respect Romania as a buffer state, Beust was prepared to scrap the neutralization of the Black Sea. It was a mistake, he said, for Austria to attach herself to such dying causes as the legitimate Italian princes, the German Confederation, or the integrity of the Turkish Empire. This ignored the fact that the Habsburg monarchy was itself a dying cause. The stumbling block in both Bismarck's and Beust's projects was their failure to offer any real inducement to France in return for the destruction of the victory of 1856. Bismarck spoke vaguely of compensations. Beust specified Egypt with the Suez Canal in its first flush of success as a French enterprise. This proposal had more sense than before or since, but even then it was hopeless. As Napoleon said, "Unfortunately England is always in my way." In truth France could find her compensations for the Near East only in Western Europe, and raising the Eastern question, far from silencing French interest on the Rhine, made it more acute. On March 1, 1867 Maustier dismissed the Prussian offer of friendship in the Near East without concessions in the West. "You offer us spinach without salt, Luxembourg is the salt." As negotiations with Prussia drifted towards deadlock, the French turned to Russia, and their negotiations for an entente in the first months of 1867 were the most serious effort between the Stuttgart meeting in 1857 and the visit to Kronstadt in 1891. As always, there was a fundamental divergence of views. The French wanted Russian backing against Prussia in the West. The Russians wanted France and Prussia to be on good terms so that both could back Russia in the Near East. Each was a conservative power, in favor of the status quo so far as the ambitions of the other were concerned, yet each dreamt of making gains without paying a price. The French hoped to acquire Belgium and Luxembourg without sacrificing the integrity of the Turkish Empire. The Russians hoped to remodel the Near East without altering the balance in Western Europe. The Russians were prepared to renew the promise which they had made in 1857 and to which they adhered even in 1870, they would not enter a coalition directed against France. After all, they had refused to support Prussia against France even at the height of the Polish crisis. FIS had been all very well so long as France, unlike Italy, could do it herself. Now the French needed active support, yet dared not say so. Maustier actually invited the Russians to name the price which they would pay. "It is easier for the Tsar to define the limits of his goodwill than for us to admit prematurely plans which are not yet formulated." Gorchakov evaded commitment. In reality he would agree to anything in Western Europe to which Prussia would agree also. In the Near East the position was reversed. The French were prepared to favor the annexation of Crete, and even of territory on the mainland, by Greece, but only on condition that the Russians would support the integrity of the Turkish Empire that remained. The Russians cared little enough for Crete, or for the Greeks generally. They were interested only in establishing a precedent. If the national claims of the Greeks were admitted, those of the Slav peoples would follow. The French supported the Greek claims because they did not imply the disruption of the Turkish Empire, the Russians because they did. Moreover, the French thought that they could advocate the annexation of Crete to Greece without estranging either Austria or Great Britain. The Russians were mainly concerned to destroy the Crimean coalition. Nothing had been achieved between Russia and France when the Luxembourg crisis exploded at the beginning of April 1867. The French had taken Bismarck's advice. They had committed themselves. They secretly negotiated the cession of Luxembourg with the King of Holland, its owner. The ostensible inducement was a French guarantee of Holland against Prussia. The real argument lay in the bribes which the French paid to the king's mistress. At the last moment the King of Holland lost his nerve. He refused to conclude the treaty with France until he had informed the Prussian government. An explosion of patriotic feeling followed in the North German parliament. Luxembourg, it was claimed, was an old German land which could not be surrendered to France. Bismarck always made out that he would have acquiesced in the annexation of Luxembourg by France, if it could have been done without arousing German opinion. Against this must be set the fact that he himself arranged with Bennigsen the interpellation that aroused the feeling. If he really allowed patriotic sentiment to change his policy, it was for the first, and perhaps for the last, time, yet it is difficult to find any other explanation for his course. If he was setting a trap for the French, why did he not spring the trap once they were inside it and launch a war? The French were as ill prepared for war as in 1866, the Austrians in no condition to aid them. Yet Bismarck did everything to secure a peaceful outcome. He clearly cared nothing for Luxembourg and, at the end, joined with the British government in a swindle on the German public. He accepted from them a collective guarantee, which they and he knew meant nothing, yet made out to the German people that it meant a great deal. Perhaps for once he really had drifted. In the strain of the War of 1866 he had talked loosely to the French and now got out as best he could. The crisis lasted for something like a month, until the early days of May. While it lasted both sides beat about for possible allies. Gorchakov said maliciously of the French challenge to the Treaty of 1839, which had settled the status of Luxembourg. Say all the old treaties exist no more and I shall be the first to rejoice. But why two weights and two measures? He was prepared to offer France a sheet of completely white paper in Luxembourg. So far as Russia was concerned, this was very far from offering her an alliance against Prussia. The French tried also for an alliance with Austria, though only when the crisis was reaching its term. Towards the end of April they proposed an offensive and defensive alliance, by which France should gain the left bank of the Rhine, while Austria gained Silesia and supremacy over southern Germany. Buist at once replied that the 10 million Germans in Austria made an alliance limited to Germany impossible. He could tolerate French ambitions on the Rhine only if they arose from a war in the Near East. Bismarck came away equally empty-handed. At the opening of the crisis the Russians thought for a moment that their opportunity had arrived. They offered to prevent an alliance between Austria and France by putting an army corps on the Austrian frontier. In return Bismarck should agree to the ending of the neutralization of the Black Sea and should guarantee that Bosnia and Herzegovina would never go to Austria. Bismarck had never been interested in the Black Sea, but he would not commit himself on Russia's side against Austria. 3 Instead he launched again the combination which had been dead since 1853, yet which lay at the heart of his political thought, nothing less than the Holy Alliance, the union of the three northern courts. Implicitly this would guarantee Russia against Austrian plans, explicitly Prussia and Russia should guarantee Austria against South Slav disruption for 3 years and Prussia should guarantee Austria's German provinces for good. The proposal defined the central problem of Bismarck's policy for the next 20 years. Certainly he did not want to add German Austria to the Germany under Prussian domination that he was creating. Equally certainly he did not want to commit Prussia to war for the integrity of the Habsburg monarchy. The Holy Alliance, or League of the Three Emperors as it came to be called, would give Prussia absolute security, but only on condition that Russia renounced her Balkan ambitions and Austria her suspicions, and neither would do so. Buist replied contemptuously that in case of war between Prussia and France he would expect concessions in Germany. Bismarck could not expect him to be content with a specially bound copy of the Treaty of Prague on parchment. Gorchakov refused to guarantee Austrian integrity or even to approve a defensive alliance between Austria and Prussia. What he wanted was an alliance between Russia and Prussia which should include France. This, he imagined, was the only combination which would bring Russia gains in the Near East. Thus, once more, the prospective crisis in the Near East and the Balkans settled the outcome in the West. France would not give Russia a free hand against Turkey. Prussia would not give her a free hand against Austria. Yet neither would break with Russia and commit themselves to the side of Austria. Therefore both botched up the Luxembourg question as best they could. On May 11 the Conference of the Powers at London agreed on a solution. France dropped her treaty of annexation, the Prussian garrison was withdrawn, and Luxembourg, with its fortifications dismantled, was rather imperfectly neutralized. There was in this some slight satisfaction for French opinion, but not enough. The Luxembourg affair, though trivial in itself, marked the end of an epoch in international relations. It was the last attempt to discover something which would reconcile French opinion to Prussian aggrandizement, and the attempt had been unsuccessful. Until May 1867 Napoleon III had hoped that Germany would be united without France being humiliated. Now he ceased to hope and became an instrument in the hands of his ministers. The dream of Franco-German amity was shattered forever. It could not be revived by Jules Ferry in 1884, nor at Locarno, nor at Monteir. Jealousy on the one side, suspicion on the other, these became the fixed rule on the frontier of the Rhine. This completed the rigidity which had begun with the estrangement between Austria and Russia at the opening of the Crimean War. The Russians did not understand what had happened. They thought that they had restored good relations between France and Prussia, as often before, and when Gorchakov came to Paris with the Tsar at the beginning of June he supposed, in his complacent way, that he was going to collect the reward in the Near East for having acted as the angel of peace in the West. He announced at the frontier, "I have brought a chancellery with me to do business." No business was done. Gorchakov waved away any apprehensions as to the aspirations of Prussia. Though he made out that he was not interested in the freeing of the Black Sea, he also made it clear that Russia was deeply concerned with the Christians of the Turkish Empire. Maustier answered by insisting that reforms must extend to all the inhabitants of the empire, that is, they must be designed to strengthen, not to disrupt it. Things went badly in another way. The Tsar was greeted with cries of "Long live Poland," and a Polish exile tried to assassinate him. The Franco-Russian Entente was shaken, not restored, by the Paris visit. The cause did not lie in the flutter of French sentiment over Poland. It was to be found rather in what Gorchakov later called the mystification over the question of Crete. The support of Russia had brought France no gains in the West, therefore the French were increasingly reluctant to second an active Russian policy in the Near East. Though Gorchakov repudiated plans for a great South Slav state, Ignatieff, the Russian ambassador at Constantinople, made no secret of his conviction that an inquiry into the state of Crete which France and Russia were now advocating was simply the prelude to its cession to Greece, and that this cession was a prelude to cession elsewhere on a grander scale. The French told all and sundry that they were cooperating with Russia solely to circumscribe and moderate her initiative, and the effect of Franco-Russian pressure at Constantinople was further weakened when the Sultan of Turkey was given a cordial welcome in Paris and London, the first visit ever paid by a ruler of Turkey to any Christian countries. Early in July 1867 the Turks rejected the demand for a European inquiry in Crete. Gorchakov said plaintively, "When two countries like ours have made their voices heard, their dignity demands that they arrive at the result which they have set out to reach. The French, however, were determined not to be drawn further on the course of threatening Turkey. They swung off onto a different path. Since they were drifting away from Russia in any case, they attempted to make Austria pay a price for their estrangement. This was the motive for the meeting of Francis Joseph and Napoleon III at Salzburg in the middle of August. The Salzburg meeting was intended to inaugurate a policy of conservatism. Hitherto France had encouraged Prussian expansion in Germany and Russian activity in the Near East in the hope of making gains of her own in the West. Now she would join with Austria in resisting the plans of Prussia and Russia. But there was a fundamental difference of emphasis. The French, for the sake of their public opinion, wanted to have some immediate gains to show in Germany. In fact, the so-called policy of resistance really involved undoing the Treaty of Prague. Gramont, the French ambassador, even produced the draft of a treaty for an immediate war against Prussia. On the other hand, Buist, the Austrian chancellor, was also the prisoner of public opinion in the Habsburg monarchy. He came to Salzburg fresh from the triumph of concluding the compromise with Hungary. By it the Hungarians had become partners with the emperor, and the Germans temporarily in the ascendant in the Lesser Austria. The Hungarians, though resolutely anti-Russian, had no reason to regret the rise of Prussia. The German Austrians admired Bismarck's success, though it had been at their expense. Both would tolerate an alliance against Prussia only if the Franco-Austrian Entente first proved its worth against Russia in the Near East. 3 The French pretended to be satisfied with this conclusion. In reality they would not break openly with Russia unless assured of Austro-Hungarian backing against Prussia in Germany. Francis Joseph might say, "I hope that one day we shall march together." The day seemed to be drawing no nearer. Oddly enough, Alexander II's visit to Paris and Napoleon II's visit to Salzburg both led the French to the same conclusion. They had hoped that the simmering crisis in the Near East would provide them with some ally against Prussia, whether Russia or Austria-Hungary. Instead it was threatening to distract them from the affairs of Western Europe. All they wanted was to wind up the Cretan affair in some way which would offend neither Russia nor Austria-Hungary. They therefore grasped eagerly at a suggestion from Gorshakov that, as the Porte had rejected the advice to allow an inquiry in Crete, the powers should wash their hands of Turkish affairs. By this, the Russians meant that they would allow insurrection to blaze in Crete and elsewhere. The French, however, made out that it implied freedom for the Turks to crush rebellion. Buste was not taken in. The proposal, he declared, was the complete success of Russian foreign policy, and when the Franco-Russian note was presented to the Porte on October 29 it was supported only by Prussia and Italy. Great Britain and Austria-Hungary ostentatiously abstained. This was, in reality, the dying flutter of the old revolutionary alliance. Though France would not commit herself to the support of Turkey, she had gone over to the side of conservatism in the Near East, and soon Prussia, too, was abstaining in the Eastern question so as not to be left in isolation with Russia. Bismarck even threw out the suggestion that Prussia and Austria-Hungary should escape from their embarrassments by coming together against France and Russia. The proposal was perhaps not meant very seriously and, in any case, was weighted against France. The Austrians, if they contemplated it at all, wanted it the other way round. The French had a more pressing reason for turning their backs on the Near East. In the autumn of 1867 the Roman question exploded once more. Italian opinion had been whetted, not satisfied, by the acquisition of Venetia. Rattazzi, the king's favorite who had become prime minister in April 1867, thought to wield the bow of Cavour and to repeat the feat of 1860 in Naples. He would allow Garibaldi to stir up revolution in the Papal States and then, sending in troops to restore order, would himself annex them. The plan miscarried. Garibaldi and his supporters failed to defeat the Papal army, and Napoleon III, no longer the revolutionary of 1860, was committed in Rome as he had not been in Naples. On October 26 the French troops, who had been withdrawn in 1866, returned to the Papal States. On November 3 Garibaldi's forces were routed at Mentana. Napoleon III had hoped to escape from the Roman question by the Convention of September 1864, and certainly this had left him free to support Prussia and Italy against Austria in 1866. Now he was once more a prisoner. In desperation he turned to his old remedy of a European Congress and invited the powers to solve the Roman question for him. The maneuver was futile. Only Austria-Hungary favored the cause of the Pope, and even she shrank from gratuitously estranging Italy. Both Great Britain and Prussia refused to attend the meeting unless a program was agreed in advance, and if a program was agreed there was no need for the meeting. It was not the least irony of the Second Empire that the European Congress, so often advocated by Napoleon in order to revise the map of Europe, should now be proposed in order to prop up the temporal power of the Pope. Mentana completed the pattern which had been drawn by the affairs of Luxembourg and Crete. Once France had been the standard-bearer of revisionism, now she was committed to resistance in the Near East, in southern Germany, and in Rome. She defended legitimacy and treaty rights, the treaties of Paris and of Prague. The logical consequence should have been alliance with Austria-Hungary, the other conservative power, but the time for this had been before Austria was expelled from Germany and Italy. Now Austria-Hungary would only offer an alliance confined to the Near East. This was the rhythm of the negotiations which ran on, almost without interruption, from the beginning of 1868 until the breach between France and Prussia in 1870. The first move came from Austria-Hungary in January 1868. With the miscarriage of Russian plans in Crete, Buist wanted to go over to the offensive. He proposed that France should join with Great Britain and Austria-Hungary in devising a solution for Crete, and that the three powers should then impose it on the Cretan rebels, or even on Russia, arms in hand. There was not much sense in this suggestion. The British would not be drawn into action. Stanley, the Foreign Secretary, had carried isolationism to its highest point. He was very much interested in Buist's proposal, and offered nothing. The French, too, were not going to expose their Rhine frontier for the sake of Crete. They insisted that Prussia must be brought into the coalition of Pacific powers. 3 Bismarck, of course, did not intend to join any coalition, Pacific or otherwise, until this suited Prussia's needs. Benedetti, indeed, believed that Bismarck might support France in the Near East in exchange for a guarantee of Prussia's position in Germany. This was the old misunderstanding which Benedetti had shown in 1866, the belief that Prussia needed a guarantee from France or from anyone else. Underlying it was the deeper misunderstanding which had haunted the Western powers during the Crimean War. Prussia's stake in Poland made it impossible for her to break with Russia for the sake of the Near East. Certainly Bismarck did not want a conflict with France. But in the last resort a war with France offered him gains in southern Germany and, as it turned out, beyond the Rhine, a war with Russia offered him nothing but losses. On the other hand, Bismarck had no more intention of committing himself to Russia than to France. When rumors of a Prussian rapprochement with France and Austria-Hungary reached St. Petersburg, Bismarck at once denied them. Alexander too tried to improve the occasion. If France attacked Prussia, he said, he would keep Austria-Hungary quiet by placing 100,000 men on her frontier, and he counted on Prussia's doing the same in case of a conflict in the Near East. Bismarck tried to evade the invitation by emphasizing the family ties which bound together William I and the Tsar. Monarchical solidarity in those days, like democratic principles in ours, was a good way of escaping treaty commitments. The Russians were not taken in, and in March 1868 Bismarck was faced with a direct demand for a Russo-Prussian alliance against Austria-Hungary. Bismarck used, for the first time, a phrase that was to become the basis of his later policy: of course neither power could afford to allow the destruction of the other. Just as Russia would keep Austria-Hungary neutral in a war between Prussia and France, so he was prepared to keep France neutral in case of a war in the Near East. This was far from the alliance against Austria-Hungary which the Russians wanted, and the Russians, on their side, were no more inclined to an alliance against France than Bismarck was to an alliance against Austria-Hungary. Indeed, it was now the turn of the Russians to stifle talk of an alliance and to make out that they were satisfied with personal friendship between the two rulers. In these discussions all the diplomatic history of the next 25 years was already germinating. Russia could not count on the firm support of Prussia, Austria-Hungary could not count on that of France and England. Therefore the incipient Eastern crisis once more died away at the end of March 1868. The only remaining point of danger seemed to be southern Germany, where Prussia and, more feebly, Austria-Hungary were competing for the favors of liberal opinion. The French tried to turn the tables on Buist. He had asked what they would do if Russia moved in the Near East, now they asked what he would do if Prussia moved in southern Germany. Buist refused to be drawn. If France resisted Prussia we shall perhaps begin by a benevolent neutrality, but later we shall do our duty as a good ally. 1 Though Buist dreamt of competing with Bismarck for German sentiment, he could do so only by keeping clear of any commitment to France. He had to be able to say that any Austro-French entente was confined to the Near East, yet pretended to the French that, by confining it there, he was preparing the way for a general alliance. This deadlock persisted throughout 1868, it could have been broken only if southern Germany and the Near East had exploded simultaneously, and it is not in the nature of things to happen so conveniently. There was some desultory discussion of an Austro-French alliance in the summer of 1868. This was important only in revealing the illusions in the mind of Gramont, French ambassador at Vienna, and these illusions were still to dominate him as foreign minister in the crisis of July 1870. There was more reality in the final flare-up of the Eastern question towards the end of the year. The Cretan revolt was still smoldering, and a new element was added in Romania, where a nationalist ministry under Brașov tolerated or perhaps encouraged irredentist agitation against Hungary. Buist thought his chance had come. Turkey should be urged to discipline Romania with the backing of the Crimean coalition. Russia, excluded from this scheme, would be isolated and humiliated, or alternatively, Prussia would be forced to commit herself to the Russian side for an unpopular cause. Bismarck was not caught so easily. It was not only his relations with Russia that were at stake, the Romanian agitation threatened Hungary, and a Great Hungary, dominating the Habsburg monarchy, was, as Bismarck well knew, essential to Prussia's victory in Germany. When András Dáci, the Hungarian prime minister, gave warning that he would have to turn to Vienna and Paris for support against Romania, Bismarck acted. The Prince of Romania was a Hohenzollern, and urgent family advice persuaded him to dismiss Brașov on November 28. It was Bismarck's first incursion into the politics of the Near East, and it was a precedent for the rest. Prussia had no interests of her own in the Near East, and Bismarck's only concern was to prevent a crisis between Russia and Austria-Hungary to avoid, that is, the necessity of having to take sides. The Romanian alarm had an aftermath. The Porte, balked of its conflict with Romania, turned against Greece instead and attempted to end the Cretan revolt by an ultimatum to Athens in December. This, too, suited Buist's book, but his alone. Though Russia would be humiliated if Greece had to give way, France and Great Britain, the other patrons of Greece, would be humiliated also. Besides, the Russians only cared about Greece as a preliminary. With the boom in Panslavism, their interest was concentrated on the Slav peoples of the Balkans, and they were glad enough to be finished with the revolt in Crete if it could be done without loss of prestige. Therefore, despite Buist's insistence that now was the time to defeat Russia, Bismarck had an easy task when he acted as honest broker. On his proposal, a conference met at Paris and compelled the Greeks to drop their support of the Cretan rebels. The revolt, left unaided, fizzled out. The Eastern question was not to raise its head again until 1876. The alarm served, however, to revive the discussions for an alliance between France and Austria-Hungary. At the beginning of December, the French accepted Buist's conditions, or so they thought. They agreed that Austria-Hungary should enter a war on the Rhine only if Russia joined Prussia. Similarly, they would enter a war in the Near East if Prussia joined Russia. This did not suit Buist in the least. He wanted an entente confined to the Near East and displaying an immediate activity there. After all, France, he argued, had also a stake in the Near East, and, if the two powers joined to defend the Treaty of Paris, it would be easier later on to defend the Treaty of Prague. It was a striking illustration how far Austria-Hungary and France had slipped down the ladder of power that, though the Treaty of Prague had been made at their expense, they should now talk in terms of defending it. They would be satisfied if they could maintain the independence of southern Germany, though, no doubt, they hoped that a war begun in the name of the status quo would end in the dismemberment of Prussia. This unspoken equivocation was indeed the deepest bar to any real cooperation between France and Austria-Hungary. Neither the Hungarians nor the German Austrians could take Napoleon III and Buist seriously as defenders of the Treaty of Prague, and therefore forbade an alliance. The deadlock was as firm as ever. It seemed to be broken by the incursion of a third power, Italy. Agreement between Austria and France had been the greatest dread of Italian policy throughout the century, as indeed it had been the doom of Sardinian ambitions in preceding times. Italy had no quarrel with Prussia and not much with Russia, apart from being a rather half-hearted member of the derelict Crimean coalition, on the other hand, the Italians dared not be left out of a victorious Austro-French entente, and, in view of their previous experiences, they naturally expected such an entente to be victorious. In addition, Victor Emmanuel hoped to prop up his shaky throne against Republican agitation by making national gains on a conservative basis, that is, he would gain Tyrol from Austria-Hungary, and Rome, perhaps even Nice, from France by an alliance with the two emperors Francis Joseph and Napoleon, instead of by a revolutionary war against them. Italy could profit only at the expense of her two partners. The Italians were to use the same basis effectively for the Triple Alliance and indeed on many later occasions. In return they claimed to offer an army of 200,000 men. This, on practical examination, turned out to be no more than 60,000. And the limited railway connections with France and Austria-Hungary made it difficult to put even these to practical use. The real Italian offer was a neutrality which would secure Austria-Hungary on her southwest frontier and so free her from the war on two fronts which had proved disastrous in 1866. This was worth something, though not so much as the Italians imagined. In December 1868 an Italian emissary approached Buste with the proposal that Italy should receive South Tyrol in exchange for her neutrality in a war between France and Prussia or between Austria-Hungary and Russia. Buste thought the price high and that France, too, ought to contribute. He therefore passed the emissary on to Napoleon. Here was a combination after Napoleon's heart, a dream project for which everyone except himself would pay solid money. An alliance of the three countries would guarantee the peace of Europe. England would be drawn in, a Congress of European sovereigns would call halt to Russia and Prussia, and the important practical consideration South Tyrol would distract Italian interest from Rome. 3 The French ministers thought in more concrete terms. They wanted an anti-Prussian bloc, and they did not mind whether Italy or Austria-Hungary paid the price for it. Including Italy had this great advantage. Since she was involved with both France and Austria-Hungary, a triple alliance could be made, and this would obscure the sharp line between the Eastern question and the affairs of southern Germany, which Buste was trying to maintain. 30 years later Italy was to play the same role in the Mediterranean agreements of obscuring the divergent interests of Austria-Hungary and Great Britain. On March 1, 1869, after much wrangling, the French ministers, Rouher in especial, produced a draft treaty, intended to commit the Austrians against Prussia without their noticing it. Under the guise of a union to preserve the peace of Europe, this was in reality a triple alliance against Russia and Prussia. In case Austria-Hungary was involved in war with Russia, France would put an observation corps on the Rhine and would enter the war if Prussia joined Russia. Similarly, in case of a war between France and Prussia, Austria-Hungary would put an observation corps in Bohemia and would enter the war if Russia joined Prussia. In either case, Italy would contribute an army of 200,000 men. She would receive South Tyrol, and as well her two allies would help her to find a modus vivendi with the Pope, whatever that might mean. Buste was not taken in. He wrote to Metternich on April, "We know very well that the moment we have to place an observation corps on our frontier as the result of a conflict between France and Prussia, we can soon be driven to give up the neutrality we have so carefully proclaimed." It was now the French turn to protest. La Valette, the foreign minister, said to Metternich, "How can you expect me ever to defend before the Chambers a treaty which seems made for the exclusive profit of Austria?" Rouher, the calculating businessman, took a more cautious line. Recognizing that Austria-Hungary could not be caught, he was afraid that Italy might slip through his fingers also. If the Austrians were allowed to stipulate neutrality, Italy would do the same. Therefore he proposed that the three powers should merely bind themselves to conclude an offensive and defensive treaty in case of a European war, the conditions to be settled then. The Austrians should be told secretly that they could remain neutral in the event of a Franco-Prussian war, the Italians should not, and thus they would be caught. France would have their army of 200,000 men. This bargain suited the Austrians. They would secure an anti-Russian bloc in the Near East, yet they would keep their hands free as regards Prussia and need not a strange German sentiment inside the Habsburg monarchy. But the Italians, too, were not easily caught. So long as a Franco-Austrian alliance was in the offing, they had been anxious to make a third in it. Now the alliance had clearly misfired, and there remained only the obligation on the Italians to produce 200,000 men whenever it suited the whim of France or Austria-Hungary to go to war. They therefore demanded a payment on account. Probably, indeed, they had been waiting for this moment all along. They decided, early in June, that they would sign the Triple Alliance when the French troops were withdrawn from Rome, and not before. Buist, a Protestant and, in his way, a liberal, thought this a reasonable condition, despite the traditional Habsburg protection of the papacy. Besides, it distracted the Italians from South Tyrol. It was an impossible condition for Napoleon to satisfy. The Second Empire was drifting into increasing difficulties at home, and the favor of clericalist opinion in France was more important for Napoleon than any diplomatic combination. He fell back on the last resort of the diplomat who has failed. He pretended that he had succeeded in the hope that others would be taken in. He told the Austrians repeatedly that he regarded the alliance as morally signed, and on September 24, 1869 wrote to Francis Joseph that if Austria-Hungary were menaced by any aggression, I shall not hesitate an instant to put all the forces of France at her side. Further, he would not start any negotiation with a foreign power without previous agreement with the Austrian Empire. Francis Joseph again eluded the trap. He would not, he replied, make an alliance without warning Napoleon, but he made no reference to what Buist later called the engagement voluntarily undertaken by France. Victor Emmanuel was even more reserved. He merely expressed a wish that the alliance be concluded. Once the Convention of September 1864 was again in force, the French troops, that is, withdrawn from Rome. Thus the great project for a triple alliance against Russia and Prussia came to nothing. Though the final breakdown came on the Roman question, the negotiations of May and June 1869 were no more than an epilogue. The real conflict of outlook was between Austria-Hungary and France. Despite sighs for a lost greatness, Habsburg policy was turning away from Germany and concentrating, as Bismarck had advised, on the Balkans. Francis Joseph might still regard himself as a German prince. Buist might still hope to outshine Bismarck. Neither could go against Hungarian and German opinion inside the empire. Austria-Hungary would make no attempt to undo the Treaty of Prague or even to confine Prussia within its limits. In fact, the only Austrian interest in the alliance so far as Germany was concerned was as insurance against a French victory. They wanted to make sure of their share if France defeated Prussia. As Francis Joseph put it rather piously, if the Emperor Napoleon entered southern Germany not as enemy but as liberator, I should be forced to make common cause with him. The Austrians, including Buist, wanted an entente confined to the Near East, an entente that would thwart Russia in Romania and would stifle Panslavism throughout the Balkans. Though the French wanted to preserve the Turkish Empire, they would not do it at the risk of forcing Russia into Prussia's arms. Gorchakov had said in 1868, "The Emperor Alexander II will never enter a coalition directed against France. Take care that Buist does not give the impression of your having entered a coalition against us three." The French wanted an ally against Prussia, the Austrians against Russia, and the two wishes could not be combined. Bismarck had wrecked the scheme in advance when he refused to commit himself to the Russian side against Austria-Hungary. This was as decisive as his earlier refusal to commit himself to the side of the Western powers against Russia. In September 1869, Buist and Gorchakov met in Switzerland. They agreed to keep things quiet in the Near East and to leave France and Prussia to fight things out in the West. Gorchakov also made it clear that Russia would repudiate the neutralization of the Black Sea as soon as she got the chance, and Buist made no objection. It was the one aspect of the Eastern question with which Austria-Hungary had no concern. The French were not ready to accept their isolation. Napoleon III had never found the Austrian alliance to his taste. Tilsit, not. The marriage with Marie-Louise had been his model. The Stuttgart meeting with Alexander II in 1857, not the Salzburg meeting with Francis Joseph in 1867, the triumph of his reign. In the autumn of 1869 he decided to make another effort for the alliance with Russia, the only one which offered him the grandiose reconstruction of Europe of which he still occasionally dreamed. General Fleury, a personal associate of his, was sent as ambassador to St. Petersburg. He received secret instructions from his master to stir up Russian suspicions against the Germanic idea and in exchange to hold out the prospect of vague discussions concerning the future of the Near East after a general upheaval. The Russians made the most of the opportunity. Gorchakov had always prided himself on the entente with France, which he regarded as the finest page in his history. He was delighted to renew it, though he made in his mind the old condition that it should be directed against Austria-Hungary, not against Prussia. Alexander too went further. He was jealous of the success of his uncle, William I, whom he found a little too ambitious and agreed to remind him that Prussia was committed to a plebiscite in North Schleswig. Of course the Russians meant to ask for a service in return. It was characteristically bizarre that they should seek to enforce the Treaty of Prague as a preliminary to revising the Treaty of Paris. Alexander's letter of November 23 had little effect in Berlin. Bismarck at first thought of answering it by evoking once more the memory of the Polish crisis, which had ruined Franco-Russian relations, then decided there was no serious shift in Russian policy and merely thanked the Tsar for his advice. Benedetti much disliked Fleury's amateurish diplomacy. If France tried to bid against Prussia for Russia's friendship, Prussia would enter the bidding in the Near East and would bid higher. Fleury greatly exaggerated his achievement. He thought that they had begun to turn Russia from Prussia and preened himself when Gorchakov said, "We are no longer in an epoch where family ties can lead to such great results as those of an alliance." But he was soon pulled up from Paris. On January 2, 1870 Napoleon launched the Liberal Empire. Deru, the new foreign minister, disliked the policy of entente with Russia, associated with the worst advocates of personal rule from Morny onwards. Like most liberal Frenchmen, he held that friendship with Russia was possible only if she gave up all plans for revision or conquest in the Near East. Moreover, he shared the common French delusion that Russia was awake to the German danger. A truly vital interest draws us together. Point 2 At most Deru was prepared to discuss the Near East in case of war in the West, then France might use it to buy Russian approval of the successes she was sure to make. This was mostly humbug. Deru was more concerned not to provoke Prussia by evoking the Treaty of Prague, and, above all, not to offend the British by giving Gorchakov any excuse for raising the revision of the Treaty of Paris. Fleury was told abruptly to drop the question of North Schleswig and to steer clear of the Treaty of 1856.4. He appealed secretly to Napoleon, but in vain, and was left grumbling that Napoleon was being led to ruin by his ministers, as Louis Philippe had been. Deru had no constructive German policy. His hope was fixed on better relations with Great Britain. The two countries had drifted increasingly apart since 1864. British suspicions had been stirred by the schemes of French aggrandizement in 1866, and, during the Luxembourg crisis of 1867, where Russian policy had sought to satisfy France, British policy had been concerned to thwart her. Relations reached their worst at the opening of 1869, when a French company acquired control of an important Belgian railway. The British and Belgian governments suspected, though wrongly, that this was a first step in a deliberate plan of annexation. The Belgians passed a law forbidding the transaction. The British threatened to join Russia and Prussia in alliance against France. The French climbed down, and the crisis died away, leaving France and Great Britain on cool terms. Now in January 1870, Deru proposed to win British favour by showing the moral superiority of France over Prussia. Though the maneuver had little success on this, its first appearance, it was to carry the Anglo-French entente to triumph a generation later. His chosen method was to propose disarmament, always dear to British sentiment. France and Prussia should each reduce their annual intake of recruits. If Bismarck agreed, liberalism would be strengthened in Germany. If he refused, he would be discredited in British eyes. Though Clarendon, the British Foreign Secretary, had no illusions as to the French motives, he made the proposal at Berlin, as of his own initiative. Bismarck had no difficulty in answering it. He asked the British, "If we disarm, will you guarantee the position that we have won?" And, more impertinently, whether they would welcome a similar proposal for naval disarmament. Even Bismarck, however, showed the tongue in his cheek a little too much when he suggested that Prussia had to remain heavily armed in order to face a future danger from Russia. These arguments were to be the stock in trade of disarmament conferences for the next 80 years, and they were strong enough to shake Clarendon. In April 1870 he held out to the French a different prospect of cooperation. He professed to be alarmed at Russian designs in the Near East. Austria was in full decomposition, British forces were absorbed in protecting Canada from the United States, France could not be distracted from her essentially moderating task in Central Europe. The moral was clear. France should somehow get on better terms with Prussia and thus free her hands for the Near East. Darrow could think of no effective reply. The exchange illustrated again the central problem of French policy. Neither Russia, Great Britain, nor Austria-Hungary cared about South Germany. Though none of the three wanted a war between Prussia and France, none of them feared it or supposed that it would disturb the balance of power in Europe, none of the three would support either side. If the French could hold their own against Prussia, they had no cause to worry. If they needed allies, these could only be found in the Near East and on conflicting terms. The British wished to maintain the neutralization of the Black Sea, the Russians to overthrow it. The Austrians would oppose Russia in Romania and the Balkans, but not in the Black Sea. For the French all these policies distracted attention from Prussia and were therefore equally abhorrent. By 1870 the Second Empire had indeed returned to the idea with which it started, that the security and greatness of France rested on good relations with England and Russia. But the French had discovered no means of attaining these relations, still less of reconciling the two powers with each other. The end of French primacy. 1870-5. Germany, the war lacked the deliberation of the war against Austria. Between 1862 and 1866 Bismarck steadily screwed up the pressure, despite occasional and perhaps genuine scruples. Unless the Austrians accepted his terms, the repeated crises were bound to end in war. There was no such steady march to war between 1866 and 1870, indeed no alarm disturbed Franco-Prussian relations between the Luxembourg affair in 1867 and the outbreak of war more than 3 years later. Nor did Bismarck suffer in these years from the nightmare of coalitions which dominated him later. He dismissed the rumors of French alliance with Austria-Hungary and Italy as conjectural rubbish, which indeed they turned out to be. He was not perturbed by good relations between France and Russia, since these must be based on the abandonment by France of her Polish sympathies. Prussia could always make a third in the partnership. His own policy was more passive than at any time before or afterwards. Though he kept the solid basis of friendship with Russia, this was confined to a common hostility towards Poland, and he never allowed the Russians to draw him into supporting them in the Near East. Ultimately he hoped for a conservative alliance with Russia and Austria-Hungary. Like all alliances based on principle, this had the advantage of providing security without having to pay a price for it. But he knew that he would have to wait until Habsburg resentment at the defeat of 1866 had died away. In truth, Bismarck's energies were consumed in building up the new German state. Like Cavour, he aimed to satisfy the liberals without surrendering to them. This policy affected international relations only insofar as the German states south of the Main were concerned. Bismarck's problem was not to bring them into a united Germany, that was inevitable in any case. His problem was to secure that they should be brought in on the basis of loyalty to the Hohenzollern dynasty and not on that of popular enthusiasm, unification from above, and not from below. One of the plans for increasing dynastic prestige, which he played with at the beginning of 1870 and then abandoned, was to proclaim William the first German emperor. The same dynastic motive lay behind his encouragement of the idea that the Spanish throne vacant since the revolution against Queen Isabella in 1868 should be offered to a member of the Hohenzollern family. Bismarck knew that there would be some French opposition. This is very far from saying that he expected it to provoke the French to war. His calculation seems to have been the opposite. By making the French anxious on their Spanish frontier, it would make them less ready to go to war for the sake of South Germany. Benedetti, a good judge of German affairs, was convinced till the end that Bismarck and William I would not take the initiative in crossing the Main, they would wait for South Germany to come to them. 3. There is even better evidence. Alexander II met William I and Bismarck at EMS from June 1 to June 4, 1870. Bismarck's main concern was to persuade Alexander II that the South German princes would make a better bargain with William I than if they waited to be swept away by a democratic wave under his more liberal successor. There was some talk of affairs in Romania, and common disapproval of the pro-Polish line that the Habsburg monarchy was taking in Galicia. War against France was not mentioned, no assurances asked for, and none given. In fact, the meeting was slightly anti-Austrian, not at all anti-French. Change of policy, so far as it occurred, was in France, not in Prussia. If the liberal empire had been fully maintained, Bismarck's expectation of absorbing South Germany without war might have been fulfilled. But in April Napoleon quarreled with Daru over the attitude to be taken towards the council which the Pope had summoned in Rome. And in May he staged a plebiscite which was really a demonstration against his liberal ministers. Against Olivier's wish, he appointed Gramont, ambassador at Vienna, to succeed Daru as foreign minister. Gramont was not only a fierce clerical, he was also violently anti-Prussian. Though he had not been told of the secret negotiations with Austria-Hungary, he now made them his own after a pretense of constitutional reluctance. The engagements taken would have no significance if I did not accept them, but I accept them. Thus Gramont arrived in Paris at the beginning of June, believing that an Austro-French alliance existed and resolved to humiliate Prussia at the first opportunity. This suited the need for prestige on which Napoleon's personal supporters were insisting. A French general, Lebrun, was sent to Vienna to translate the alliance into practical terms, and though he achieved nothing practical, he returned convinced that Austria-Hungary would at once mobilize and tie down a large part of the Prussian army, if France invaded southern Germany. An unforeseeable accident exploded the crisis. On June 19 Prince Leopold accepted the Spanish throne. The Spanish delegate telegraphed to Madrid that he would return by June 26, and the prince could be elected by the Cortes, which was to remain in session until July 1. France and the world would be presented with a King of Spain before a word of warning had been said. But the blunder of a cipher clerk made the Spanish government imagine that their representative would return only on July. This was too long to keep the Cortes in session, and it was prorogued on June 23 until November. When Salazar, the Spaniard, arrived in Madrid, he found it deserted. To justify the recall of the Cortes, he had to reveal what was afoot, and on July 3 the news reached Paris. In these cases, the wise rule is to threaten the weak state, not the strong one. But the French were more concerned to humiliate Prussia than to prevent a Hohenzollern king of Spain. Gramont told the Council of Ministers that Austria had promised to put an observation corps on her frontier. On Napoleon's suggestion, the Tsar was informed that the Hohenzollern candidature means war and, since Russia had always disliked the prospect of a war between Prussia and France, it was supposed that her influence would be exerted at Berlin. Thus the French counted both on Austria's alliance and Russia's support. They were wrong, but they had other and unexpected assistance. Prince Leopold, his father Prince Antony, and, for that matter, William I, had disliked the Spanish affair all along. They had been pushed into it by Bismarck and now hastened to get out of it. On July 12 Leopold's father renounced the Spanish throne on his son's behalf and with William I's approval. He wrote to his wife, "A stone is removed from my heart." If the French government had really been concerned with Spain or even with scoring a diplomatic success, the crisis would have been over. but the fatal theme of Bonapartist prestige had been launched and could not be silenced. Gramont was driven on by Napoleon, and Napoleon in turn was driven on by his supporters at any sign of compromise. The great mass of the French people were pacific or apathetic. What counted was the imperialist majority in the packed chamber and Napoleon's clique of adventurers. The Second Empire had always lived on illusion, and it now committed suicide in the illusion that it could somehow destroy Prussia without serious effort. There was no policy in the drive to war, no vision of a reconstruction of Europe on lines more favorable to France, not even a clear plan for acquiring territory on the Rhine. To arrest the unification of Germany, still more to dismember Prussia, went against every canon of Napoleonic policy, if such a thing still existed. That did not matter in the explosion of irritation and impatience. Like the Austrians in 1859 and 1866, though with less justification, Napoleon and his associates wanted war for its own sake, without thought of the outcome. The decisive step to war was taken on July 12 when Gramont instructed Benedetti to demand that William I should endorse Leopold's withdrawal and should guarantee that his candidature be never renewed. This demand was made with the deliberate intention of provoking war or else of inflicting on Prussia a humiliation equivalent to a military defeat. It was only at this point that Bismarck entered the field. For the first few days of the crisis he had been conscious of having overreached himself, and his only concern had been to dissociate himself from Leopold's candidature as much as possible. Now he saw that war could be brought about on a question of national honor, not of the Spanish throne, and the problem of South Germany solved at a stroke. His one fear was that William I, ashamed of the whole affair, might satisfy the French demand. He did not need to worry. William I refused it on July 13, though in polite terms. Bismarck's only contribution to the whole affair was to make out that the king's refusal had been rather less polite than it was in reality. The EMS telegram, which Bismarck issued in abbreviated form, was meant to provoke France? This was unnecessary. The French government were bent on war and seized the nearest excuse. They accepted their responsibility with light hearts and committed themselves to war on July 15, without waiting to learn from Benedetti what had really happened at EMS. The French were deluded as to their military strength and even more as to their diplomatic position. They supposed that Great Britain and Russia would look on with favor, if not with support, that Austria-Hungary and Italy would enter the war as their allies, and that South Germany would remain neutral. They were wrong on all counts. Though the British and Russian governments had both labored to resolve the crisis for opposite reasons, both blamed France for their failure. The British withdrew into anxiety for Belgium. They were additionally alarmed when Bismarck published Benedetti's draft treaty of 1866 in the Times on July 25, and they negotiated with both combatants new treaties guaranteeing the neutrality of Belgium for the duration of the war, treaties which Bismarck accepted with a good grace, and Gramont with a bad one. The British government were much blamed in later years for having stood idly by, while Bismarck established German power in Europe. But the whole course of British policy for the preceding 50 years had been against just such a French campaign on the Rhine as was now being launched. The Anglo-French partnership had been confined to the Near East, and even here France had been latterly an unsatisfactory opponent of Russia. Prussia, it is true, had been still less cooperative in the Near East, but the British were tempted to believe that she would be more forthcoming if she were once freed from anxiety on the Rhine. Things would have been different if Great Britain and Russia had come together to impose peace on both sides, and they might have done it in an earlier generation. Now they were irrevocably divided by the legacy of the Crimean War, to say nothing of endless petty disputes in Central Asia. British policy in Europe postulated a continental ally. She had no ally, therefore could have no policy. Russia's principal motive was fear for Poland, not ambition in the Near East. Failure to understand this was one of the gravest blunders in French policy. The Russians expected a French victory and would tolerate it. What they dreaded was a French victory in cooperation with Austria-Hungary. With Prussia out of the way, this alliance would inevitably raise the Polish question, and would raise it more successfully than in 1863. The Russians aimed to localize the war, to keep Austria-Hungary neutral, not for Prussia's sake, but for their own. Gorzakowy happened to be in Berlin on 13 July. He refused to give Bismarck any binding promise of support against Austria-Hungary, merely saying that he doubted whether it would be possible for Austria to fling herself into such adventures, and in fact there was no formal agreement between Russia and Prussia at any time of the war. Though the Russians welcomed rumors of their military preparations, in reality they made none. All they did was to make their neutrality conditional on that of Austria-Hungary, and this condition suited Bust's policy. On July 23 Alexander II told the Austro-Hungarian ambassador that he would stay neutral so long as Austria-Hungary did not mobilize or stir up trouble in Poland. Moreover, he guaranteed Austria's frontiers in the name of the King of Prussia. Russia had always treated Prussia with offhand patronage, and Alexander gave this guarantee without consulting William I. Bismarck at once confirmed it. We have no interest in seeing the Austrian monarchy collapse and in involving ourselves in the insoluble question, what should take its place. Registered all the same, he doubtless resolved not to be patronized much longer. The French were enraged by Russia's attitude, though they tried to console themselves with the pretense that Russian hostility would bring them other allies. In reality the Russians had been consistent to the end. Though they certainly did nothing to arrest Prussia, equally, as Alexander II had so often said, they would not join a coalition against France, and there is no ground for supposing that they would have entered the war if Prussia had been defeated. It did not need the threat from Russia to keep Austria-Hungary neutral, she remained neutral from calculation. Bust insisted from the first that the crisis had nothing to do with Austria-Hungary. The French had started it without consulting him, they were provoking German opinion instead of isolating Prussia from Germany as he had always advised, they would not even tell him their military plans. He complained to Metternich. When I look at what is happening I ask myself whether I have become an imbecile. Like the Russians, Bust expected a French victory, but he intended to exploit this French victory, not to aid it. He would enter the war only when the decisive battle had been fought, and he would then restore the Habsburg protectorate over South Germany as much against France as against Prussia. His immediate object was to keep French favor without committing himself to their side, hence he would have liked to avoid issuing a declaration of neutrality by keeping Prussia in uncertainty. He would do something to aid France. 3 Austro-Hungarian policy was debated in a Crown Council on July 18. Andrassy later made out that he had prevented Bust from going to war on the French side, and the story has been generally accepted. It is remote from the truth. Bust proposed to mobilize in readiness for intervention and meanwhile to satisfy the French with harmless gestures of sympathy. Andrassy, too, favored some measure of mobilization, and in the radical spirit of 1848 hoped for a French victory as well as expecting it. Only he wished to enlist Prussia as well as France in the coming struggle against Russia which, like Bust, he anticipated, therefore he insisted on a declaration of neutrality, so as to secure Prussian favor also. This was done on July 20. Otherwise Bust's policy was followed. On July 20 he wrote privately to Metternich in order to gild the pill of neutrality for Napoleon, and Francis Joseph followed this up with a high-sounding letter of good wishes that meant nothing. Bust attempted to perform one service for the French, or at least seemed to do so. He tried to clear the way for their alliance with Italy. After all, it could do no harm if the Italians assisted France, and in case of a Prussian victory, Austria-Hungary might even repeat Custazza instead of revenging Sadova. The Italians were not attracted by this proposal. They wanted an alliance with Austria-Hungary, leaving their allies to make the first step against Prussia, but giving them immediate possession of Rome. These negotiations ran on until August 10, they were pointless. The French would never withdraw from Rome until they were beaten on the Rhine, and then no one would want to make an alliance with them. The negotiations between Austria-Hungary and Italy were simply an attempt at insurance against the expected French victory, and they were brought to an abrupt end as soon as the news of French defeats began to come in. The Italians were then free to occupy Rome without troubling about the Convention of 1864, and they did so on September 20. As to Austria-Hungary, Andrassy was able to make out that he had always favored Prussia and ultimately gained for her the only backing against Russia that remained alliance with Bismarck's Germany. He was thus rewarded for a foresight that he did not possess. Neither Buist nor Andrassy determined Austro-Hungarian neutrality, it was not even dictated by any threat from Russia. Gorshakov said correctly. Russia did not paralyze a support which had no chance of being realized. Habsburg policy waited on events, and these produced the decision. On August 22 Francis Joseph defined his aim as averting from us the Prussian victories, and the aim was achieved. Like Napoleon III in 1866, the Austrians had miscalculated the outcome of the war. Unlike Napoleon, they managed to extricate themselves in time from the consequences of their blunder. Thus the French were left to fight alone against a united Germany. The unanimous enthusiasm with which the southern German states joined Prussia did not throw much weight into the military balance, but it made nonsense of the French political program, so far as they had won. The liberation of southern Germany could certainly not be taken seriously as a war aim. The record of French defeat began on August 4, it reached its climax on September 2, when the principal French army and Napoleon III himself surrendered at Sedan. Sedan marked the end of an epoch in European history. It was the moment when the myth of a grande nation, dominating Europe, was shattered forever. The balance of power was startlingly altered. Before 1866 the French had counted on a balance between Austria and Prussia in Central Europe, therefore it was they who had been beaten at Sadowa. Similarly, Great Britain and Russia had always counted on a balance of power on the Rhine, and it was they Russia rather more than Great Britain who were beaten at Sedan. On the other hand, Sadowa cleared the way for Prussia's domination of Germany, Sedan merely confirmed that it had happened. The Prussian gains which followed Sadowa were real gains. Prussia could never have become the greatest power in Europe without the dissolution of the German Confederation and the annexations of 1866. The gains which followed Sedan were symbolic. Alsace and Lorraine, which France surrendered in 1871, were not essential to German greatness, they were indeed a source of weakness. When France regained them in 1919, this did not materially alter German preponderance. It would have been very different if Austria-Hungary had been able, at some time, to reverse the verdict of the Treaty of Prague. European diplomacy took on a new character after the Battle of Sedan. Until September 2, 1870, the object of French policy was to undo the earlier Prussian victories and to establish French influence on the Rhine. After September 2 the French accepted the fact of German unity and were only concerned to defend the integrity of their national territory. Everything turned on the German demand for Alsace and Lorraine. Bismarck made out in later years that this demand had been imposed on him by the German generals, thinking only in terms of military security. There is no evidence of this. On the contrary, Bismarck preached annexation from the outbreak of war. He wanted some concrete achievement on which to focus German enthusiasm. Also, in view of the old ties of sympathy between France and the South German states, he may well have welcomed a cause of lasting estrangement between the public opinion of the two countries. His foreign policy was always shaped by Junker needs, and it was vital for these that Tsarist Russia, not liberal France, should be the godfather of German unity. No doubt Bismarck miscalculated the depth of French resentment. He supposed that the French would become reconciled to the loss of Alsace and Lorraine as Francis Joseph had become reconciled to the loss of Lombardy and Venetia. A hereditary monarch can lose provinces, a people cannot so easily abandon its national territory. Sedan caused the overthrow of the Napoleonic Empire, henceforth the French people were alone sovereign. After September 2 the Franco-German War became the first war of nations. 3. The rules of civilized warfare broke down, and the pattern of 20th century warfare was created. The liberals and radicals who set up the provisional government in Paris at first supposed that history would repeat itself in foreign affairs, as they were trying to repeat it at home, just as the Allies had left France intact in 1815 after Waterloo, so Bismarck would make a generous peace after Sedan. This dream was shattered when Jules Favre, the new foreign minister, met Bismarck at Ferrières on September 18. Bismarck claimed to be indifferent to the form of government in France. In reality, he would have preferred a restoration of the empire, believing it to be the weakest and therefore the most dependent on German favor. Favre answered Bismarck's demand with the grandiloquent phrase, "Not an inch of our territory or a stone of our fortresses." But how was this phrase to be enforced? Tradition pointed to the way of Jacobinism, the levée en masse and the terror of 1793. This was the way of Gambetta, who escaped from Paris in October and raised new armies on the Loire. Though these new armies fought well enough to restore French honor, they could not defeat the Prussians. The last and greatest of illusions was broken. The alternative way was to seek the support of the great powers, evoking their mediation, if not their alliance. The neutrals had been kept out of the wars of 1859 and 1866 only by the rapid conclusion of peace. It was reasonable to hope that they might be drawn in if the French prolonged the war. Thiers, the historian of Napoleon and once the protagonist of War on the Rhine, now toured Europe for support, and his tour drew the lines on which French policy would henceforth develop. Previously the French had turned to Vienna when they wanted an ally against Prussia. Now Austria-Hungary ceased to count in French policy. In the autumn of 1870 the men at Vienna, despite their sympathies with France, made their peace with reality. They came to recognize that Austria-Hungary could exist only with German favor. On October 1 Francis Joseph congratulated Schweinitz on the Prussian victories. He added frankly, "You cannot expect me to be pleased about the thing itself. I shall not interfere at all, I shall let anything happen." Schweinitz defined the new situation when he said to the Russian ambassador, "If you ask me what we have promised Austria in return for her friendship, I should answer life. She owes her preservation solely to our goodwill, for we are interested in maintaining her integrity, which in our view is even more necessary to the European balance than that of the Ottoman Empire." Andrassy, with Hungarian arrogance, still wanted to treat Bismarck as an equal, and insisted that Prussia must quarrel with Russia for the sake of Hungary. Buist was more sensible. Now that the struggle for Germany had been lost, he saw that the only resource was to try to make a third in the Russo-Prussian friendship and prepared the way for the League of the Three Emperors. Thiers heard nothing in Vienna except Buist's pseudo-Metternician lament, "I do not see Europe any more." His visit to London was equally vain. Accustomed for centuries to French supremacy, the British were inclined to believe that the balance of power had been improved by Prussia's victory. Certainly Belgium, the practical concern of their policy, was more secure than it had been in the days of Napoleon's restless scheming. Englishmen of both parties were already beginning to hope that Germany would take Austria's place as their natural ally, holding France and Russia in check while the British built up prosperity and empire overseas, an ally, too, more liberal and congenial than had been Metternich's police state. The British were therefore hard engaged in organizing a League of Neutrals, not as a preparation for intervention, but to prevent the intervention of others. Gladstone, the Prime Minister, was out of sympathy with this policy of abstention, though on high moral grounds, not from any consideration of the balance of power. He regarded the transfer of Alsace and Lorraine without consulting the inhabitants as a crime, and wished to evoke the conscience of Europe. He did not yet see that, in practical terms, this appeal to conscience involved cooperation with Russia, and that the Russians were not likely to cooperate without a price which it was far beyond British ability to pay. St. Petersburg was therefore the decisive point for Thiers' mission. If the Russians had cooperated with Austria-Hungary and England, a European mediation would have followed. So long as they seemed ready to support Prussia, Bismarck could keep France in isolation. There was no defined bargain between Russia and Prussia, and the Russians did not like to stand idly by. As early as August 7 Gorchakoy said, "It is impossible that the other great powers be excluded from the future negotiations for peace, even if they do not take part in the war. Determination not to be ignored in Europe, not to be treated as a merely Asiatic power, was always a deep motive in Russian policy. Nothing, for instance, had done Napoleon III more good in the Tsar's eyes than the Treaty of March 3, 1859, it kept up at any rate the appearance that Russia had a say in the affairs of Italy. Against this emotional resentment, Bismarck played the equally emotional solidarity of the monarchical conservative elements in Europe, a solidarity which was now to include Austria-Hungary. This refurbished Holy Alliance represented Bismarck's own political outlook, especially in regard to Poland, all the same its practical purpose, like that of the original Holy Alliance, was to keep Russia quiet. Events in France strengthened Bismarck's hand. Though the Prussian victories alarmed the Russians, the overthrow of Napoleon III and the establishment of a more or less revolutionary government in Paris alarmed the Tsar still more. The alarm was complete when Polish exiles supported the provisional French government. In more concrete terms, the Russians tolerated the aggrandizement of Germany for the sake of their Polish possessions. Yet even now this was not an option for Germany against France, it was an option for neutrality as against action. In a rather vague way the Russians hoped to play France off against Germany at some later date, and they were already calculating that fear of a resentful France would keep Germany quiet while they themselves settled with Austria-Hungary. Gorchakov said to Thiers, "We shall occupy ourselves later with uniting France to Russia," and Alexander too added, "I should much like to gain an alliance like that of France, an alliance of peace, and not of war and conquest." For these words, uttered on September 29, 1870, define the Franco-Russian alliance as it was achieved 20 years later. They were of no use to Thiers in the circumstances of the moment. He returned to Paris empty-handed, and the French had to try to reverse the Prussian victories by their own efforts. In November the new armies which Gambetta had organized achieved a temporary success. It could not be sustained. Paris was besieged and could not be relieved, and in January 1871 the French had to sue for peace on the German terms. Since the Russians had abdicated in Western Europe, they sought a consolation prize. They rounded in their denunciation of the neutralization of the Black Sea, resolved on September 7, and announced to the powers on October 31. They could not regard the Black Sea as compensation for their exclusion from the affairs of Western Europe. The action was at best a sop to their pride, freeing Russia from a humiliation. Hence the irrelevance of Bismarck's advice that they should build warships in the Black Sea and wait for others to complain. The Russians wanted the other powers to recognize their right to keep warships there, not actually to have them. They had no plans for action in the Near East, and in fact the war with Turkey in 1877 found them still without a Black Sea fleet. Had it been otherwise, the war would soon have been over, with immeasurable consequences for the history of Europe. The denunciation was a symbolic gesture. The British answer was symbolic also. Gladstone had been opposed to the neutralization of the Black Sea even in 1856, but he wished to assert the principle that treaties could be changed only by international agreement, and this time he got his way. Hostility to Russia, combined with a high moral tone, overcame even the most isolationist cabinet, and the British government began to beat about for support. Odo Russell, the British representative at Prussian headquarters, told Bismarck that Great Britain would go to war for the sanctity of treaties with or without allies. This was an exaggeration. What Granville, British Foreign Secretary, really had in mind was that, as France was now useless in the Near East, Prussia should jump at the chance of becoming England's natural ally and should join the tripartite guarantee to Turkey of April 15, 1856. In his own words, it would rather weaken than strengthen the obligations of England, and would act as a powerful check against Russia trying to put them in force. Prussia was to join with the power that she had just defeated and the power with whom she was still at war in order to check her only friend in Europe, and this for the sake of the Near East where she had no concern. The pattern was being set for the following 30 years, in which Germany was repeatedly offered the privilege of defending British interests against Russia without other reward than a grudging patronage. Bismarck did not respond to this offer. On the other hand, he recognized, as those who came after him did not, that an Anglo-Russian conflict in the Near East would be dangerous to Prussia, even if she kept out of it. He was ready to act as honest broker and proposed a conference to revise the settlement of the Black Sea. This suited the British. Recognition of the international principle was all that mattered to them. It also suited the Russians. They wanted theoretical revision, not a practical right, and could get it only at a conference. They neither wanted nor expected a serious crisis. As one Russian diplomatist wrote, "One does not go to war for a declaration." Gorshakov foresaw a war of words, no more. The circular of October 31 was ostensibly withdrawn on the tacit understanding that the powers would agree to the Russian proposal if it was put in more respectable form. The conference, which met in London from January to March 1871, seemed a tawdry affair, merely saving appearances, but it had consequences of great value. Though it certainly freed Russia in the Black Sea, it extracted from her the decisive concession that international treaties could not be changed by unilateral action. For this reason, Russia was willing 7 years later to submit the Treaty of San Stefano to international examination at the Congress of Berlin, and the peaceful outcome of the Great Eastern Crisis of 1878 was thus due in part to the despised London Conference. The conference had more immediate advantage for Bismarck. Both Great Britain and Russia were eager for it to succeed. They therefore agreed to his condition that France should not be allowed to raise the question of peace with Germany. The French were therefore left in isolation and had to accept Bismarck's terms. An armistice was concluded on January 28 in order to permit the election of a National Assembly. And the preliminary peace was signed on February 26. This became the formal Treaty of Frankfurt on May 10. Bismarck's problem was different from what it had been with Austria in 1866. That war had been fought for a specific object: supremacy in Germany. Once Austria agreed to abandon the German Confederation and to withdraw from Germany, Bismarck had no desire either to weaken or to humiliate her. The War of 1870 was quite other. It had no specific object, it was a trial of strength between Germany and France. Though the victories of 1870 and the conditions of 1871, the cession of Alsace and Lorraine, and the indemnity of 5 milliard francs certainly proved German superiority, they could not perpetuate it. Great Britain and France had tried in 1856 to make the fruits of victory everlasting. The London Conference was evidence of the futility of such attempt. The Treaty of Frankfurt neither limited the French army nor forbade her to conclude alliances. It is often said that French resentment was kept alive by the annexation of Alsace and Lorraine. Bismarck was nearer the truth. French bitterness will exist in the same degree if they come out of the war without cession of territory. Even our victory at Sedan aroused bitterness in France. How much more will our victory over themselves? In the years to come, the French were hostile to Germany when they saw some chance of defeating her, and were resigned to German superiority, if not reconciled to it, so long as they felt themselves too weak to overthrow it. If they had not lost Alsace and Lorraine, their resentment would not have been less in periods of hostility, their will to reconciliation might have been greater in periods when tension was relaxed. The two lost provinces were a symbol of lost greatness, hence their recovery in 1G did not end French hostility towards Germany, since it did not bring back the greatness which had vanished forever at Sedan. In 1871 neither party supposed that the Treaty of Frankfurt would survive for more than 40 years, until 1875, at any rate, the prospect of French recovery was the dynamic factor in European politics. The French, consolidating themselves under the leadership of Thiers, tried to break through the isolation which had been their ruin in 1870, Bismarck worked to consolidate Europe against them. The most secure combination for Germany was the union of the three northern courts, which had been weakened by the events of 1848 and destroyed by the Crimean War. Once called the Holy Alliance, it was now to re-emerge as the League of the Three Emperors. The decisive change was in the policy of the Habsburg monarchy. After Sedan, Francis Joseph gave up all hope of an alliance with France and, with it, that of recovering hegemony in Germany. The way was open for reconciliation with Berlin. But on what basis? Beust, disillusioned by 5 years of failure, thought that the Habsburg monarchy would do very well to keep going at all and was ready for a conservative partnership of the three emperors, when he met Bismarck at Gastein in August 1871. But Beust no longer counted for much at Vienna. Francis Joseph had employed this Protestant stranger solely to prepare revenge against Prussia. Now that this policy had failed, he was glad to be rid of him, and Beust was dismissed in November. Andrassy, Beust's successor, was of very different stuff, a self-confident Magyar aristocrat who was ready to make policy on a grand scale. Though he too wanted alliance with Germany, it was to be on the revolutionary program of 1848 directed against Russia and with Great Britain as a third partner. In his first approach to Bismarck he even proposed the resurrection of Poland as a barrier against Russia. In his view, if Austria-Hungary renounced alliance with France, Germany should renounce alliance with Russia. Bismarck was not to be caught for this combination, in part because he believed that Great Britain would never make a reliable ally, more because good relations with Russia were essential to his conservative system and to German security against France. Grudgingly and with suspicion, Andrassy had to acquiesce in the friendship of the three emperors. In September 1872 Francis Joseph, completing his recognition of the victor of 1866, visited Berlin. Alexander II, anxious to prevent an anti-Russian demonstration, proposed himself also at the last minute. It was the first time that the three emperors had come together since the abortive Warsaw meeting in 1860, they were never to meet again. No written agreement was made, and the meeting was presented as a demonstration against the revolution. This was window dressing to conceal the fact that the three emperors could agree on little else. The Marxist International, against which they were supposed to be combining, was on its last legs, and it is difficult to think of a time when Europe was more remote from revolution than between 1871 and 1875. In practice, conservative solidarity meant only that Austria-Hungary would not stir up Poland and Russia would not stir up the Slavs of the Balkans. The emperors did a little better in 1873. William I visited St. Petersburg in May, Alexander II visited Vienna in June. Each visit produced a pact of a sort. At St. Petersburg, Moltke, now chief of the German General Staff, concluded with the Russian Field Marshal Berg a military convention by which each power would send 200,000 men to the aid of the other if attacked. At Vienna Alexander II and Francis Joseph made a political agreement promising to consult together if any question threatened to divide them. Bismarck refused to endorse the military pact between Moltke and Berg, and it was never invoked later. In any case, against whom could it operate? The Russians had perhaps a confused notion that Germany needed protection against an attack from France, and that she would in return support them against England. The offer might have had its attraction for Prussia some time before 1848, now the Russians were a generation out of date. Besides, they were not even serious in their offer. Alexander II told the French ambassador that he would join in nothing directed against France, and Gorchakov repeated, "Europe needs a strong France." The Russians made out that they were merely renewing the armed cooperation against the revolution which had supposedly existed in the days of Metternich and Nicholas I. In reality they were hoping that this cooperation would somehow commit Germany against Austria-Hungary, another Russian dream project which Bismarck had always resisted. There was a deep equivocation between Germany and Russia. Bismarck held that the Russians had been paid for their friendly neutrality in 1870 by the freeing of the Black Sea. The Russians regarded this as a relatively small gain, which they had obtained, in any case, by their own efforts, and still intended to call on Germany for payment at some time in the future. That payment could be found only in action against Austria-Hungary. Suspicion between Vienna and St. Petersburg was the essential flaw in the League of the Three Emperors. Andrassy might tell Gorchakov that Austria was a defensive state, Hungary in particular so overloaded with rights and privileges that the Hungarian ship would immediately sink at the least addition, whether of gold or mud, Gorshakov might reply that Russia advocated a policy of non-intervention in the Near East. Both shrank from stirring up the Near East, both were convinced that they would quarrel if it exploded. The agreement of June 6, 1873 was evidence how far they were from a settlement. Though the Near East was not named, the first clause of the agreement expressed the pious wish that, when the two empires fell out, they might do so without damaging the sacred cause of monarchical solidarity. Thus Russia and Germany had a military convention of disputed validity and no political agreement. Russia and Austria-Hungary a political agreement and no military convention. Both were unworkable in action. Russian reserves made the League useless against France, Russian and Austro-Hungarian suspicions made it useless in the Near East. Though the three emperors talked of their conservative principles, none of them would make any sacrifices for these principles. The League was supposed to keep Europe at peace, in reality it could exist only so long as Europe remained pacific. It was a fair-weather system as the Holy Alliance had been before it. A new conflict between France and Germany, a new twist of the Eastern question, would destroy it. The first alarm came from the side of France. The French did not intend to start a new war, they sought all the same to restore their military strength and to break out of their diplomatic isolation. Thiers had already laid down the lines of French policy when he traveled across Europe in September 1870. France sought allies, no longer to remake the map of Europe but to offset the power of Germany. Yet, paradoxically enough, just when France became conservative, the alliance of the most conservative power passed out of reach. Once Austria-Hungary accepted the new order in Germany, she found security in alliance with Germany, not against her. Russia and Great Britain remained. Though both welcomed French friendship and wanted a strong France, neither feared Germany, they wished to use France as an ally only in the Near East and against each other. In 1870 France could have won Russian favor by supporting the freeing of the Black Sea, or she could have won British favor by opposing it. Neither would have been of any use to her against Prussia. The French were determined not to repeat the policy of the Crimean War. On the other hand, they had important financial interests bound up with the maintenance of the Turkish Empire and therefore had to hope that England would go to the defense of Turkey, though they would not do so themselves. To win Great Britain without losing Russia, to win Russia without losing Great Britain, and not to lose Turkey to either, this was the central problem of French diplomacy, and it proved insoluble for more than a generation, as, for that matter, it had proved insoluble for Napoleon III. There was a complicating factor. Alliance with Russia was, on the whole, favored by the right, alliance with Great Britain, on the whole, by the left. Apart from the obvious motive of political taste, this reflected the different attitudes of the two groups towards the decline of France. Though the left, inspired by Gambetta, had wanted to continue the war in 1871, they voiced thereafter the dislike of the great majority in France for new wars or adventures, hence they wanted an ally whose outlook was as pacific as their own. The right had owed their electoral victory in February 1871 to their readiness to make peace, yet they dreamt regretfully of past greatness and imagined that the alliance with Russia would somehow bring revision without war. The difference was of emphasis, not a clear-cut choice. It is the essence of diplomacy to avoid decisive commitments until war makes them necessary, and French diplomacy of both schools tried to avoid the option between Russia and Great Britain just as much as Bismarck refused to opt between them or even between Russia and Austria-Hungary. Of course, French diplomacy was more limited than it had been before 1870, they could maneuver only between Russia and Great Britain. The Austrians would no longer opt for them and they would not opt for Germany. Even on this point there was a cleavage. The right thought in terms of an early stroke against Germany, the left acquiesced in the German victory. Bismarck held that a republic in France was Germany's best guarantee of peace on the Rhine. He justified this by the absurd argument that kings and emperors would shrink from alliance with a republic as though he himself were the only monarchist statesman to disregard his principles when it suited his national interest. The real justification divined by Bismarck's intuition, though not by his reason, was that a republic, based on the popular will, represented the people's hostility to war. But there was also a profound error in Bismarck's calculation. Though the left, and the small people whom they represented, were more pacific than the French upper classes, they were at bottom also more resentful against the principle which Germany stood for in Europe, the principle of military power. Gambetta defined this attitude once and for all when he said, "Think of it always, speak of it never." He meant not simply the loss of Alsace and Lorraine considered as two provinces, but much more the destruction of national unity and the denial of self-determination. Bismarck and his successors assumed that, since the French left were pacific, they were also craven. This blunder was to prove Germany's ruin. Thiers, as president, tried to straddle between left and right. A conservative Republican, he was pacific, yet anxious to restore the greatness of France, and perhaps underrated the difficulties of his task. In 1870 he had hoped more from St. Petersburg than from London, and after the war was over he continued to believe that the Russian alliance was the most probable in the future. He took British friendship as a second best, displayed as a balance against the League of the Three Emperors, not as any real support for France, and he looked sardonically at a flamboyant visit of courtesy which the British Channel Fleet paid to him at Le Havre in 1872, just when the emperors were meeting in Berlin. The Liberal Entente, once favoured by Palmerston and even by Louis Philippe, could not be revived in the old terms of hostility to the Holy Alliance. In any case, Thiers was more concerned to improve relations with Germany than to build up alliances against her. His great aim was to free French soil. This was accomplished in 1873 when the indemnity was paid off and the last German troops left on September 16. Had Thiers still been in office, a long period of fulfillment would have followed. But he had been turned out, for purely domestic reasons, on May 24, and the new government of the right, with Decazes as foreign minister, wanted to score quick successes in foreign policy in order to clear the way for a restoration. Decazes, in fact, did everything to justify the suspicions which Bismarck had always expressed for the French monarchists, and there was renewed, though rather artificial, tension between the two countries. What made the tension a little more real was Bismarck's home policy. By 1873 he was deep in conflict with the Roman Church, and the conflict was proving more difficult than he expected. Always inclined to blame others for his own mistakes, Bismarck detected an international clericalist conspiracy, directed by France, and he snatched at any excuse for substantiating his grievance. Decazes was quite prepared to play the part for which Bismarck had cast him. With aristocratic frivolity, he wanted to goad Bismarck into some indiscreet violence which would set Europe against Germany, and he did not trouble to speculate whether a showy diplomatic success would be worth the price that France might have to pay. The revolution had proved a false ally. Now France played off clericalism against the national states which she had mistakenly called into existence. Decazes and his associates thought that they were repeating the diplomacy of Richelieu after 1815 and dreamt of another Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle, which should restore the equality of France in the ranks of the great powers. For this they needed another Metternich and imagined that one was still to be found in Vienna. In January 1874 Decazes raised the alarm that Bismarck was threatening to attack France. The result was not rewarding, words of sympathy from both Austria-Hungary and Russia, but no action. In their competition for German friendship, both had to profess their belief in Bismarck's moderation. The only detached state in Europe, however, responded without any French prompting. On February 10 Queen Victoria wrote to William I, urging him to be magnanimous. This was a preliminary skirmish. In the course of 1874 the French improved their position, or so Decazes imagined. The new conservative government in England was very ready to be suspicious of Russian designs in Central Asia and therefore almost as ready to suspect Germany, Russia's associate, of designs against France. Moreover, Decazes had the sense to see that French patronage of the Pope was pushing Italy into the arms of Germany, and in October 1874 the French ship which had been put at the Pope's service was withdrawn from Italian waters. The fatal heritage of Napoleon III was at last liquidated. The French felt themselves to be returning to the arena of European politics, and though they played with skill, every step increased their anxiety that Bismarck would answer their baiting. Their fears were not imaginary. Bismarck was undoubtedly irritated by the clericalist agitation in Germany and by the sympathy shown for it in France. He was surprised at the extent of French military recovery and even perhaps a little alarmed by it. If he could have silenced the French clericals or arrested French armaments by a few angry words, he would no doubt have done so. It is less likely that he seriously envisaged a preventive war. On the other hand, while the French wanted to exasperate Bismarck, they were certainly in no position to go to war. The prelude to crisis sounded in February 1875 when Radowitz, one of Bismarck's confidential agents, went on special mission to St. Petersburg. He seems only to have been concerned to sort out some Balkan disputes, but the French got it into their heads that he had offered German backing in the Near East, if Russia would tolerate a new war against France. Thus the French were primed for a German ultimatum. In March Bismarck forbade the export of horses from Germany, always a routine signal of alarm. In April he inspired a press campaign with the slogan, "Is war in sight?" In all probability, he wanted to score off France in order to conceal his own mounting failure in the Kulturkampf. He may even have intended to follow up these threats by the offer of an entente with France, just as he had been reconciled with Austria-Hungary 5 years after the War of 1866. Like other Germans, Bismarck regarded bullying as the best preliminary to friendship. The French did not; they wished to heighten the alarm in order to stir up the other powers. Their first appeals met with no response from London or St. Petersburg. Alexander II said only, "If, which I do not think, you were one day in danger, you will soon learn of it. You will learn of it from me." On April 21 the French had a stroke of luck. Radowitz, always inclined to be indiscreet after dinner, was carried away in conversation with Gontaut, the French ambassador, and defended the doctrine of a preventive war. Decazes sent Gontaut's account round the courts of Europe and revealed it to the Times as well, a trick as effective as Bismarck's revelation of Benedetti's draft treaty over Belgium in 1870. The British and Russians both took alarm. They expostulated with Bismarck. Derby, the foreign secretary, by normal diplomatic methods, Gorshakov by word of mouth, when he visited Berlin on May 10. Moreover, they coordinated their action. Gorshakov sent formal assurance to London that the Russian expansion in Central Asia, which was offending the British, would be arrested, and Odo Russell in Berlin was instructed to support the Russian pressure. Derby also tried to draw in Austria-Hungary and Italy, but without effect. Andrassy was delighted at the prospect of an estrangement between Russia and Germany. He made 3 handstands on the table that had once been Metternich's, and exclaimed, "Bismarck will never forgive it." The crisis blew over as suddenly as it had started. Bismarck insisted that it was a false alarm, and everyone professed himself satisfied. False or not, the war inside crisis first displayed the alignment of the powers which was the consequence of Bismarck's 2 great wars. In the Luxembourg crisis of 1867, an affair of rather similar nature, only Austria had taken the side of France. Russia and Great Britain, though keeping ostentatiously aloof from each other, had assumed that peace was to be maintained by moderating France and by sympathizing with Germany. Napoleon III had been maneuvered into isolation. Bismarck had seemed the aggrieved party, protected by Gorshakov and Stanley. In 1875 Austria-Hungary kept silent, apparently indifferent even to the destruction of France as a great power. Russia and Great Britain, still represented by Gorshakov and Stanley, both warned Germany. In doing so, they acted together for the first time since the days of the Schleswig question in 1850. Apprehension of Germany had for once smoothed away the memories of the Crimean War. Though this was a victory for France, it was a victory of a limited kind. The Anglo-Russian action humiliated Bismarck, but it humiliated him only by asserting the settlement of 1871, which was his work. Neither Russia nor Great Britain had the slightest interest in restoring France to the position which she held before 1870 or even in helping her to recover the lost provinces. Indeed, they preferred things as they were. The British were relieved that they no longer had to worry their heads about Napoleon III's designs on Belgium. Gorchakov welcomed the position which Bismarck satirically offered him as an inscription for a medal: Gorchakov protects France. If the crisis gave France some assurance against a German attack, it also gave Bismarck assurance that France would not find allies for a war of revenge. The Russians and the British wanted neither German nor French supremacy in Western Europe, they wanted a balance of power, and Bismarck was ready to give it to them. He was even wise enough not to show resentment at their action, or at any rate not to appear to do so. In reality he retained a bitter hostility to Gorchakov, which was to play its part in the next few years. Essentially the French move, however adroit, was a blunder. Decazes had learnt nothing from either the success or the failure of Napoleon III. The diplomatic history of the Second Empire ought to have taught him that France could get freedom of action on the Rhine only when the Near East was ablaze. The Crimean War had been the origin of all Napoleon's success, and he ran into failure when he refused to support Russia's schemes of revision in the Near East. If Decazes had been more patient, events would have done his work for him. The Near East exploded in July 1875, only 2 months after the war incite crisis. In May, Russia and Great Britain had dropped their Asiatic rivalries in order to protect France. The crisis had convinced them that France was secure, and they could fling themselves into the Eastern question without giving France any chance of revising the settlement of 1871. 11. The Great Eastern Crisis. 1875–8. Turkish rule, those of Bosnia soon followed. This opened the Great Eastern Crisis which everyone had been expecting since the end of the Crimean War. That war had been strictly a conflict between the great powers. The subject peoples, Slav, Greek, or Romanian, counted for nothing in it. When the Greeks tried to take advantage of the war, they were brought to order by an Anglo-French occupation, and Romania emerged as an afterthought, created by the rivalry of the powers, and not for the good of the Romanians. In 1875 the interests of the powers were still in conflict. The Russians still felt humiliated by the closure of the straits, yet, without a Black Sea fleet, would be in a worse position if the straits were opened. The Austrians still depended on free navigation of the Danube as their main economic link with the rest of the world. The British still needed the Ottoman Empire as a great neutral buffer to secure the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Near East needed it more than ever since the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869. The French were still the principal financiers of Turkey, with the British in the second place. None of them wished to raise the Eastern question. They would all have agreed with Gorchakov when he said to Odo Russell, "There were 2 ways of dealing with the Eastern question. Is to complete reconstruction, or second, a mere replacing which would keep matters together for another term of years." No one could possibly wish for a calm settlement. Everyone must wish to put it off as long as possible. Germany alone of the powers favored a complete settlement, and that for a paradoxical reason. Since Germany had no interest in the Near East, Bismarck dreaded being drawn into a conflict from which he could gain nothing, and therefore dreamt of some impossible partition which would settle the question once and for all. These negations were eclipsed when another party entered upon the scene. The Balkan Slavs alone launched the crisis of 1875, and pacific declarations by the great powers could not obliterate their determination to endure Turkish rule no longer. The holy places had merely provided the occasion for the Crimean War. The Bulgarian horrors were the core of the Eastern crisis 20 years later. The great issues of strategy and power remained. The new issue of national struggle cut across them, at once a new incentive and a new danger. Once the Balkan Slavs were astir, the Russian government dared not let them fail, Austria-Hungary dared not let them succeed. This is a long-term generalization which needed 40 years to come into full effect, but it was already strong enough to shape the Eastern crisis of 1875 to 1878. Russian policy was deeply affected by Panslavism, which had swept Russian thought in the previous 20 years. This mixture of Western nationalism and Orthodox mysticism varied in practice from vague Slav sympathy to grandiose plans for a united Slav empire under Tsarist rule. The sentiment, not the program, was the important thing about it. Though the Tsars were despots, they were always sensitive to the limited public opinion within their empire. Constitutional governments can weather unpopularity, autocrats dread it, and this is peculiarly so when they feel at their back the sanction of political assassination. Even Nicholas I had been driven on by Russian opinion at the time of the Crimean War. Alexander II, himself a weaker man, was in no position to stand out against Panslav sentiment. Some of his advisers, and in particular Ignatieff, ambassador at Constantinople, were themselves inclined to Panslavism and eager at any rate to exploit it. A few at the other extreme, such as Shvalov, ambassador at London, would have ignored it altogether and held on a strictly conservative course. Gorshakov stood in between and determined the oscillations of Russian policy. Though he did not promote Panslavism, he knew its force and, when he gave way to it, hoped to turn it to practical advantage. There were cross-currents, too, in Austria-Hungary. Metternich had believed half a century before that the Turkish Empire was essential to Habsburg security, and Jens, his political advisor, wrote as early as 1815, the end of the Turkish monarchy could be survived by the Austrian for but a short time. Andrés Dassey held the same view. In his case, Habsburg fear of national states was reinforced by Magyar determination to be the only free nation in the Danube Valley. He defined his outlook at a Crown Council on January 29, 1875, before the revolts broke out. Turkey possesses a utility almost providential for Austria-Hungary. For Turkey maintains the status quo of the small Balkan states and impedes their aspirations. If it were not for Turkey, all these aspirations would fall down on our heads. If Bosnia-Herzegovina should go to Serbia or Montenegro, or if a new state should be formed there which we cannot prevent, then we should be ruined and should ourselves assume the role of the sick man. This fear of national states was reinforced by an economic consideration. The German capitalists of Vienna were projecting railways in the Balkans, and these plans assumed a peninsula under a single authority, not its partition. On the other hand, the military men, who carried weight with Francis Joseph, still belonged mentally to an age in which neither nationalities nor railways counted for anything. They welcomed any chance of acquiring new territory to make up for the Italian lands that had been lost and did not concern themselves with problems of nationality. Too many of them would have partitioned the Balkans with Russia. Some of them would even have given her a free hand in the Balkans in exchange for alliance against Germany. Archduke Albrecht, their leader, told the Tsar that he would not die happy unless he could once beat the Prussians in the field. The Austrian soldiers had set their minds on Bosnia and Herzegovina as early as 1867, and Buist, ignoring the national issue, did not discourage them. Andrassy, however, intended to preserve the integrity of the Ottoman Empire. Only if he failed would he take the two provinces, and this not as a signal for partition, but to deny them to the existing Slav states, Serbia and Montenegro. Though Andrassy was not supreme at Vienna, he usually got his way against the soldiers. Public opinion, so far as it existed, was German and Magyar, and therefore supported him, and Francis Joseph had learned by failure to prefer the cautious line. There were fewer oscillations at Vienna than at St. Petersburg, but they were there. The military were strong enough to prevent Andrés taking a consistent line of opposition to Russia, the reverse of the situation in St. Petersburg, where Gorshakov had to hold back the Panslav military from breaking with Austria-Hungary. The new national emphasis in the Eastern question transformed the structure of international relations. So long as the Eastern question turned principally on the Straits, Great Britain and France were pushed into the front rank against Russia, and, with the mouth of the Danube reasonably secure, Austria could remain neutral, as she had done during the Crimean War. The national issue thrust Austria-Hungary forward and left her no escape. Great Britain and France gradually lost interest in the Straits, not completely, but enough to let them be dwarfed by other issues. In 1878 the British still had priority in resistance to Russia, thereafter they began to retreat, and within 20 years, Austria-Hungary remained alone. This in turn imposed the Eastern question upon Germany. In 1854 the problem for Prussian diplomacy was to prevent Austria going to the aid of Great Britain and France. In 1876 and the following years it was to ensure that Great Britain should go to the aid of Austria-Hungary. By the first decade of the 20th century it was solely a question of time when Germany would have to go to the aid of Austria-Hungary herself. This revolution in international affairs was the work of the Balkan Slavs. Though Bismarck dismissed them as the sheep stealers, in the long run they imposed policy upon him and his successors. Translation into Balkan terms of the spirit which had brought Italy and Germany into being. It could no more be made by Pansley agitators than Italian nationalism could be made by Cavour or German nationalism by Bismarck. Statesmen exploit popular emotion, they do not create it. Some Russian diplomats, headed by Ignatieff, certainly encouraged the Slav movement. The ministry in St. Petersburg was unable to control them, and this helplessness made other governments doubt Russian good faith. The revolt in Herzegovina was, however, touched off by Austria-Hungary, the power that had most to lose from Balkan disturbance. In May 1875 Francis Joseph, prompted by his military advisers, made a prolonged tour of Dalmatia and acted ostentatiously as protector of Turkey's Western Slavs. When the revolt broke out, Andrassy reasserted himself and imposed a policy of abstention on the Austrian authorities in Dalmatia. More, he set himself to damp down the revolt, the replace Astering which Gorchakov favored. He first proposed that Austria-Hungary, Germany, and Russia should instruct their consuls to try to settle the revolt on the spot. This was turning the League of the Three Emperors to good use. The Russian would be Pini one to a safe conservative course with a German on one side of him and an Austrian on the other. The scheme was destroyed by French expostulations at St. Petersburg. Decazes wished to assert the prestige of France as a great power. The Russians, on their side, wanted to be free to play off the French against Germany. Besides, they feared that, if they rebuffed Decazes, he would turn to England and recreate the alliance of the Crimean War. On August 14 therefore the French were invited to join the consular mission. This involved inviting also the two remaining great powers, Great Britain and Italy. The Italians were even more eager than the French to be treated as a great power. They would tail along with anyone who would recognize them as such. The British attitude was a different matter. Derby was the most isolationist foreign secretary that Great Britain has known. He hated action. Besides, one can trust none of these governments. Disraeli, the Prime Minister, wanted to pull off some great stroke of policy, though he did not know what. He prided himself on his knowledge of the Near East, based on a visit to Palestine 40 years before. Like Metternich, whom he once acknowledged as his master, he hoped that the Balkan troubles would burn themselves out beyond the pale of civilization, and he dismissed all stories of Turkish misrule and atrocities as coffee-house babble. Any attempt to improve the condition of the Balkan Slavs made him fear the example nearer home. He complained in October, autonomy for Ireland would be less absurd. Yet, though ostensibly a pupil of Metternich's, his only practical aim was somehow to disrupt the League of the Three Emperors, which he regarded as an affront to British prestige. The British government would have preferred to reject the Russian invitation. They joined the mission of the consuls, only on Turkish prompting, and their sole object was to protect Turkish interests. Point 2 Already, by August 1875, the League of the Three Emperors had been watered down, but the concert of Europe was not taking its place. The mission of the consuls was a failure. Their mediation was rejected, the revolt continued. Ignatieff at Constantinople tried to revolt also against his own government. He advocated a European mediation, led by himself, to wrest autonomy for the provinces in revolt from the Turks. This would be a preliminary to independent national states. Alternatively, he proposed offering the Turks a Russian alliance on the model of the Treaty of Unkiar-Skelessi in 1833. Russia would keep the Ottoman Empire in being as a buffer state until prepared to eat up the whole. Alexander II and Gorshakov rejected all these projects. Though they expected the breakup of Turkey, they were determined to avoid the isolation of the Crimean War and therefore clung to the friendship of Austria-Hungary. Andrassy had another chance to lead Europe, if he had any idea where to go. The result was the Andrassy Note of December 30, 1875, a program of reforms which the powers were to recommend to Turkey. The pattern of the previous August was repeated. Andrassy wished to limit action to the three emperors, the Tsar insisted on bringing in France, and the British came in to see that Turkey came to no harm. Nor did she come to good. Though the Turks accepted the Andrassy Note when it was put up to them at the end of January, they did not apply its proposals, and the rebels ignored the talk of reforms which were in any case inadequate. Nevertheless, the decay of the League of the Three Emperors pushed Bismarck forward. He had been content to make a benevolent third so long as Russia and Austria-Hungary were working together. The Tsar's insistence on France alarmed him. On January 2, 1876 he told Odo Russell that Great Britain and Germany should cooperate in the Near East and threw out the idea of a partition, with Egypt as the British share. 1 On January 5 he aired the same ideas to Abril, the Russian ambassador. Gorshakov sheered off at once. It reminded him of the great tempter on the mountain, to say nothing of Bismarck and Napoleon III at Biarritz. The British took longer to formulate their negative, but in the end Derby, as usually, found decisive reasons against any sort of action. Bismarck's step has been treated by some as an effort at partition on a grand scale. This overlooks its origin and motive. It was a precautionary measure against Franco-Russian friendship. One of the few indisputable truths about the Eastern question is that the Ottoman Empire could not be partitioned to the satisfaction of all the great powers involved. It was plausible to suppose that Great Britain would be content with Egypt, especially after the British purchase of Suez Canal shares in November 1875. 3. It was inconceivable that France would be content with Syria or that, even if she were, Great Britain would allow her to take it. If Bismarck brought Russia and Great Britain together, France would be estranged from Russia. Alternatively, if the Russians stuck to France, the British would be forced to side with Austria-Hungary. Either alternative would lessen the pressure on Germany. It was this, not the settlement of the Eastern question, which dominated Bismarck's mind. The British had some inkling that the longer they delayed committing themselves the more others would be forced to accept responsibilities. This was a partial justification of Derby's negatives. The Russians, on the other hand, exaggerated the hold that they had over Bismarck. In April 1876 Gorshakov still believed that, in case of a quarrel with Austria-Hungary, we shall have a German army at our disposal. Hence he let things drift, waiting for the failure of the Andrassy Note, and then, allure come allure, either Austria-Hungary would continue to work with Russia, or a Russo-German alliance would bring her to heel. These expectations were not borne out when Gorshakov, Bismarck, and Andrassy met in Berlin on May 11 for another attempt at settling the Eastern turmoil. Gorshakov produced a scheme for an intervention of the six great powers at Constantinople in order to impose reforms. At the back of his mind he expected autonomous states to be the outcome. Bismarck, who had vainly tried to win Andrés Dassey for a partition, would support only what had been agreed by his two allies, and once more Gorshakov gave way. Andrés Dassey drafted a new project of reforms, and Gorshakov added only a tale that, if these failed, there would have to be the sanction of an understanding with a view to effective measures. This memorandum was passed on to the representatives of the other three powers Italy, France, and Great Britain with an invitation to adhere to it on May 13. This time the pattern changed decisively. Italy and France accepted the Berlin Memorandum as they had previously accepted the Andrés Dassey Note. The British government turned it down out of hand. Disraeli said to Shevvalov, "England has been treated as though we were Montenegro or Bosnia." The offence was all the greater in that the message from Berlin broke into the calm of the British minister's weekend. The British resented the insolent dictation of the three emperors and suspected quite wrongly that their league was a combine under Russian direction for the disintegration of Turkey. Disraeli suggested a conference based upon the territorial status quo. The cabinet merely endorsed his various negations. The real British answer to the Berlin Memorandum was to send a fleet to Basica Bay, just outside the Dardanelles, the move that had ushered in the Crimean War. Disraeli was delighted with his work. The League of the Three Emperors, he thought, was virtually extinct as the Roman Triumvirate. A week or two later he grew more anxious. At any rate, he approached Shuvvalov and suggested that Great Britain and Russia should settle the Eastern question together, to the exclusion of Austria-Hungary. Discussions for a common program ran on throughout July. In the end it turned out that Disraeli wanted the Russians to drop their sympathy toward the Balkan Slavs and to allow the Turks to crush the rebellion without interference. Probably he had no further purpose than to complete the severance between Russia and Austria-Hungary, which he thought that he had begun by rejecting the Berlin Memorandum. The Russian government was still anxious to keep on good terms with the other European powers, hence their response even to Disraeli's meager offer. At the beginning of June, Gorshakov tried to persuade the French to send their fleet to Turkish waters. His object, no doubt, was to play the French off against the British. But Decazes would not be moved from the line that Bismarck adopted in similar circumstances. He would cooperate in the Near East only when Russia and Great Britain were in agreement. This was the only serious Russian attempt to secure an entente with France during the 3 years of crisis, and it came to nothing under the shadow of Germany. France would not take sides between the two powers who protected her. Gorshakov was thus forced back onto agreement with Austria-Hungary, if he were to escape isolation. The situation in Turkey was getting worse. On May 29 the Sultan was forced to abdicate. In the provinces the revolt spread to Bulgaria. Both Montenegro and Serbia declared war on Turkey at the end of June. The dissolution of the Ottoman Empire seemed to be at hand. It was in these circumstances that Gorshakov and Andrassy met at Zakupi on 8 July. The two of them agreed, or so they thought, on the principle of non-intervention, at any rate for the time being. If Turkey won, she was not to be allowed to benefit from her victory. If she were defeated, Russia would recover the part of Bessarabia which had been taken from her in 1856, and Austria-Hungary would acquire some or all of Bosnia. Finally, if the Ottoman Empire collapsed, Constantinople was to become a free city, and Bulgaria, Rumeliya, and perhaps Albania, would become autonomous or independent. There was nothing new in this program. Gorshakov was still obsessed with the humiliation of 1856, hence the demand for Bessarabia. In return for this he had always been willing to let Austria-Hungary have a slice of Bosnia. The Reichstag agreement was not the prelude to a pan-Slav policy. It did not even try to apply the policy of partition which Bismarck recommended. It was rather an effort to carry out the Austro-Russian promise made in June 1873 that if differences arose, they would settle them amicably. By its means Andrassy and Gorshakov still hoped to turn their backs on the Eastern question, not to involve themselves in it. The agreement was, in fact, the last splutter of the Austro-Russian Entente, and not the prelude to the Russo-Turkish War. This was its fatal flaw. It did not allow Russia to participate in the Balkan conflicts or to go to war against Turkey. Hitherto the Russians had put the European powers first, and the Balkans second. In the autumn of 1876 this was reversed. Alexander II decided that he could no longer endure the humiliation of Turkish misrule over Slav Christians. Many factors contributed to this fundamental change. A practical factor, Serbia and Montenegro had been defeated, and the Turkish victory had to be arrested. A personal factor, Alexander was in the Crimea, surrounded by Pan-Slav advisors and relatives and far away from the European atmosphere of St. Petersburg. There was jealousy of the proud independence with which Great Britain had rejected the Berlin Memorandum and desire to take a similar independent line. There was the calculation, which proved correct, that the atrocities in Bulgaria with which the Turks had accomplished their victory would make it impossible for the British to go to the aid of Turkey. Most of all, there was the uncanny sensitivity to the swell of Russian feeling which her despotic rulers have often shown. The change was announced to all the world on November 11, when Alexander II, against all precedent, made a public speech at Moscow on his way back to St. Petersburg and concluded with the words, "May God help us to fulfill our sacred mission." Gorshakov and the official diplomats now had a new task. Previously they had devised excuses for avoiding the Eastern question, now they had to arrange things so that Russia could intervene in the Balkans without having all Europe against her. The Russians would have had an easy time of it if they could have counted on unconditional German support, and Alexander's first step, after making his great decision, was to demand that Germany should repay the backing that she had received in 1866 and 1870. Germany should keep Austria-Hungary neutral by threat of war, while Russia got her way against the Turks. Bismarck refused to take sides. He wanted Russia to have her way in the Near East. But this must be in agreement with Austria-Hungary, not by means of war against her, especially not by a war which would destroy the Habsburg monarchy. We could certainly tolerate our friends losing or winning battles against each other, but not that one of them should be so severely wounded and injured that its position as an independent great power, with a voice in Europe, should be endangered. Later on, Bismarck built up the story that he would have gone with Russia through thick and thin, if he could have had in exchange a Russian guarantee of Alsace and Lorraine. This was no more than an adroit excuse, and one which Bismarck was fond of making. He used the same device against the British in January 1877. And on many later occasions. Even if some impossible way could have been found to bind the future and Bismarck had been assured that Russia would never again support France, he would still have opposed the dismemberment of Austria-Hungary. The Habsburg monarchy was essential to the limited Germany which Bismarck had created, and this in its turn was essential to the balance of power, in which Bismarck believed as the only means of preserving the peace of Europe. The balance of power determined everything for Bismarck, and he sacrificed to it even German national ambitions, how much more than the ambitions of others. Bismarck's answer to the Tsar in October 1876 was not, however, an option for Austria-Hungary. He gave a similar answer in reverse to Minch, a special emissary from Andrassy, at exactly the same time. Bismarck certainly thought Austria-Hungary the weaker of the two and therefore put his weight more on her side. Nevertheless, balance between them, not the victory of either, was always his object. As for that matter, he had fought the two wars of 1866 and 1870 in order to restore a balance in Europe. Bismarck was a great projector outside Europe, especially in the Near East, but he had learned from the failure of Napoleon III not to make projects which disturbed the balance between the great powers in Europe. This is the reason why Europe had a generation of peace once Bismarck established his ascendancy. Failing German support, the Russians tried half-heartedly for support from France. They were again disappointed. Even the great France of Napoleon III had refused to opt between Russia and Great Britain once the Crimean War was over. How much more a defeated France, which needed the patronage of both powers against Germany. It was fortunate for the French that the Eastern crisis came when it did, soon enough after the War of 1870 for them to plead weakness, yet after the war inside affair had given them security. The French were able to sham with which we have to reckon in the European balance of power, threatened to fall out for the future. Bülow to Schweinitz, October 23, 1876. Grob Politik, 2, number 251. He allegedly offered to support Great Britain against Russia, in exchange for an Anglo-German alliance against France. The news reached both the Russians and the French, and perhaps was meant to dead and yet be treated with respect in the hope that they were coming to life. The Eastern crisis was sheer gain to France for the future. It was bound to disrupt the League of the Three Emperors, perhaps even to estrange Russia from Germany, yet there was no danger of estranging Russia from France. The principle of the dog in the night, observed by Sherlock Holmes, applies also in the relations of the great powers. The French did nothing between 1875 and 1878, and did it very well. Though Alexander II was determined on war with Turkey, he was equally determined not to repeat the mistake of the Crimean War, determined, that is, not to fight Turkey with all Europe against him. Two resources therefore remained for Russian diplomacy: to revive the concert of the great powers, or to strike an isolated bargain with Austria-Hungary. Gorjakovi did not altogether fail in the first task, he succeeded in the second. In November 1876 Derby proposed a European conference at Constantinople to impose reforms on the Turks. This proposal was made against Beaconsfield's wish. He acquiesced in it only when he had failed to get an alliance with Austria-Hungary against Russia. Salisbury, the British delegate to the conference, was far removed from Beaconsfield's line. He believed that the breakup of Turkey was both imminent and desirable, and he worked closely with Ignatieff when he got to Constantinople. As a result, the conference agreed on sweeping reforms, the principal of which was to be an autonomous Bulgaria, divided into two parts by a north-south line. The Turks at once rejected these reforms, by the simple device of proclaiming an imperial constitution and then insisting that all changes must be referred to a constituent assembly which never met. They counted undoubtedly on British support, assuming that, as in 1853, the British would put up with any Turkish obstinacy for the sake of Constantinople. But Beaconsfield was tied down by Gladstone's campaign against the Bulgarian atrocities and by the divisions in his cabinet. Salisbury, especially, had cheated him of his war by supporting Ignatieff at Constantinople. In March 1877 Ignatieff toured Europe to get renewed backing for a reform program, and the British government acquiesced in his proposals, though it refused to agree to their being imposed on the Turks. Even so, the Russians had got what they wanted. Though they had not secured a mandate from Europe to act against the Turks, they had made it certain that a European mandate would not be exercised against them. Not even Beaconsfield could condemn the Russians for going to war in order to execute a program which the British government had helped to draft. The negotiations with Austria-Hungary were still more decisive. In 1854 the Russians had been compelled to withdraw from the Danubian principalities by threat of an Austrian intervention. Now they wished to pass through the same Romanian bottleneck in order to fight a war in the Balkans, and were more dependent than ever on Austro-Hungarian favor, since they had no fleet in the Black Sea. Andrassy drove a hard bargain. Austria-Hungary was in no condition to fight Russia, as a British observer had just discovered. The Austrian generals wished to fight with Russia against Turkey, so far as they wished to fight at all, and Andrassy was determined to avoid a war which might restore Habsburg prestige and so endanger the privileges of Hungary in the dual monarchy. All this was ignored by the Russians in their anxiety to secure Austro-Hungarian neutrality. Andrassy insisted on acquiring the whole of Bosnia and Herzegovina. According to his own questionable version of the Reichstadt Agreement, Serbia and Montenegro were to form a neutral buffer between the Russian and Austro-Hungarian armies. There was to be no great compact state Slav or other if Turkey fell to pieces. In return Austria-Hungary would observe benevolent neutrality in a Russo-Turkish war and would not respond to appeals to operate the Triple Guarantee of April 15, 1856. Such were the Budapest Conventions. The Reichstadt Agreement was developed in a form unfavorable to Russia, and the Russians had to accept as the outcome of their own victory in war a program which had been devised in the previous July as the outcome of a natural dissolution of the Turkish Empire. All the same, the Russians could regard the Budapest Conventions as a success. It is true that they abandoned the Serbs to Habsburg patronage. They did this without a qualm. They had long regarded the Serbs as half-westernized, a people trying to emancipate themselves without Russian support, and their dislike had been heightened by the Serb failure against Turkey in the previous year. Alexander II had even commented on this failure during his sensational speech of November 11. It is also true that the Russians were pledged not to set up a great Slav state in the Balkans, but this was according to their own wish, or at any rate according to the wish of those Russian diplomats who were not Pan-Slav enthusiasts. In any case, there was no knowing what the future of the Balkans would be once the Russians had destroyed the Turkish armies and had reached Constantinople. The Budapest Conventions made this possible. The Crimean coalition was irrevocably dissolved. The Russians could be certain of the neutrality of Austria-Hungary, though not of her support. Gorchakov had managed things as well as Napoleon III in 1859 or Bismarck in 1866. The Russians were free to destroy the Turkish Empire without interference if they were strong enough to do so, and did it quickly. The Russians declared war on Turkey on April 24. They were confident of victory, though in fact the Turks were better armed and had control of the Black Sea. The British, too, expected the Russians to win. They therefore tried to limit the effects of Russian victory, and they were seconded by Shuvvalov, who cared nothing for the Panzlav program. He and Gorchakov extracted from Alexander two proposals for a little peace. The principal concession was that Bulgaria should be autonomous only north of the Balkan Mountains. In return, Great Britain was to remain neutral and to promise not to occupy Constantinople and the Straits. This offer was unattractive to the British, especially as Alexander refused to bind himself against a temporary military occupation of Constantinople on his side. In any case, it was almost immediately withdrawn. At the beginning of June, Alexander went to headquarters in Romania and was at once persuaded by Grand Duke Nicholas, the commander-in-chief, to abandon the little peace. Nicholas stormed against Gorchakov. "Horrible fellow, horrible fellow! Pigwash! Pigwash!" On June 14 Shuvvalov was instructed to cancel the offer to limit Bulgaria. The British government answered by sending the fleet once more to Basica Bay. And on July 17 Derby warned the Russians that they could not count on British neutrality if there was an occupation of Constantinople, even though temporary in duration and dictated by military requirements. While Derby had been trying half-heartedly for agreement with Russia, Beaconsfield had been pursuing more energetically an anti-Russian alliance with Austria-Hungary. He was equally unsuccessful. He supposed that Austria-Hungary was only waiting for an adequate subsidy, as in the old days, and asked on May 1, "How much money do you want?" Money was the least of Andrassi's problems. He was pledged to benevolent neutrality so long as the Russians observed the Budapest Conventions, yet needed to keep the door open for cooperation with the British in case they did not. He had great doubts whether the British meant to fight Russia, and was certainly not going to do their fighting for them. Hence he was ready to agree with Beaconsfield on the limits which Great Britain and Austria-Hungary should impose on Russia, but he would not promise to impose them. Negotiations ran on in this vein until August. Then the two powers merely informed each other what they trademarked Gorchakov to Shuvvalov, May 30, 1877. Slavonic Review, 6, number 228. It had been withdrawn, as usual, during the autumn storms. Would object to in the Near East. There was no suggestion how these objections were to be enforced. Beaconsfield was not pleased with this moral understanding. He would have been even less pleased, had he known that Francis Joseph had just written to Alexander it, "Whatever happens and whatever turn the war may take, nothing can induce me to recede from my given word. England has been informed in a decisive manner that she cannot count, in any event, on an alliance with Austria. Great Britain would therefore have to act alone if she acted at all." Beaconsfield tried repeatedly to commit the cabinet to supporting Turkey, or, at any rate, to imposing the little peace which Alexander had rejected in June. He was always overruled. The British cabinet was torn by dissensions, but it clung to a basic principle of British policy: Great Britain could not act effectively against a great land power without a continental ally. There was another reason for British hesitation: the Turks did much better than expected. In June it looked as though the Russians would conquer the whole of Turkey in Europe within a month. Then they ran against the hitherto unknown fortress of Plevna, barring their road south, and failed to take it until December 11. Most battles confirm the way that things are going already. Plevna is one of the few engagements which changed the course of history. It is difficult to see how the Ottoman Empire could have survived in Europe, in however reduced a form. If the Russians had reached Constantinople in July, probably it would have collapsed in Asia as well. Plevna not merely gave the Ottoman Empire another 40 years of life. In the second half of the 20th century the Turks still control the straits, and Russia is still imprisoned in the Black Sea. This was all the doing of Osman Pasha, defender of Plevna. The 4 months outside Plevna had both political and military consequences. In England they obliterated the Bulgarian horrors and transformed the Turks into heroes, gallantly resisting a great power. The war fever which swept Great Britain in February 1878 would not have been possible in July 1877. Moreover, though the Turkish army was in collapse by the end of the year, the Russian was little better. It managed to stagger to the gates of Constantinople by the end of January 1878. Then an armistice was concluded, and the momentum once lost could never be recaptured. This was an essential factor in the crisis of the following months. The Russians were hardly in a condition to renew the war with Turkey, let alone take on any of the great powers. It was difficult, as much for the Russians as for others, to realize that a victorious army was at the end of its tether, and when the Russians met with a diplomatic setback, they sought for anything but its true cause, that they were too weak to fight another war. It was easier to blame the mistakes of some diplomatist, whether Ignatieff or Shavalov, or the malice of Bismarck, than to appreciate the Turkish achievement at Plevna. Yet wars make the decisions, diplomacy merely records them. The Russians had started the war with no defined aims beyond the recovery of Bessarabia. War is often expected to provide a policy, but, since the Ottoman Empire had not collapsed, this war had failed to do so. The Russians had hastily to botch up terms which would both confirm their victory and do something to emancipate the Balkan Christians. A revision of the rule of the Straits would do the first, autonomy for Bulgaria would do the second. Both featured in the program which the Russians drafted in December. They soon had second thoughts about the Straits. Gorshakov insisted successfully that the Straits depended on a European agreement. Moreover, since the Russians had no Black Sea fleet, opening the Straits, though a satisfaction to their pride, would, in fact, be of advantage only to others. The question of the Straits was therefore dropped, and Bulgaria had to serve both purposes, Russian aggrandizement and Christian emancipation. This was quite unpremeditated. The Russians demanded a big Bulgaria, that is, Bulgaria as defined by the conference at Constantinople 12 months before. This had no Machiavellian intent. A Bulgarian national state seemed the only alternative to Turkish rule. The frontier which they drew corresponded to the best ethnographical knowledge of the time. The territory of which Bulgaria was deprived by the Congress of Berlin was called Macedonia simply as a matter of administrative convenience. It had no national character of its own, though it developed one in the following half-century. Now there is a Macedonian nationality. Historically, a Macedonian is simply a Bulgarian who was put back under Turkish rule in 1878. There was one unnecessary and provocative blunder in the Russian peace terms. Ignatieff had been kept out of the way in St. Petersburg during the war. In February 1878 he came racing down to enjoy his triumph and to negotiate the Treaty of Peace. He had only just learned of the Budapest Conventions and, after the Russian military effort, decided to ignore them. Moreover, the Russians felt a little ashamed at doing so little for Serbia, except for securing her technical independence of Turkey. The treaty therefore said nothing of the Austro-Hungarian claim to Bosnia and Herzegovina. This gave Andrassy his excuse for breaking away from the Russian Entente. Ignatieff had an easy time with the Turks. They had no hope of reversing their defeat unless they were backed by Austria-Hungary and Great Britain, and acquiesced in the Russian terms so as to shift the responsibility onto others. The Treaty of San Stefano, which was signed on March 3, therefore satisfied all the Russian demands. This only opened the European crisis. There had been a first alarm in January, before the armistice had been signed, when the British had feared that the Russians would actually enter Constantinople. The British fleet had been ordered to pass the Straits, then the order had been countermanded. Finally, on February 8, the order had been sent again on a mistaken alarm that the Russians were not observing the armistice terms. Though the fleet arrived successfully in the Sea of Marmora on February 13, it had no landing force, and the British were still in search of an ally. They proposed alliance to Austria-Hungary in vain. To every request Andrassy answered that the British must be one length forward, they must declare their readiness for an alliance and promise him a subsidy, yet expect no promise in return. It is possible that Andrassy himself would have welcomed war against Russia, after all he was not an old Magyar revolutionary for nothing. At the meetings of the Austro-Hungarian Crown Council he pointed longingly to the Romanian bottleneck which put the Russian armies in the Balkans at his mercy. But Francis Joseph and the generals were always opposed to war unless it was forced on them, and besides, as Bismarck repeatedly pointed out, if England and Austria-Hungary fought Russia, this would end in the partition of the Ottoman Empire, not in saving it, a result by no means to Andrassy's taste. The only effective line for Andrassy was to do nothing. He could not bind himself to the British, at the same time he would not promise neutrality to the Russians and therefore kept them in nervous uncertainty. This was brought out in March. Ignatieff had imposed the Treaty of San Stefano on the Turks without giving a thought either to the European powers or, for that matter, to the Foreign Ministry in St. Petersburg. On his return there he was cold-shouldered by Gorshakov and abruptly told that, since he had made the treaty, he must carry it through by himself. At the end of March he went to Vienna with a vague hope of getting a promise of neutrality from Andrassy and so isolating Great Britain. His visit failed completely. Andrassy quoted the Budapest Conventions and demanded the dismemberment of the Big Bulgaria. Instead, Austria-Hungary must be preponderant in the Western Balkans. This was a passing improvisation on Andrassy's part. Partition of Turkey in Europe was almost as abhorrent to him as its domination by Russia, and he was simply playing for time in the hope, not altogether disappointed, that the Ottoman Empire would get on its feet again. Ignatieff might have swallowed partition despite his pan-Slav enthusiasm. But every time he made proposals, Andrassy eluded him. It was the end of the Austro-Russian Entente. Moreover, Bismarck refused to force a compromise on Andrassy, despite his own preference for partition, and, with Russia afraid of an Anglo-Austrian coalition, his neutrality was in essence a decisively anti-Russian act. The friendship between Russia and Prussia, which had been the most stable element in European politics for more than 100 years, was shaken for the first time. Bismarck was beginning to pay the price for the great decision he made in 1866. He had kept the Habsburg monarchy in being for the sake of his domestic policy, now he could not allow it to be weakened. This was not the sole cause of his difficulty. Russia, as well as Austria-Hungary, was weaker than at the time of the Crimean War. Then Nicholas I had been content with Prussia's neutrality, now Alexander II needed Germany's support, even though France was no longer a member of the anti-Russian coalition. Turkey, Austria-Hungary, and Russia were all three, in their different ways, ramshackle empires, competing for first place on the road to ruin. Ignatieff failed in Vienna, Shuvvalov succeeded in London. His task was the easier in that he hated the Panslavism of San Stefano and was glad to repudiate it, the greatest act of stupidity that we could have committed. Moreover, the British government at last took a decided line. Derby had continued in office until the end of March with the sole object of thwarting Beaconsfield's drive to war, and foreign policy had been largely conducted behind his back by a committee of three: Beaconsfield, Salisbury, and Cairns. On March 27 Beaconsfield carried the day in the cabinet, the reserves were called out, and Derby resigned. This was not a victory for the integrity of the Ottoman Empire. Salisbury, who became Foreign Secretary, was not a believer in the possibility of setting the Turkish government on its legs again, as a genuine reliable power. He wanted to keep the Russians away from Constantinople and to prop up some sort of Turkish state in Asia Minor, much the arrangement, in fact, which still exists in the middle of the 20th century. Just as the Russians had found it difficult to devise terms which would show that they had won, so now Salisbury was puzzled how to define that they had failed. Bulgaria was again the symbol. He insisted that it be divided by a line running from east to west along the line of the Balkan Mountains. This was supposed to give the Turks military security for the defense of Constantinople. It had no practical effect. The Turkish armies never reoccupied East Rumelia. This did not matter. The important thing was to show that Russia did not dominate the Balkans, and there was nothing absurd in Salisbury's welcoming the unification of Bulgaria in 1885, once the Bulgarians had proved their independence of Russia. The Russians were not in a state to fight another war. This was the decisive factor which Salisbury exploited to the full. In case of a war with Great Britain, they would have had to withdraw from the Balkans and so to abandon the gains of San Stefano, even if Austria-Hungary had remained neutral. Add to this that most of those in responsible positions at St. Petersburg disliked Ignatieff's success, and it is not surprising that Shuvalov got his way. The Russians agreed to give up Big Bulgaria, and an Anglo-Russian agreement to this end was signed on May 30. Salisbury concluded two other secret agreements. When he took office on April 1, he had tried again for an alliance with Austria-Hungary. This failed like all the previous attempts, and Salisbury turned instead to direct agreement with Russia. Once this was made, he had no further need of Austria-Hungary. Andrassy, adroit for so long, grew alarmed at his isolation, and appealed to Bismarck. Salisbury, though now indifferent to Austria-Hungary, valued Germany's even-handed neutrality, and, to please Bismarck rather than Andrassy, made an agreement with Austria-Hungary on June 6. He would support her claim to Bosnia, and she would support the partition of Bulgaria. In effect, Andrassy concluded an alliance with Great Britain exactly a week after all need for it had passed, and, since the alliance was without risk, it also did nothing to earn British gratitude. Salisbury attached much more importance to the agreement of June 4 which he made with the Turks or, to be more exact, imposed upon them. By this Great Britain guaranteed Asiatic Turkey against a Russian attack, and received Cyprus in return as a place d'armes. The British success seemed complete, the triumph of a policy of resolution. Russia had been checked, Austria-Hungary won as an ally, Turkey restored and guaranteed. Yet it was a misleading success. Russia's armies were exhausted, and her policy in confusion. Great Britain won a bloodless victory with a music hall song, a navy of museum pieces, and no land forces at all, except the 7,000 Indian troops sent demonstratively to Malta. Moreover, she won without a reliable continental ally, only airy phrases from Austria-Hungary and the impractical project of equipping the Turks from non-existent British resources. The resounding achievement of 1878 weakened the effectiveness of British policy in the long run, for it led the British public to believe that they could play a great role without expense or exertion, without reforming their navy, without creating an army, without finding an ally. Great Britain acquired a capital of prestige which lasted for exactly 20 years, then she tried to draw on a capital which was no longer there. The Congress of Berlin, which met on June 13, did not have an easy passage, despite the secret agreements which had preceded it. The Russians displayed a characteristic ingenuity in trying to evade the consequences of the convention which they 1878 Congress of Berlin 251 had signed with Salisbury on May 30. They tried to exclude Turkish troops from eastern Rumelia, or even to dodge partition altogether. They were defeated only after a more or less open crisis, with Beaconsfield ostentatiously ordering his special train to be ready to leave the first time that this weapon was added to the technique of diplomacy. In the end, Big Bulgaria was dissolved into three: an autonomous principality, the semi-autonomous province of Eastern Rumelia, and Macedonia, which remained an integral part of the Ottoman Empire. Austria-Hungary was to occupy Bosnia and Herzegovina and also to garrison the Sanjak of Novi Pazar, the strip of Turkish territory which separated Serbia and Montenegro. Andrassy could have annexed the two provinces if he had wished, but he clung to the pretense that the Ottoman Empire was not being partitioned and even talked of handing the provinces back to the Sultan after a generation or so. The Russians recovered the Bessarabian territory which they had lost in 1856, more important, they acquired Batum at the eastern end of the Black Sea. Salisbury had promised in the agreement of May 30 not to oppose this, but he was being harassed by British outcry that too much had been conceded to Russia. He had to do something to restore the naval balance in the Black Sea, which had been allegedly upset by the Russians establishing themselves at Batum. His first idea was to propose an agreement with the Turks, by which they would allow the British fleet to pass the straits whenever England should be of opinion that the presence of a naval force in the Black Sea is expedient. The Turks shrank from this open provocation of Russia, but Salisbury got much the same result by other means. He declared at the meeting of July 11 that henceforward Great Britain would only regard herself as bound to respect the independent determinations of the Sultan in regard to the closing of the straits. In future the Sultan would either allow the British to pass the straits or he could be disregarded as no longer independent. For all practical purposes the British repudiated the obligations of 1841 and 1856 and claimed to be free to pass the straits whenever it suited them. Behind this theoretical freedom lay a technical assumption, on which the British had acted in February 1878, that their fleet was strong enough to pass the straits and to maintain itself in the Black Sea without anxiety as to its communications with the Mediterranean. There was also a political assumption that Russia would continue to menace Turkey. Both assumptions turned out to be false in the following years. The Berlin settlement was obviously a defeat for Russia. Though the Russians got all and more than all that they had wanted before they went to war, more indeed than the little peace which Alexander II had grudgingly offered in June 1877, they had been compelled to surrender all the gains of victory. Yet it was a defeat of a peculiar kind. Russia had gone to war for reasons of national pride and of Pan's-Love sentiment, not to achieve any practical aim. And the Congress was a blow to her prestige rather than a setback to her policy. In fact, if Russia was less secure after 1878 than before, this was because she had succeeded, not because she had failed. Turkey had ceased to be an effective great power, a neutral barrier between Russia and Great Britain. The British fleet could enter the Black Sea at will, or so both the British and the Russians supposed, yet this weakening of Turkey was all Russia's doing. It is not surprising that Russian policy after the Congress was a mixture of fear and resentment. They feared the consequences of their own acts, and resented their own folly. Alexander III passed the best verdict many years later. Our misfortune in 1876 and 1877 was that we went with the peoples instead of with the governments. An emperor of Russia ought always to go only with the governments. If the Congress was a defeat for Russia, it was not a complete success for Austria-Hungary or even for Great Britain. André had meant to preserve the integrity of the Ottoman Empire, but it was beyond preserving. Great Turkey was over, and a Turkish national state had not yet taken its place. Macedonia and Bosnia, the two great achievements of the Congress, both contained the seeds of future disaster. The Macedonian question haunted European diplomacy for a generation and then caused the Balkan War of 1912. Bosnia first provoked the crisis of 1908. And then exploded the World War in 1914, a war which brought down the Habsburg monarchy. If the Treaty of San Stefano had been maintained, both the Ottoman Empire and Austria-Hungary might have survived to the present day. The British, except for Beaconsfield in his wilder moments, had expected less and were therefore less disappointed. Salisbury wrote at the end of 1878, "We shall set up a rickety sort of Turkish rule again south of the Balkans. But it is a mere respite. There is no vitality left in them." The future was shaped not by the treaty settlement, but by the actions that had preceded it, the Turkish defense of Plevna and the sending of the British fleet to Constantinople. The Turks had shown that they could still put up military resistance. The British had dominated the eastern Mediterranean and the Straits. The Turkish army has continued to exist, except between 1918 and 1921, the British have continued to control the eastern Mediterranean. They were unable to keep their hold on the Straits. All the history of the Eastern question since 1878 is in these three sentences. The Congress of Berlin marked an epoch in where it met, not in what it did. In 1856 Prussia had entered the Congress of Paris late and under humiliating conditions. Now Germany attained full stature as a European power and, with it, full responsibility. She could no longer turn her back on the Eastern question, or exploit it. Instead, the powers involved in the question could exploit her. Bismarck had done his best to ward off this outcome. He tried to pass the part of honest broker to the French, but there was no escaping the consequences of his victories. He needed the Habsburg monarchy as barrier against a democratic Greater Germany, yet he dared not allow a revival of the Crimean coalition, which might have resisted Russia without involving Germany. An Austro-French partnership which began in the Near East would go on to challenge the Treaty of Frankfurt, or even the Treaty of Prague. A Russo-German combination against this might have been victorious, but Bismarck dreaded further victory almost as much as defeat. He wished to preserve both Austria-Hungary and France as they were, still great powers though somewhat humbled. A continent dominated by Germany was abhorrent to him, not from any deep principle of respect for others, but simply because he believed that it would mark the end of the conservative order that he valued. Hence, though against his will, he had to enforce the balance of power, much as Metternich had done. He redirected Andrassi's requests for support from Berlin to London and asserted a formal neutrality towards Russia, but he refused to back Russia against Austria-Hungary or even to tolerate an attack upon her. Yet he needed Russia, too, as a great power. Partnership against the resurrection of Poland was just as important to him as the prevention of Greater Germany. He might have tolerated a war confined to Russia and Great Britain, though even this would have been unwelcome to him if it had ended in the defeat of Russia. The Polish spectre would at once have raised its head. But he doubted whether a future Anglo-Russian war could be localized, as the Crimean War had been. Austria-Hungary would be drawn in, dragging Germany along with her, and then France would seek to reverse the verdict of 1870. Napoleon III had refused to buy Russian backing by surrender of French interests in the Near East. Sooner or later, the French Republic would pay this price. The Treaty of Frankfurt made a reconciliation between France and Germany impossible, therefore a war in the Near East would become general. It was this general war from which all the powers shrank in 1878. The Congress of Berlin demonstrated that a new balance of power, centered on Germany, had come into existence. None of the statesmen at Berlin expected the settlement to last long, and they would have been astonished to learn that the Congress would be followed by 36 years of European peace. But they would have been still more astonished if they could have foreseen that the next great European Assembly, 40 years later, would meet at Paris and that none of the three northern courts would be represented. Of Europe. It had been preceded by 30 years of conflict and upheaval. It was followed by 34 years of peace. No European frontier was changed until 1913, not a shot was fired in Europe until 1912, except in two trivial wars that miscarried. It would not do to attribute this great achievement solely, or even principally, to the skill of European statesmen. The decisive cause was, no doubt, economic. The secret that had made Great Britain great was a secret no longer. Coal and steel offered prosperity to all Europe and remade European civilization. The dream of Cobden seemed to have come true. Men were too busy growing rich to have time for war. Though protective tariffs remained everywhere except in Great Britain, international trade was otherwise free. There was no governmental interference, no danger of debts being repudiated. The gold standard was universal. Passports disappeared, except in Russia and Turkey. If a man in London decided at 9 o'clock in the morning to go to Rome or Vienna, he could leave at 10 a.m. without either passport or traveler's checks, merely with a purse of sovereigns in his pocket. Europe had never known such peace and unity since the age of the Antonines. The times of Metternich were nothing in comparison. Then men had lived in well-founded apprehension of war and revolution, now they came to believe that peace and security were normal, and anything else an accident and an aberration. For centuries to come men will look back at that age of bliss and will puzzle over the effortless ease with which it was accomplished. They are not likely to discover the secret, they will certainly not be able to imitate it. National passions and the rivalries of states still existed. Statesmen in fact spoke with a greater arrogance and to a wider public. Swords were rattled more as the belief grew that they would never be used. All the great powers except Austria-Hungary found a safe channel for their exuberance in expansion outside Europe. They stumbled on this solution by chance, without foresight. The age of imperialism was inaugurated oddly enough by Leopold II, King of the Belgians, and not by the ruler of any great power, and the empires were built up by private adventurers rather than by state action. This, too, seemed evidence that statesmen counted for little funny little men, as H. G. Wells depicted them, making irrelevant comments on the margin of events. The work of diplomacy still went on, and the diplomatists still took themselves seriously. In 1879 Bismarck began a manufacture of alliances that was soon to involve every great power in Europe, and most of the small ones. The general staffs prepared war plans of increasing complexity and talked gravely of the conflict that would break out when the snow melted on the Balkan mountains. Navies were built and rebuilt, millions of men were trained for war. Nothing happened. Each year the snows melted, spring turned into summer, summer into autumn, and new snow fell. In retrospect it is difficult to believe that there was ever a serious danger of war in Europe on a great scale at any time between 1878 and 1913, and the complex diplomacy of the period was perhaps no more than a gigantic game, a system of outrelief, as Bright had called it, to keep the aristocracies of Europe gainfully employed. In the preceding 30 years diplomacy had been vital, it had shaped men's destinies. If Cavour, Napoleon III, or Bismarck had followed a different policy, there would have been no united Italy or united Germany. But would it have made any difference in the generation after 1878, if there had been no Austro-German or Franco-Russian alliance? A work of diplomatic history has to take diplomacy seriously. And perhaps it is enough to say that diplomacy helped men to remain at peace, so long as they wished to do so. The relations of the great powers counted for less. Bismarck shaped them so far as they counted at all. This had not been the situation in the years before the Congress of Berlin, or even during the Congress. Bismarck had occasionally tried to lessen the tension between the great powers or to act as honest broker, he had not dominated the European scene. It was the British who had both caused the crisis of 1878 by determining to resist Russia and ended it peacefully by extracting from Russia satisfactory concessions. Turkey and Austria-Hungary had, in their different ways, trailed at Great Britain's heels. After the Congress the British still took the lead. They controlled the commissions which were to apply the terms of the treaty and, seconded by Austria-Hungary and France, pressed on the negotiations which led to the withdrawal of Russian forces from the Balkans in July 1879. Nor were they satisfied to get the Russians out of Turkey, they were intent to get themselves in. Salisbury, the British Foreign Secretary, had no faith that the Ottoman Empire could be restored as a great power. He thought rather of a system of veiled protectorates. Austria-Hungary, through her occupation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, should make herself responsible for the Western Balkans. Great Britain should reform and guard Asia Minor, as provided in the Cyprus Convention. Perhaps, in encouraging France to take Tunis, he cast her for a similar role in North Africa. There was a flaw in this system. Constantinople was the capital of an empire which still existed, and Salisbury's projects did nothing to secure it. A British alliance with Austria-Hungary would have been the simplest solution. It had been unattainable even when the Russian armies were at the gates of Constantinople, and it continued to prove illusory in the following months. Besides, Salisbury had not much more faith at this time in Austria-Hungary than in the Ottoman Empire. He preferred to do things alone, and his declaration at the Congress about the rule of the Straits seemed to point the way. The British were free to pass the Straits whenever they chose to do so. In 1878, with the Russians already outside Constantinople, the British Navy could have done little to save it. But once the Russian forces were withdrawn, the British could protect Constantinople by passing the Straits and attacking Russia in the Black Sea. This was the assumption behind British policy between the Congress of Berlin and the fall of the Conservative government in April 1880. The policy was no doubt defensive, but, if need arose, it would defend Turkey by striking at the Ukraine, the richest and most vulnerable part of the Russian Empire. The British assumption was clear to the Russians. Indeed, fear of attack in the Black Sea was the prime motive of Russia's Near Eastern policy for the next 18 years. The Russians had done nothing to restore the Black Sea Fleet, which had been destroyed during the Crimean War. Therefore they needed some international combination to replace the Convention of London of 1841, which had been shot to pieces by Salisbury's declaration at Berlin. A Mediterranean ally would have done something to hamper the British fleet. The Russians tried to win over Italy, but though the Italians, who had received nothing at the Congress, were resentful and discontented, they dared not go against England. Some extreme Panslavs talked of alliance with France. This idea, too, was barren. The old liberal alliance of the Western powers had been largely restored, and France, as well as Austria-Hungary, supported the British on the Balkan committees. In fact, whereas the Congress of Paris had destroyed the Crimean coalition, the Congress of Berlin almost recreated it. Russia's last card, as always, was the traditional friendship with Prussia, a friendship cemented by the common hostility to Poland. Since Germany had no Balkan interests, the Russians argued, support Russia in the Balkans and at the Straits. Moreover, the Russians had not abandoned the old dream that Germany could somehow be used to force Austria-Hungary onto a pro-Russian path. The Russians still thought of Germany as a grateful dependent, and they supposed that they could force her into alliance by a display of bad temper. This was indeed the only method they knew. It was this situation which forced Bismarck into action. An alliance with Russia against the Crimean coalition had been repeatedly rejected by Prussian statesmen. An alliance against Russia was equally abhorrent. During the Crimean War, Prussia had evaded commitment to either side and had cheerfully paid the price of being almost ignored as a great power. Bismarck's activity as honest broker had been a last attempt to maintain this attitude. Now he entangled himself in the European alliances, and even in the Eastern question. No doubt his motive was in part personal, the impatience of a master at the diplomatic blunders of others. More deeply, it was the moment when Germany accepted the full responsibilities of a great power. Bismarck had made the new Europe, now he had to preserve it. He ceased to be Cavour and became Metternich. Henceforth he, too, was a rock of order. It was the same in his home policy, which also changed decisively in 1879. Bismarck broke with the National Liberals and came to rely exclusively on the conservative parties. The revolution had gone far enough, now it had to be ended. Yet, at the same time, the alliance that he made with Austria-Hungary was a sop to the liberals whom he was deserting in home affairs. Though he did not give them Greater Germany, he gave them a union of the two German powers, based on national sentiment. But his object transcended German politics. He wanted to preserve the balance of power in Europe and, still more, the monarchical order. His conservatism, rooted in his own class interest, embraced both the Habsburg monarchy and Russian tsardom. In fact, he wished to restore the Holy Alliance of Metternich's day. The old condition for that had been Russian restraint in the Near East. This certainly existed after 1878. The new obstacle was the ambition of Austria-Hungary, or rather her unshakable suspicion of Russian designs in the Balkans. Bismarck never got rid of this obstacle, and it ultimately ruined his system. It had always been something of a conjuring trick to prevent an Austro-Russian conflict. Metternich had done it by raising the specter of the revolution before the eyes of the Tsar. Bismarck's method was more elaborate. He set out to detach Austria-Hungary from the Crimean coalition by offering her the security of alliance with Germany. Once she was caught, he made it the condition of this alliance that she be reconciled to Russia. His real fear was of Austro-Hungarian restlessness, not of Russian aggression, but he could not avow this until the Austro-German alliance was made. Such subtleties were beyond the grasp of William I. The Emperor, when Prince of Prussia, had once been the advocate of liberal alliance with Great Britain, now, in old age, he was devoted to family union with the Russian court. He could be bustled into alliance with Austria-Hungary only by being persuaded that Germany was in imminent danger of attack from Russia. It is unnecessary to suppose that Bismarck believed this version, though, like most men, he often swallowed a legend of his own making, so long as it suited his purpose. Only a very old and very simple-minded ruler could have believed that Germany was threatened by war or even by encirclement, but Bismarck had never had a high opinion of his master's ability and used crude arguments to influence him. After all, it had been just as easy to convince him in 1866 that he was threatened by Austria. Nor is it only absolute rulers who have to be impelled into a policy of security by imaginary dangers drawn on the wall. Public opinion in democratic countries gets the same treatment. Bismarck had a second motive. He wished to convince the French that an Austro-German alliance would be directed solely against Russia, not against them, and, no doubt, to hint also that Russia had no attractions as an ally. In 1879 the French were still ready to accept this line of argument. It is not necessary for the historian to do so. Bismarck began his elaborate campaign of conjuring up the danger from Russia in the spring of 1879. The first open sign was on February 4, when he published an agreement with Austria-Hungary, releasing Germany from the obligation to hold a plebiscite in North Schleswig, which she had incurred by the Treaty of Prague. This was a challenge to Alexander II, who had repeatedly asked that the plebiscite should be held. Endless small provocations, ranging from tariff restrictions to offensive remarks about the Russian character, followed. In August the Russians were provoked into hostility. Grumbling complaints from Alexander II to the German ambassador gave Bismarck pretext enough, and he was already on his way to meet Andrassy at Gastein when Alexander completed the picture by writing directly to William I. The two rulers supposed that there had been some misunderstanding and thought to put things right by a meeting, which took place at Alexandrovo on September 3. It served no purpose. Bismarck had cast Czar and Emperor for a quarrel, and they had to quarrel to their mutual bewilderment, until the alliance with Austria-Hungary was safely concluded. No doubt their meeting made it more difficult for Bismarck to convince William I. It seemed obvious to the old gentleman that, since Germany was in no danger from Russia, alliance with Austria-Hungary was unnecessary. Bismarck was relentless and impatient. As usual, when he was forcing a distasteful policy on William I, he kept away and carried on a long-distance correspondence of extreme violence. Finally, the Prussian ministers threatened to resign in a body, and William I was forced to surrender. The Treaty of Alliance between Austria-Hungary and Germany was signed on October 7, 1879. It was the first thread in a network of alliances which was soon to cover all Europe. The treaty was a simple defensive alliance against a Russian attack. In case of war with any other power, the other ally was pledged only to benevolent neutrality. Though this seemed an unfair bargain to William I, Bismarck made no serious effort to get Austro-Hungarian support against France. Indeed, his effort was directed solely to forcing German backing on Austria-Hungary. His own explanations were curiously elaborate and misleading. The alliance certainly did not increase German security against Russia. On the contrary, it endangered Germany for the first time. Apart from Austria-Hungary, the two countries had no cause of conflict. The coalitions against which Bismarck was guarding were also imaginary. There was no immediate chance in 1879 of an alliance between France and Russia. The Austro-German alliance increased what chance there was. Bismarck professed to fear a reconciliation of Russia and Austria-Hungary at Germany's expense, or even the Kaunitz coalition of her three great neighbors. Neither was remotely probable. Men's actions are, of course, to be explained by their past, not by their future, and the alliance certainly ruled out the combination which Bismarck had dreaded most in the past, the coalition of France and Austria-Hungary, as projected by Talleyrand or even by Buist. It was hardly worth making an alliance in order to avoid this. The Franco-Austrian coalition had vanished at Sedan. The French Republic and the Habsburg monarchy would never come together in order to destroy national Germany with its two associates, national Italy and Great Hungary. No doubt it was something that the Habsburg monarchy should openly acknowledge Bismarck's settlement of Europe, but this acknowledgement had been there even since 1871. It was Bismarck who had held out then against an alliance, not Andrassy or Francis Joseph. The alliance did not turn Austria-Hungary back from a foreign power into a German state, instead it set the precedent for other alliances with states indisputably foreign. On the other hand, it committed Germany to Austria-Hungary much more precisely than the old Confederation had done. In fact, it was nothing other than Manteufel's alliance with Austria of April 20, 1854, when Bismarck had complained so bitterly against tying the trim Prussian frigate to the worm-eaten Austrian galleon. Now the frigate was more trim than ever, the galleon more worm-eaten by 20 years, yet Bismarck tied them together for good, Manteufel only for 3 years. Great men in high office often follow the policy which they attacked when in opposition, and Bismarck was following the path of Manteufel and Schleinitz rather, as the elder Pitt confessed late in life his admiration for Walpole. Bismarck himself, during the negotiations, drew the parallel with the Austro-Prussian alliance which had been abortively sketched at Teplitz in 1860. And it could be argued that the War of 1866 had compelled Austria to accept the condition of parity with Prussia which she had rejected in 1861. Yet Bismarck's policy was more than traditional, it was old-fashioned. The dangers which gave him nightmares were those of a previous generation, and often no longer real. In domestic politics he was always warding off the revolution of 1848, and so treated the Social Democrats as dangerous conspirators long after they had become respectable parliamentarians. It was the same in foreign affairs. When Manteufel made his alliance with Austria, the Crimean War was actually raging, at any rate in a technical sense. Only Bismarck could imagine a Crimean War in 1879. He underrated Russian weakness and perhaps exaggerated the decline of Austria-Hungary. The only serious possibility in 1879 was further humiliation for Russia, and this Bismarck was most anxious to avoid. German conservatism, which Bismarck represented, needed despotism in Russia, and Bismarck aimed to protect Russian prestige, even when he seemed to provoke her. The alliance of Bismarck's alliance was to last theoretically for 5 years, with automatic renewal if not denounced. Manteufel's alliance was wider in that it acknowledged the Danubian principalities as vital to Austria's defensive position, but Bismarck also acknowledged this when he extended the alliance to cover Romania in 1883. 1879, just like the alliance of 1854, was designed to keep Austria from war on the side of the Liberal Alliance. In Bismarck's own words, "I wanted to dig a ditch between her and the Western powers." He argued repeatedly to William I that the alliance was the only way of preventing the Crimean coalition and that it would restore good relations between Austria-Hungary and Russia. This version was never accepted by the Austrians. They used the alliance to oppose Russia more resolutely, not to get on better terms with her, and Bismarck's strongest weapon with Austria-Hungary was to threaten to repudiate his alliance, a curious reason for making it. Of course, the German problem never changed in the deepest sense. Occupying the center of the continent, she was bound to bear the brunt of any war between Russia and the West, whichever side she chose, and, short of a war for European domination, her only solution was neutrality, a neutrality which had to extend to Austria-Hungary. If there was a neutral barrier extending from the Baltic to the Black Sea, then Russia and the Western powers could fight at the extremities of the Eurasian continent without destroying European civilization or even each other. There was, too, a specific Prussian problem, the Junker reluctance, which Bismarck constantly voiced, against sacrificing the bones of a Pomeranian grenadier for the sake of interests in the Balkans or the Mediterranean. Bismarck made out that these interests were Austrian, not German, and he insisted that the alliance was limited to the preservation of the Habsburg monarchy. His successors are often blamed for giving up this limitation. Bismarck himself was not free from reproach. Not only did he extend the alliance to cover Romania in 1883, He often spoke of Austria-Hungary as part of Germany. He described Trieste, for instance, as Germany's only port on the southern seas. Once he had given Austria-Hungary a guarantee of existence, he was always in danger of being drawn into her quarrels. He wished to keep her in being without supporting her Balkan plans. Yet an Austro-Russian war which started in the Balkans would threaten the existence of the Habsburg monarchy as much as a war which started on any other terms, and the alliance began a tug-of-war between Vienna and Berlin which ended only when Vienna pulled Germany into the War of 1914. Bismarck gave the Austrians their strongest card when, instead of a casual promise, he concluded a formal alliance, the first permanent arrangement in peacetime between two great powers since the end of the Ancien regime. Probably even Bismarck did not fully realize the decisive nature of the step that he had taken. He imagined, perhaps mistakenly, that a new crisis was approaching, a crisis in which Russia would be threatened by the Crimean coalition, and he warded it off without troubling about the means. After all, he often referred to the Triple Alliance, which was equally formal, as a temporary arrangement when this suited his purpose, and, out of office at the end of his life, warned his successors against taking the Austro-German alliance too seriously. Treaties of alliance became for him the sort of conjuring trick that battles had been for Napoleon. They would get him out of every difficulty. This would have been all very well if international relations had still been an affair of courts. They had become an affair of peoples. The War of 1866 was the last cabinet war in history, and even it tried to exploit popular passion. In the old days Austria-Hungary might have been satisfied with a meeting of the two emperors and a private promise of support from William I. Now it was necessary to bind together the peoples of Germany and Austria-Hungary. This could be done only by formal agreement. Treaties bound governments to their own people as well as to each other. Alliances were engines of publicity even when their terms were secret. Bismarck himself publicized the fact of the Austro-German alliance and would have liked to publish its terms. He made out that it revived the organic link between Austria and the rest of Germany which he had himself destroyed in 1866. Bismarck had aimed to do in Germany what Cavour had done in Italy, to exploit the revolution without being taken prisoner by it. He turned German nationalism to the service of Prussia's aggrandizement and gave it just enough satisfaction to tame it. In 1879 he tried to call a halt. The alliance with Austria-Hungary was meant to pull her over to the conservative side and to stabilize the European order, yet even it had to be justified by arguments of nationalist sentiment. Certainly, it strengthened the peace of Europe for many years. Equally certainly, it involved Germany, and all Europe, in the First World War. The German nationalism which Bismarck had tricked and restrained took his successors prisoner, and that made them also the prisoners of the statesmen in Vienna. The tug-of-war between Vienna and Berlin started even before the alliance was signed. The Austrians thought of it as supplementing the Anglo-Austrian front against Russia, which Bismarck wanted to make unnecessary. While he was still negotiating with Andrassy, he inquired of the British what they would do if Germany ran into conflict with Russia through her backing of Great Britain and Austria-Hungary in the Balkans. Beaconsfield replied, "We will in that case keep France quiet." This was a reasonable answer. Germany and Austria-Hungary, once assured of French neutrality, would have made short work of Russia. If Bismarck had wanted an anti-Russian union, imposing the will of Europe in the Balkans, the British answer was adequate. Instead he grumbled, "Is that all? What more could the British have offered?" Bismarck was not impressed by the British fleet, and the British were not a great land power. If they had been, the Austro-German alliance would have been unnecessary. Austria-Hungary could have been preserved by British backing, or even have remained neutral. Bismarck was really protesting against the inescapable fact that in any war against Russia Germany would carry the greatest burden. This fact barred an Anglo-German alliance in 1879 and on every subsequent occasion, but a man of Bismarck's grasp did not need to launch an elaborate inquiry in order to discover this. It was basic in European relations. Perhaps he wanted to prove to Andrassy that an alliance with Great Britain would be unrewarding, and possibly he had an eye on objections from Crown Prince Frederick, who was notoriously pro-British, just as he certainly thought of the effect on William I in his dealings with Russia. But he did not pass on the story to these two, nor indeed to anyone else. It is not extravagant to suggest that, in turning away from the liberal West and towards despotic Russia, Bismarck had twinges of conscience and had to satisfy himself, every now and then, that nothing could be made out of the Western alliance. The vague negotiation of September 1879 was one of those many lost opportunities in Anglo-German relations where there was, in fact, nothing to lose. The British certainly did not appreciate that they had lost anything. Salisbury greeted the news of the Austro-German alliance as good tidings of great joy. Bismarck professed great irritation at this indiscretion. He was really angered at the consequence of his own act. Hitherto, the British had had to take the lead in opposing Russia in the Balkans. Now they could resign their place to Austria-Hungary, confident that, in the last resort, Germany would have to support her. It is not surprising that Salisbury rejoiced. Germany would henceforth be fighting England's battles instead of the other way round. All Bismarck's diplomacy from October 1879 until his fall was devoted to staving off the inevitable outcome of the Austro-German alliance. This attempt, too, began before the alliance was signed. On September 27 an influential Russian diplomat, Saburov, appeared in Berlin. Saburov was of the same school as Shavalov, contemptuous of Panslavism and the advocate of a defensive policy based on alliance with Germany. He wrote to the Tsar, "A friendly Prussia places us in the privileged position of being the only power in Europe which need fear no attack and which can reduce its budget without risk, as our august master did after the Crimean War." Saburov proposed an agreement for mutual security, Germany to remain neutral in a war between Russia and England, Russia to remain neutral, and to keep others so, in a war between Germany and France. Moreover, Russia would respect the integrity of Austria-Hungary, on condition that she did not extend her sphere of interest in the Balkans. If Bismarck had really feared Russia, this offer gave him everything he wanted. But Bismarck's real anxiety was the Austro-Hungarian desire to follow a Western policy, and Russian aggressiveness was his excuse, not his motive. He tried to make out that there had been a change of heart on the part of the Russians. They had been meditating an attack on Germany, but had been warned off by his negotiations with Andrassy. This was untrue. Russian policy had been defensive all along, and Saburov had in fact first made his offer to Bismarck in July. As always, Bismarck rode off on a personal grievance. In 1876, he alleged, he would have been ready to go with Russia through thick and thin, in exchange for a guarantee of Alsace and Lorraine. Now it was too late, he had had to seek security elsewhere. Yet Saburov offered Germany security against France as effectively as the Austro-German alliance did. To judge Bismarck by these remarks, European diplomacy was often shaped by his bad temper. The Russians were used to it, they had often used the same method themselves. Saburov meekly accepted Bismarck's arguments and complaints. The Russians would pay a high price, even that of a German alliance with Austria-Hungary, if they could have security against the Crimean coalition. If matters had depended on Russia alone, the League of the Three Emperors would have been revived at the end of 1879. Saburov, now ambassador at Berlin, proposed it formally to Bismarck in January 1880. The difficulty came from Austria-Hungary. Andrassy's last act as foreign minister was to advise Francis Joseph that he could not recommend a deal with Russia either as a minister or as a gentleman. Bismarck had made out to William I that Andrassy was the only pro-German at Vienna and that the alliance must be pushed on in order to forestall an Austro-Hungarian foreign minister who might join with Russia. Events turned out otherwise. Certainly Francis Joseph broke with the German liberals in the Austrian parliament and established a ministry which rested on clerical and Slav votes. But this, far from making Austro-Hungarian policy more friendly to Russia, made it more adventurous and ambitious in the Balkans. After all, it was the liberals who had voted against the occupation of Bosnia and Herzegovina at the delegations. Hamerle, the new foreign minister, outdid Andrassy in his suspicion of Russia. Moreover, as a professional servant of the dynasty instead of a Magyar aristocrat, he had nothing against increasing dynastic prestige. Hamerla was more eager than Andreszczy had been for a full-blown alliance with England, Austria-Hungary dominant in Turkey in